Chapter 625. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. After Gu Jiao entered, she opened the curtain and entered the inner room with ease. She walked around the screen and came to the bed. She didn't need anyone to lead the way at all. It was as if she had been here before. But everyone knew that it was impossible. Today the curtains were lifted. Gu Jiao saw the unconscious middle-aged man on the bed at a glance. Unlike yesterday, there were silver needles inserted into the acupuncture points on his head and arms. Just now, the second madam mentioned that the disciple of Dr. Luo of the Qin state had just performed acupuncture on the High Duke. Now he went to decoct medicine for the High Duke. Yesterday, because of the emergency, Gu Jiao only met the High Duke in a hurry. She didn't feel his pulse or look at his face carefully. Now she saw it. It was not an exaggeration to say that his face was so thin that it was out of shape. But his bone structure was excellent and his temperament was unparalleled. It was not hard to imagine that he was a gentle and elegant man before he fell into a coma. Gu Jiao suddenly had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She didn't know why. Before feeling his pulse, Gu Jiao asked about the patient's condition. What happened to the High Duke? How long has it been? In the carriage, Mu Qingchen didn't tell Gu Jiao about the High Duke's condition, because Mu Qingchen just wanted to go through the motions. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao in astonishment, as if he felt that Gu Jiao was quite good at acting. However, this question was a bit difficult to answer. Mu Qingchen and the second madam were silent for a moment. Poisoning. Pho. Mu Qingchen and the second madam said at the same time. The two of them were stunned. Pho. Poisoning. Mu Qingchen and the second madam said at the same time again. Is it a fall or poisoning? Or both? Gu Jiao asked. You'd better not hide anything. Otherwise it may affect my judgment. Mu Qingchen glanced at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression that seemed to say, You're so engrossed in the role. In the end it was the second madam who sighed and said, Forget it, it's no secret anyway. Moreover, you were brought here by young Master Qingchen, so there's no harm in letting you know. The High Duke fainted after falling off the back of a horse and never regained consciousness again. However, when the imperial physician treated the High Duke's injuries, he discovered that the High Duke had been poisoned with a rare slow-acting poison. It was called 7-star powder. People who were poisoned would not have any symptoms in the early and middle stages. By the time the poison took effect, it had already penetrated deep into the organs, and there was no way to reverse the situation. Fortunately, the Duke has not been poisoned for long, and the imperial physicians have thought of ways to remove the poison from the Duke's body. The young man sneered, Young Master Qingchen, the medical skills of this junior doctor you invited aren't good enough. If he needs someone else to tell him the cause of the illness, what's the use of him? Mu Qingchen glanced at the young man coldly. Gu Jiao was not affected at all. She continued to ask, Did the High Duke not wake up after the antidote? The second madam shook her head. No. Gu Jiao asked again, How long has he been in this state? The second madam said, More than 3 years. If it had been more than a year, the High Duke could be considered a vegetable. Gu Jiao asked, How was his physical condition before he fell off the horse? Has he ever been seriously ill since he was young? Did he have a stroke before the accident? The second madam shook her head again. No. The High Duke has always been healthy. I've never heard of him being seriously ill or having a stroke since he was young. After all, he's still so young. In the second madam's opinion, stroke was an illness that only the elderly would have. The High Duke had just turned 40 this year, so how could he have a stroke? Brain deformity, degeneration, and metabolic diseases could be ruled out. Gu Jiao felt that it was more likely that the High Duke had an acute injury. Gu Jiao then asked if the High Duke had ever drowned or suffocated, and the answer she got was no. It seemed that the main cause of the High Duke's illness was the horse accident. Mu Qingchen frowned and gave Gu Jiao a look that said, It's almost time to recite the prescription. She didn't have to act so realistically. Gu Jiao ignored Mu Qingchen's look. She was observing the patient's condition. In fact, she didn't intend to touch the silver needles in the patient's arm. She planned to wait for Dr. Luo to come and take the needles away before treating him. But at this moment she noticed that the High Duke's facial features twitched slightly. First, his eyelids twitched, then his eyeballs moved irregularly, and then the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch uncontrollably. Generally speaking, every profession had its own rules. No matter how good Gu Jiao was, she would not easily interfere with other people's treatment unless it was absolutely necessary. Gu Jiao glanced around and found the problem. She stretched out her hand and pulled out a silver needle from the patient's wrist. The High Duke's face stopped twitching slightly. Only Gu Jiao stood in front of the bed. No one saw what happened to the High Duke. They only saw Gu Jiao pulling out the silver needle from the High Duke's wrist. Everyone in the room was stunned. Mu Qingqian frowned. "What are you doing?" Accompanied by an angry shout, a young girl wearing a light green tunic dress came in with a bowl of medicine. She put the medicine on the table and walked quickly to the bed. She looked at Gu Jiao angrily. People in this world generally like to judge people by their appearance. Originally, the young girl was only a little angry, but after seeing Gu Jiao's face, she despised her even more. She said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you touch my silver needle?" Gu Jiao took the silver needle and said to her indifferently, "Your Naguan acupoint is wrong." The young girl frowned and said, "Impossible. Where did you come from? How dare you slander my medical skills? Second madam, are all the people from the house of High Duke so arrogant?" Second madam was embarrassed. It was true that the young girl was from a lower country, but she was not an ordinary person. She was the disciple of the famous divine Dr. Luo. The High Duke was counting on her to cure his illness. The young man smiled and said, "This is the Zhao country's physician that young Master Qingqian specially invited for the High Duke." He emphasized the two words Zhao country. Who didn't know that the Zhao country and the Qin country were like fire and water? Last year the Qin country was defeated and had to pay the Zhao country a lot of money. The young girl looked at Gu Jiao with an unfriendly gaze. How was this a grudge between peers? This was national enmity. "Second madam, do you also think that my needle is in the wrong place?" The young girl asked. Of course, second madam didn't think so. The young girl was divine Dr. Luo's disciple. How could she make such a mistake? In fact, the young girl's needle was in the right place. It was just that the angle was slightly off. Gu Jiao didn't know what situation she was in. Was she anxious or was she careless because of pride? The young girl said arrogantly, "Second madam, since you don't believe in my medical skills, why don't you find someone else? High Duke, I don't want to treat him." "Absolutely not." Second madam hurriedly urged her to stay. "Miss Mu's medical skills are brilliant and she is divine Dr. Luo's disciple. Other than Miss Mu, who else can treat the High Duke?" These words were a bit exaggerated. It wasn't that the Yin country didn't have more experienced doctors, but either they couldn't find one or the doctor's method wasn't effective. They could only pin their hopes on other doctors. They originally wanted to invite divine Dr. Luo, but divine Dr. Luo injured his leg and couldn't come. Thus they recommended his disciple Muru Xan. So far Muru Xan was the most skilled doctor that the High Duke family could invite. Second madam couldn't defend her. As for this young master, he was brought here by Mu Qingqian. It was reasonable to say that second madam should give him some face. However, Muru Xan had fallen out with her. Second madam could only brace herself and offend Mu Qingqian. Second madam said apologetically, "Young Master Qingqian, thank you for inviting a doctor for the High Duke. Since Miss Mu has the confidence to treat the High Duke, we don't need to trouble this little brother." These words were exactly what Mu Qingqian wanted. Originally, the two of them came here to go through the motions. Being rejected by second madam saved them the risk of being exposed. Mu Qingqian said, "It's a pity that we weren't able to help. I hope the High Duke wakes up soon." So, before Lu Lang could finish his sentence, Gu Jiao had already placed the silver needle on the bedside table and turned to check the patient's pulse. Mu Ruexen saw this and her eyes turned cold. "What are you doing?" She rudely stretched out her hand to pull Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's hand was next to the silver needles. If she pulled, the silver needles would be displaced. Gu Jiao gave her a backhand slap. A crisp slap resounded. Mu Ruexen was stunned. Not only was she stunned, second madam and the young man were also stunned. Was she so arrogant? Mu Ruexen flew into a rage. "You!" He asked me to slap him. Gu Jiao immediately pushed the blame to Mu Qingqian. "Mu Qingqian," Gu Jiao said fearlessly, "I'm indebted to young Master Qingqian for trusting me to treat the High Duke. Whoever stops me from treating the High Duke is going against young Master Qingqian." Mu Qingqian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Gu Jiao said faintly, "Young Master Qingqian, don't worry. Even if it wasn't for the 1,000 taels that you promised me, I would still do my best to treat the High Duke." Mu Qingqian's mouth twitched again. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Without moving his lips, he gritted his teeth and said, "You've overdone it." Gu Jiao turned to check the High Duke's pulse. She didn't bring the medicine box. Firstly, she didn't trust this group of people and didn't want to expose the secret of the medicine box to them too early. Secondly, this group of people didn't trust her. If she really brought it, she didn't know how the young man called Lord Xiao would interrogate her. If she really needed to use the instruments in the medicine box, she would come back tomorrow. She didn't believe that Lord Xiao would keep an eye on her in the High Duke's residence every day. Gu Jiao's 3 fingers accurately rested on the High Duke's wrist. Mu Ruxian hated this person for touching her patient. However, when Mu Ruxian looked at the silent Mu Qingqian, she gritted her teeth and suppressed the anger in her heart. She snorted coldly and said, "It wasn't easy for me to stabilize the High Duke's condition. In a few days the High Duke will wake up. But now you actually found a dabbler to interfere with my treatment. I'll say the ugly words first. This will greatly affect the effectiveness of my treatment. If the High Duke doesn't wake up, please don't put the blame on me." The second madam wavered. This little brother? Gu Jiao ignored her. After checking the High Duke's pulse, she directly pulled out the silver needles. Mu Ruxian's expression darkened to the extreme. Gu Jiao then opened the High Duke's eyelids. "Move aside. You're blocking the light." Mu Qingqian frowned, but he still cooperated and moved aside. The second madam really didn't want to move aside, but she couldn't afford to offend Mu Qingqian. The young man slightly narrowed his eyes and moved to the side. Then, as though he didn't mind the commotion, he smiled and said to Mu Ruxian, "Miss Mu, please move aside. Don't delay the treatment of this Zhao country's genius doctor." Mu Ruxian disdainfully said, "I've never heard of any divine doctor in Zhao country." As soon as she said that, she seemed to have thought of something and her expression slightly froze. But soon she shook her head. Impossible. The doctor who cured the plague at the frontier fortress was a woman. When Gu Jiao examined the High Duke, she found a very obvious scar growth at the back of his head. Gu Jiao suspected that he had fractured the base of his skull, which led to some degree of nerve damage or brain damage. Gu Jiao asked, "Second madam, do you still remember the High Duke's nose and ears leaking fluid after he was injured and in a coma?" The second madam was stunned. Leak what?" Gu Jiao explained, "It looked like his nose was running. If the cerebrospinal fluid leaked out, it could be diagnosed as an open brain injury. But it had been 3 years. Even if the base of his skull really was fractured, it should have healed by now." Gu Jiao gave up on this topic and said, "With the High Duke's current condition, acupuncture and medical treatment won't have much meaning." Mu Ruxian's face darkened. "Then tell me what good method you have." Gu Jiao said, "I don't have a good method for the time being. Let his relatives talk to him more." This was called family therapy among medical students. Actually, there was also hyperbaric oxygen therapy and physical therapy, but those required a certain amount of equipment. The probability of a vegetative person waking up was very low, so even if all 3 types of therapy were used, it might not be successful. Mu Ruxian sneered. "You were so powerful that I thought you really had a good method, but it was just a trick to fool people." She then turned to look at Mu Qingqian. "Young Master Qingqian, I didn't mean to offend you, but you might have been deceived by some scoundrel. Not everyone in the country knows real medical skills." The second madam's expression didn't look good. If talking could make the High Duke wake up, then they had been looking for medical treatment everywhere for the past few years in vain. "Didn't you say in the carriage that you have a secret ancestral prescription? It's specially used to treat people who are unconscious." Mu Qingqian winked at Gu Jiao. It was indeed a prescription for unconscious people. Although it couldn't cure the High Duke, it wouldn't be a bad thing. No. Gu Jiao didn't take the bait. Mu Qingqian was speechless. The second madam gave Mu Qingqian face again. Shirye's face couldn't help but turn cold. "Young Master Qingqian, I've troubled you to come here today. The High Duke's residence appreciates your kindness to the High Duke, but I hope you'll keep your eyes open in the future. Don't trust anyone so easily. Guards, send the guests away." Mu Qingqian closed his eyes, suppressing the anger he felt because of Gu Jiao. The young man couldn't help but laugh. "I'll properly report young Master Qingqian's kindness to the High Duke to the Crown Prince." Mu Qingqian's blood was boiling, but he said calmly, "Xiao Lulang, let's go." Gu Jiao and Mu Qingqian left. The second madam was extremely vexed. She held a handkerchief and patted her chest. Then she turned to Mu Ruxian and said with a smile, "Miss Mu, I've offended you just now. I'll have to trouble you to treat the High Duke's illness." "Madam." The maid in the room suddenly shouted. The second madam's face darkened. "What are you shouting for? You're so rude." The maid pointed at the bed, flabbergasted. "The High Duke, he's moving his hand." Chapter 626. More. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. At this time, Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen had already left in the carriage, so they didn't know what the Duke was doing. The young man who was called Sir Shao also left the Duke's mansion with them. Before he left, he mocked Mu Qingchen, but he didn't get anything on Mu Qingchen, so he left in the end. Do you have a grudge against him? Gu Jiao asked. Family conflict, Mu Qingchen said casually. He didn't explain what kind of conflict it was. Gu Jiao didn't want to get to the bottom of it. After all, she wasn't really interested in his affairs. 1,000 taels? Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao indifferently. Gu Jiao waved her hand. It's fine if you don't want to give it to me. We were schoolmates, so I'm just doing you a favor. Mu Qingchen was so angry that he laughed. Who taught you how to lie through your teeth? Then who taught you how to lie? Gu Jiao asked back. You're not bad at lying through your teeth either, okay? Mu Qingchen looked away and didn't delve into the topic. Gu Jiao said, Can I go to the clinic? Mu Qingchen glanced at her and said, It's already over. You don't have to pretend to be a doctor anymore. Gu Jiao, would you believe me if I said I'm a real doctor? Speaking of which, you were quite good at pretending just now. If it weren't for her magical speech therapy, Mu Qingchen would have believed her. Don't do that next time. I can't protect you if you expose yourself. Gu Jiao, oh, can I go to the clinic? I want to buy some medicine. Mu Qingchen looked at her. Are you sick? My brother. Gu Jiao said. Gu Yan's sick leave wasn't a secret. Although it wasn't made public, it wasn't difficult for Mu Qingchen to find out. Mu Qingchen seemed to have thought of something and didn't say anything else. He asked the coachman to drive the carriage to a clinic. I'll wait for you in the carriage. Mu Qingchen said. Okay. Gu Jiao did not refuse. Mu Qingchen naturally found a good clinic for Gu Jiao. There were many patients, many doctors, and all kinds of rare herbs. If she really came to buy herbs, she would not return empty-handed. Unfortunately, she was here to ask about the operating theater. Do you have these things here? Gu Jiao handed over the drawing of the operating theater. The doctor shook his head repeatedly. I've never seen him before. Gu Jiao put away the drawing and got on the carriage. Don't you have the herbs you want? Mu Qingchen asked when he saw Gu Jiao returning empty-handed. Gu Jiao replied faintly. There are 2 more clinics ahead. Mu Qingchen said. Thank you. Gu Jiao said. This was the most sincere sentence Mu Qingchen had heard so far, although it was only 2 words. Mu Qingchen asked the coachman to go to the 2 clinics. However, to his disappointment, they had never seen the operating theater on the drawing. So the operating theater hadn't been built or popularized among the people. Mu Qingchen said, What medicine do you want to buy? Tell me the name of the medicine. I'll ask for you later. No need. Gu Jiao said. She had to ask for it herself. She was not used to letting a stranger know her secrets. Mu Qingchen saw that Gu Jiao was unwilling to tell him, so he didn't force her. Soon the 2 of them left the inner city. Where do you live? Mu Qingchen asked. Just send me back to the academy. Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen took a deep look at Gu Jiao. It seemed that he could feel her cautiousness and vigilance. He still didn't say anything. After sending Gu Jiao back to the academy, he left. At this time, the whole day's classes in the academy had already ended. Gu Xiaoshan held a bag of books and waited for Gu Jiao at the door of the Mingxin Hall. Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao walked over. Sister. Gu Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up. She ran over with a bag of books. They just said that you were taken away by the officers. What happened? Nothing. I went to the inner city to treat someone. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoshuan's heart, which had been hanging in the air for the entire afternoon, finally relaxed. She whispered, You're treating someone's illness. I was worried that you'd been found out when you secretly went to do that. Gu Jiao curled her lips. Were you treating? Gu Xiaoshan asked. A duke. Gu Jiao went into the classroom to pack her books. Let me take it. Gu Xiaoshan took Gu Jiao's books without hesitation. What illness does he have? Is he cured? The siblings talked as they walked out of the Tianxiong Academy and went back to their residence. When they got home, Madame Nen also asked why they came back late. Gu Xiaoshan said with pride, Sister went to the inner city to treat someone. And it's a duke. His face was full of pride. My sister is so awesome. My sister is awesome. Madame Nan and Master Lu looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. They knew the Yan Kingdom. Naturally, they knew that a new student was not qualified to treat a duke's illness. As if seeing their doubts, Gu Jiao said calmly, My desk mate seems to be a son of an aristocratic family. He has a close relationship with the duke's mansion. I heard him mention the duke's illness by accident, so I suggested that I go take a look at the Duke. My desk mate is good, so he took me there. Tianqiong Academy was known as the Royal Academy. Naturally, many sons of aristocratic families came to study. Compared to the identity of this son of an aristocratic family, Madame Nan was more curious about the Duke. Which High Duke? Mistress Nan asked. Duke and Gu Jiao remembered that the plaque said Duke An's mansion. It's him? Madame Nan was surprised. Do you know him? Gu Jiao asked. Mistress Nan smiled. I don't know him, but I've heard about him. This High Duke was an influential figure when he was young. He was extraordinarily handsome and talented. I don't know how many girls in Chengdu fell in love with him. Master Lu's face suddenly darkened. How could his wife praise another man in front of him? What happened to him? Madame Nan had been away from the Yan kingdom for too long. She didn't know the situation in Chengdu in recent years. Gu Jiao said, he was poisoned 3 years ago and fell off a horse. He became a vegetable. A vegetable? Madame Nan was confused. He's in a coma. Gu Jiao explained. Mistress Nan exclaimed, you mean the living dead? It turned out that people in a vegetative state called the living dead. Gu Jiao said, you can say that. Mistress Nan sighed regretfully, how could this happen? Duke An's life is full of misfortunes. Gu Xiaoshen didn't understand. He's the Duke of the Yan kingdom. How can his life be full of misfortunes? Madame Nan sighed again. You don't know. Duke An lost his mother when he was young. He lost his wife when he was young. Then he lost his daughter. He's a lonely person. Gu Xiaoshen was speechless. So miserable. When people were at home, it was inevitable that they would gossip. Since the conversation had reached this point, Madame Nan decided to tell the children about the Duke's deeds. Duke An was the eldest son of the old Duke. The old Duke's wife passed away early. She didn't leave him a younger brother or sister. After the old Duke remarried, the second wife gave birth to a son and a daughter. The Duke was generous. He treated his concubine's younger brother and sister very kindly. They got along well with each other. After the old Duke passed away as the eldest son, he inherited the position of Duke, and Gu Jiao said, so the second wife I saw in the mansion is his sister-in-law? Madame Nan nodded. Yes, he only married one wife in his life. He never had a concubine. Gu Jiao touched her chin. In ancient times there were few men who were so loyal. Then his wife, alas. Madame Nan didn't know how many times she sighed tonight. Master Lu's face darkened. What? You're sighing because of a man? I don't care about my face. Madame Nan ignored her husband. She said regretfully, we can only talk about this behind closed doors. People outside don't dare to mention his wife. What? Gu Jiao asked. Madame Nan hesitated and said, his wife is from the Xian Yuan family. Gu Jiao looked at the red-tasseled spear hanging in her room. Xian Yuan Li's Xian Yuan family? Madame Nan said, yes, the Xian Yuan family was the #1 military family in the Yan kingdom. It was said that they had millions of soldiers. Their achievements overshadowed their master. The children of the Xian Yuan family, regardless of gender, were all brave and good at fighting. Unfortunately, the Xian Yuan family walked the path of rebellion. Since ancient times, rebellion didn't end well. The powerful Xian Yuan family was no exception. The imperial army and the Xian Yuan army fought to the death. The generals of the Xian Yuan family all died. Duke An's wife went to the battlefield to save her father and brother. Although she was pregnant, she still went to the battlefield. In the end, she also died. She couldn't save the baby in her belly. She only left a 2-year-old daughter. This incident almost implicated the house of Duke. The king of the Yan kingdom forced the Duke to hand over the remnants of the Xian Yuan family, which was the 2-year-old daughter. The Duke spent a lot of effort and even resigned from his official position to save his daughter's life. The children of the Xian Yuan family were not so lucky. All the men with the surname of Xian Yuan were killed, and the youngest was just a baby in swaddling clothes. The women were all sent to the musical house and since then became musicians. Gu Jiao said, the king of the Yan kingdom is a tyrant. Madame Nan smiled bitterly. Not everyone is determined to be a benevolent king like the king of the Zhao kingdom. Gu Jiao frowned and asked, Madame Nan just said that the Duke lost his daughter. But wasn't the child protected? Madame Nan smiled and shook her head. The king hated Xian Yuanli to the core. How could he really let his grandson go? After Duke An resigned from his official position, he handed the house of Duke to the second branch to take care of. He left the capital with his daughter and found a paradise to live in seclusion. However, after a few years the child still died. It was very sudden. It was like a sudden death. At that time, many people guessed that she was assassinated by the king. However, all the people who said so were arrested by the king. After that, no one dared to talk about it. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see. Madame Nan said, this was more than 10 years ago. Now, who in the Yin kingdom still remembers the Shen Yuan family? Maybe there are some who remember but they don't dare to mention it. The king hated Shen Yuan Li. Even Shen Yuan Li's divine weapon was thrown to the people of Qin by the king as a pile of scrap metal. After dinner, Master Lu went to clean up the dishes. Madame Nan was still a little worried when she thought of what happened during the day. Jiao Jiao, there are many eyes and ears in the house of Dukan. It's better if you don't go there so as not to expose your identity. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. Madame Nan thought of something and continued to remind her. And your desk mate, since he can have dealings with the house of Dukan, he must not be an ordinary person. Just make friends with him appropriately. Don't go too deep. Chengdu was a complicated place. Madame Nan was mainly worried that a good seedling like Gu Jiao would accidentally be noticed by others and get involved in the affairs of Chengdu. Gu Jiao understood that Madame Nan was doing it for her own good. She nodded. Don't worry, Madame Nan. I will change my seat tomorrow. I won't sit with him. She and Mu Qingchen would not have any more interactions. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao went to the classroom. She came early so there were not many people in the classroom. She saw Zhong Ding at a glance. She hesitated between Mu Qingchen and Zhong Ding, but still walked over with her school bag. Zhong Ding was stunned. What are you doing? Gu Jiao said, I will sit with you today. Zhong Ding thought for a moment. Are you afraid that those people will beat you? In fact, it's better this way. We can't make friends with people like young Master Qingchen. They will be jealous. Gu Jiao did not speak. Lend me your homework. She forgot to do her homework yesterday. She only remembered it when she saw Zhong Ding reviewing her homework. Zhong Ding generously gave his homework to Gu Jiao. Mu Qingchen came to class again today. This was a new record for Mu Qingchen in the academy. He was the kind of person who wouldn't even come once in half a year, and would never come twice in a row in his entire life. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Gu Jiao sitting next to Zhong Ding. He didn't say anything as he expressionlessly sat down in the last row of seats he had sat in yesterday. The square-faced guy who made trouble for Gu Jiao yesterday was the first of the 6 to enter the classroom. When he saw the empty seat next to Mu Qingchen, he grabbed his school bag and rushed over. Ching Ching, young Master Qingchen. Bang. Mu Qingchen put his school bag on the stool next to him. The square-faced guy had no place to sit. Gu Jiao practiced the red-tasseled spear until midnight last night. She did not sleep well and dozed off the whole morning. Which student can explain this sentence? In the lecture, the teacher looked at the students and asked, Teacher. Mu Qingchen stood up and said, Xiao Lulang knows how to do it. Gu Jiao almost pecked the rice on the table. Chapter 627. Gu Jiao was dozing off, so she didn't know what the teacher was talking about. She gave Zhong Ding a look and Zhong Ding silently opened his book. His finger pointed at the annotations he had written without leaving a trace. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Brother, your annotation is in Zhao State. Gu Jiao couldn't answer the question and was punished by the teacher to copy the text 50 times. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and sat down. Very good. The tide had turned. However, what was even worse was that after class, Gu Jiao was called to the teacher's room in Ming Xan Hall and received a demerit from the academy. Gu Jiao's body trembled. What? Teacher Jiang of Ming Xan Hall said, all students of the academy are not allowed to go to brothels. Otherwise, a demerit will be recorded. Gu Jiao was speechless. Tianqiong Academy had its own dining hall. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan ate there at noon. The meal fee was included in the tuition fee, so they didn't have to pay extra. Sister. Gu Shaoshan happily came to the door of Ming Xan Hall. Gu Jiao suppressed her unhappiness and looked at Gu Shaoshan. How was your class today? Gu Shaoshan said, it was okay. Gu Jiao asked, did you doze off? Well, yes. Wasn't dozing off a standard in class? Gu Jiao paused. Did the teacher call you out? Gu Shaoshan shook her head. No. So why was she the only one who was called out by the teacher when they both dozed off? It was all because of Mu Qingchen. She knew that he wouldn't let her go so easily. Being kidnapped by her that night was the greatest shame of his life as young Master Qingchen. He had to get back at her. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen's back and narrowed her eyes slightly. Sister, why do you keep staring at me? Gu Shaoshan noticed Gu Jiao's gaze. Gu Jiao retracted her gaze. It's nothing. He's handsome. Let's go and eat. Oh. At the mention of food, Gu Xiaoshen became excited. He thought of something and leaned close to Gu Jiao to whisper, "But sister, how can you think that other men are good-looking? Brother-in-law will be jealous." "Didn't I just blurt it out? You were the one who asked the questions." Fortunately, Gu Xiaoshen was more interested in food, so she didn't care about this. "We paid so much money. I wonder if the food in the dining hall is delicious." When the two of them arrived at the cafeteria, Mu Qingchen was also there. Everyone in the cafeteria was looking at him, but he was exuding an unapproachable aura, so no one dared to provoke him. Qingchen. On the second floor, a young scholar waved at Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen raised his eyes and looked at him, then stepped up the stairs. Lunch was steamed buns and 3 dishes of meat and vegetables. They could eat as much as they wanted. If it wasn't enough, they could get more. The first floor was crowded and noisy, while the second floor looked quieter. Gu Jiao planned to take Gu Xiaoshen to the second floor, but they were stopped by Square-Faced and his men at the top of the stairs. Square-Faced was humiliated by Mu Qingchen, but he didn't dare to be angry with Mu Qingchen. He could only vent his anger on Gu Jiao. "Xiao Lulang, where are you going?" "He wants to go upstairs to find young Master Qingchen," Square-Eyed said with a smile. Square-Faced crossed his arms and pointed upstairs with his thumb. He said arrogantly, "That's not a place for people like you." Zhongding saw Gu Jiao being blocked at the top of the stairs from afar. He put down his bowl and walked over. He pulled Gu Jiao to turn around and whispered, "The food upstairs is not for ordinary students like us. Only young masters like Mu Qingchen were qualified to go upstairs." Gu Xiaoshen muttered, "What kind of academy is this? There are so many rules." Gu Jiao just wanted some peace and quiet, not the food upstairs. She didn't care if she couldn't go upstairs. "Xiaoshen, let's go," Gu Jiao said. Gu Xiaoshen quickly followed her. Square-Faced and his men were stunned again. Square-Eyed pointed at Gu Jiao's back. "No, he just left like that? He shouldn't have quarreled with them. What's wrong with people like us? Is there still a hierarchy in your academy? Can you go upstairs? If not, why are you showing off? Can't you even quarrel with them?" Square-Eyed wondered, "Is he looking down on us?" Gu Jiao found a quiet corner to eat with Gu Xiaoshen. Gu Xiaoshen loved to eat meat, so Gu Jiao gave him all the braised pork in her bowl. Although it was said that they could eat as much as they wanted, they could only get 1 spoonful of braised pork per person. Gu Xiaoshen said, "Sister, you can eat it yourself." Gu Jiao said, "You can eat it. I can't finish it." In a wing room on the second floor, a handsome young man wearing a white headband looked at Mu Qingchen opposite him and said with a smile, "What brings you here? You didn't come when I asked you to come to class. This time you came for 2 days in a row and even came to the dining hall to eat. Am I seeing things?" Mu Qingchen didn't say anything. He glanced at the person who had given all the braised pork to his younger brother in the corner of the first floor and then looked at the table of delicacies in front of him. He asked, "Is it necessary for 2 people to eat with so many dishes?" "That's a lot. There are only 8 dishes," the young man with the headband said. A moment later, the young man noticed Mu Qingchen's gaze. He smiled and looked at Gu Jiao, who was in the corner. "What's wrong? Is that guy an eyesore?" "Well, he's so ugly that he's an eyesore. Don't worry. I'll make sure he can't stay in Qianxiong Academy in 3 days." Mu Qingchen glanced at him. "Go if you're not afraid of death." "Cousin, are you saying that I can't beat a man from the lower country?" The young man with the headband heard that the young man with the birthmark on his face was from the lower country. After he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something and looked at Mu Qingchen in disbelief. "Are you going to protect him? You think too much." Mu Qingchen pushed the bowl in front of him. "Eat your food. Don't cause trouble for your parents." The young man with the headband stopped talking when his parents were mentioned. In the afternoon they had arithmetic class. Gu Jiao sat next to Zhongding as usual. The teacher who taught them was a teacher with the surname Gao. Gu Jiao was still dozing off with one hand supporting her head. Zhongding was sure that she didn't hear a single word, so he kindly made a note for her. Of course, he learned from his mistake and used the language of Yen instead of the language of Zhao. "What did you do last night?" Zhongding asked Gu Jiao after class. "Nothing," Gu Jiao said. "Here you are." Zhongding handed the note to Gu Jiao. "Don't do this next time. Teacher Gao is one of the strictest teachers in the academy. He sets tests every month. If you don't pass the tests, you'll be miserable." "Got it?" Gu Jiao yawned and took the note. She packed up and prepared to leave. Zhongding was still working on the questions. "You got the 3rd question wrong." Gu Jiao stood up and said casually. Zhongding was stunned. He looked at Gu Jiao and then looked around. Are you talking to me? The correct number is 19. Gu Jiao didn't even look as she grabbed her bag and left. How can it be 19? Isn't it 17? Did you look at the questions? You're just talking nonsense. Zhong Ding didn't believe her. How could someone who dozed off during class know how to answer the questions? After dinner, Gu Jiao decided to go into the inner city again. Madame Nan said, "The inner city has a curfew. Why don't you wait for the limelight to pass?" Gu Jiao said, "I don't know when this limelight will pass. Yan's condition can't wait." In fact, Madame Nan felt that after asking so many medical centers, they didn't have the operating room that Gu Jiao needed. The operating room probably didn't exist at all. However, Gu Jiao's unyielding tenacity made Madame Nan unable to say it no matter what. Some people accept their fate, some people don't. Gu Jiao belonged to the category of people who not only didn't accept their fate, but also wanted to snatch it from the heavens. "Be careful," Madame Nan reminded her. "I will." Gu Jiao changed her clothes and let Gu Shaoshun send her to the inner city gate. "This child." Master Lu sighed. Madame Nan said, "It reminds me of someone." Master Lu, "Who?" Madame Nan, "Duke." "You mean Dukin?" Master Lu's face darkened. "Why do you keep mentioning him recently? If you keep doing this, I'll get angry." Madame Nan looked at him angrily. "I just feel that Jiao Jiao's stubbornness is the same as Dukin when he was young. Do you still remember the marriage between Duke N and Miss Xinyuan?" Master Lu said angrily, "I'm not from Yen and I didn't live in Yen for so many years like you. How can I remember?" Madame Nan glared at him in annoyance and amusement. "Miss Xinyuan once said to Dukin, 'You can't lift a shoulder or pick a hand, you can't even take one move from me.' My father said, if the daughter of our Xinyuan family wants to marry, she should marry the bravest and most skilled man in the world." Master Lu was puzzled. "Then why did she still marry Dukin?" Madame Nan smiled. "Yes, she still married him. Everyone thought it was impossible, but Dukin didn't give up. Jiao Jiao is the same." Master Lu pondered for a moment. "But I think treating Yan's illness is more difficult than Dukin's marriage to the Xinyuan family's daughter." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Dukin only stole his daughter from Xinyuan Li, but Jiao Jiao had to steal someone from the king of hell. Madame Nan sighed. "Isn't that so? Moreover, Jiao Jiao has no relatives in the Yen kingdom, it's really hard for her." After entering the inner city, the inspection was even stricter. Gu Jiao didn't choose to hang at the bottom of the carriage this time. Instead, she found a box to hide in and covered it with silk cloth. "Stop." When they arrived at the gate of the inner city, the carriage was stopped by the city guards. The guards not only checked from top to bottom, they didn't even let the bottom of the carriage go. They also opened every box and confirmed that there was indeed cloth inside before letting them go. After the carriage stopped, the coachman called for people to unload the goods. Gu Jiao took the opportunity to come out of the box. She looked around and was suddenly confused. Why did she come to Duke An's residence again? "Okay, you guys, move the top 2 boxes of silk cloth to second Madame's courtyard." "Yes." "Send the rest of the silk cloth and jewelry to Miss Mu. She did a good job in treating Dukin. These were all bought by second Madame as a reward." "We understand." As the conversation got closer, Gu Jiao walked out from the other side. Suddenly, a black shadow swept past from the bushes not far away. It was extremely fast. If Gu Jiao wasn't coincidentally nearby, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. She frowned and instinctively felt a murderous aura. The black shadow went straight to the southeast corner. That was Dukin's courtyard. Someone wanted to kill Dukin. Mistress Nan reminded Gu Jiao not to get involved with Dukin's residence. Dukin was just a stranger and had nothing to do with Gu Jiao. "Forget it, I don't care. Dukin's residence has its own guards. I don't need to do anything unnecessary." The person's movements were strange. He avoided all the patrolling guards and successfully sneaked into Dukin's courtyard. The servant girl called Lian Xiao sneaked away to play again. Dukin was the only one left in the house. The assassin in gray held a shiny dagger and came to the bed. The cold light reflected from the dagger fell on the High Duke's tightly shut eyes. It was unknown if the High Duke was alerted, but his hands began to tremble. But the assassin in gray didn't hesitate to stab Dukin's heart. Bam! A small figure flashed over and sent the assassin flying with a kick. The assassin crashed into the pillar behind him and fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao did not give him a chance to get up. She kicked him again, causing him to fall to the ground and vomit a mouthful of blood on the spot. The assassin looked coldly at the masked young man who suddenly appeared. He knew that today's assassination plan had failed. He didn't want to fight anymore and jumped out of the window. Gu Jiao picked up the dagger that he didn't have time to take and put it in her clothes. She came to the bed. Although the assassin didn't really succeed, the tip of the dagger still cut the back of Duke An's hand. "You're injured. Let me bandage it for you." There was no one here anyway. Gu Jiao used her own voice. Duke An's fingertips moved. Gu Jiao made a sound and said, "You can hear me?" Duke An's fingertips moved again. It seemed that he could really hear. The patient had already reacted to external stimuli. This was a very good sign. Gu Jiao took out a first aid kit from her clothes. "Then I'll treat your wound. Don't move." She paused and added, "It won't hurt." Chapter 628. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. The Duke was very quiet. Gu Jiao was not sure to what extent his consciousness had recovered. Was he only able to respond vaguely to external stimuli, or was he able to clearly recognize external sounds? To put it bluntly, she did not know if he could understand what she was saying. However, Gu Jiao still treated him as a patient with complete self-consciousness. She rolled up his sleeve and completely exposed the wound on his forearm. "The wound is not long and not deep. There is no need for stitches. I will clean it up for you first and apply some ointment." As Gu Jiao spoke, she used a disposable iodophore stick to wipe the blood from the wound. Then she opened the ointment, dipped it in a little and applied it evenly on the wound. The evening light gathered and the sun was setting outside the house. The Duke's breathing was very even. He did not move at all during the application of ointment. "It's done." Gu Jiao took back the medicine bottle and the cotton swab. The cotton swab was wrapped in oiled paper. She would not throw away all the medical consumables she used. Instead, she treated them as carefully as possible. Gu Jiao planned to leave after saving the man and treating the wound. She took one last look at the man on the bed. His condition seemed to be better than the first time they met. At least his body was not as cold as before. Gu Jiao stretched out her finger and touched his forehead. There was a thin layer of sweat. Gu Jiao pulled his quilt slightly lower and opened the window for ventilation. Then she turned and left. The Duke on the bed raised his trembling hand as if he wanted to grab something. After leaving the Duke's mansion, Gu Jiao went to a few more medical centers. This time she changed her strategy. She did not ask about the operation room. Instead, she asked about the serious heart disease in her family and if there was a cure. She also handed the prescription of Chinese medicine she wrote to the doctor in the medical center. The doctor could roughly judge the degree of the patient's heart disease through the prescription. Experienced doctors knew that medicine could not cure the disease. "I have a prescription passed down from my ancestors. Maybe you can give it a try. I've been a doctor for dozens of years and there's no disease that I can't cure. Bring the patient here for me to take a look someday. This golden core of mine has been passed down from my ancestors. It is guaranteed to cure all diseases and detoxify all poisons. One pill is worth 80 taels. I see that little brother is a kind and honest person. How about this? I'll sell it to you for 50 taels." When Gu Jiao came out of the 5th clinic, it was already completely dark. These people don't know about the operation. Could it be that the Yen Kingdom really doesn't have an operating theater? So, the transmigrated senior is just like me. He's only looking for an operating theater, so he drew a sketch of one? Get out of the way. Gu Jiao muttered in confusion. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the street in front of them. A man in black clothes fell from the roof and fell to the ground. Gu Jiao heard a crisp crack from afar. She didn't need to guess to know that his leg was broken. Not only that, there seemed to be other injuries on his body. Blood was gurgling out of his abdomen. Almost at the same time, a few men in gray robes rushed out of the alley and placed their swords on the heavily injured man's neck. One of the men in gray robes squatted down and checked the man's injuries. He said seriously, "He's seriously injured. He must be operated on as soon as possible. Otherwise he'll die." "Operated on?" Gu Jiao's eyes narrowed. The gray-robed men rushed into the alley from before and carried out a simple stretcher. They carefully moved the heavily injured man onto the stretcher. "Get in the carriage," the man in gray robes who checked his injuries said. They carried the injured man onto the carriage in the alley. Gu Jiao stepped forward and followed. However, as soon as she passed through the alley, her arm was grabbed by a strong hand. Gu Jiao pulled out the dagger almost instinctively. "It's me," the man said. Gu Jiao put down the dagger and turned to look at Mu Qingchen, who suddenly appeared. "Why are you here?" Mu Qingchen asked. "I should be the one asking you that. This is the inner city. Why are you here? Gu Jiao kept the dagger and didn't answer. Mu Qingchen understood Gu Jiao's character. He didn't ask what he wanted to say, and it was useless to ask what he didn't want to say. Also, did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? You dare to follow anyone? Gu Jiao said, that man is seriously injured. I'm just curious how they will treat him. This was the truth. Mu Qingchen said coldly, is your curiosity used on this kind of thing? Gu Jiao said, I'm happy to. Mu Qingchen, can you let go now? Gu Jiao looked at his hand that was holding her arm. Mu Qingchen put down his hand and glanced at Gu Jiao. He turned and walked forward, I'm going out of the city. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and followed Mu Qingchen into his carriage. Out of the city. Mu Qingchen said. The coachman was confused. Didn't they just come back? Why did they have to go out again? The coachman turned the carriage around and went out of the city slowly. Did you catch the assassin in the crown prince's residence? Gu Jiao asked. Yes, but the assassin committed suicide to avoid punishment. Mu Qingchen said. The battle of the royal family was not rare in any country. Gu Jiao was not surprised. On the other hand, it was the assassin she met in the public house that made Gu Jiao suspicious. The first time she entered the house of High Duke, the house of High Duke scribes had found traces of suspicious people. She once thought that she had been exposed. Looking at the situation today, she was afraid that there was an assassin who wanted to harm High Duke in that day. However, the guards of the house of High Duke found him in time and he escaped before he could kill him. Today, the assassin was more careful and avoided the guards of the house of High Duke. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then took out the dagger from her bosom and threw it to him. Mu Qingchen caught it and asked suspiciously, what is it? Someone tried to assassinate the High Duke. This is the weapon dropped by the assassin. Gu Jiao decided to tell Mu Qingchen the truth. Firstly, Gu Jiao did not feel any hostility from Mu Qingchen when she went to treat the High Duke that day. Secondly, the prescription that Mu Qingchen gave her was for the treatment of fainting. It meant that Mu Qingchen was secretly looking for a doctor for the High Duke. He was not the High Duke's enemy. After hearing Gu Jiao's words, Mu Qingchen's first reaction was, you went to the house of High Duke again? Gu Jiao said, would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence? Mu Qingchen was speechless. What happened? He asked. Gu Jiao told Mu Qingchen about the 2 times she went to the house of High Duke by mistake. Mu Qingchen did not know what to say. No wonder he felt that she was revisiting the house of High Duke when he took her there. It was true. Gu Jiao thought that Mu Qingchen would ask her how she was able to defeat an assassin, but to her surprise Mu Qingchen did not question her skills at all. It was as if he had seen it before. However, Gu Jiao could not remember showing her skills in front of Mu Qingchen. In the end, she could only blame it on Mu Qingchen's disinterest in her skills. Mu Qingchen looked at the dagger in his hand and said, I know. I will inform the house of High Duke and ask them to be more alert. Gu Jiao reached out her hand to Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen asked, what? Gu Jiao said confidently, give it back to me. I snatched it with my own skills. I am just showing you the evidence, not giving it to you. Mu Qingchen was speechless again. There was nothing on the dagger that could prove the identity of the assassin. It was fine to give it to Xiao Lulang. Mu Qingchen returned the dagger to Gu Jiao. I promised someone to take good care of the house of High Duke. Huh? Why did they suddenly talk about this? Are you talking to me? Gu Jiao asked Mu Qingchen. They were not close enough to have a heart-to-heart talk. Mu Qingchen was stunned. He seemed to know that he had said something wrong. He explained, I just thought of that person. Gu Jiao did not want to continue the conversation. However, she looked at Mu Qingchen and asked, is it someone important? Mu Qingchen recalled, it's a little girl. Before she left, she said to me, Mu Qingchen, you have to take good care of my father. If I find out that you didn't take good care of him, I will beat you up. Is she the daughter of High Duke? Gu Jiao asked, oh, is she that arrogant? Mu Qingchen said, she is younger than me but I can't beat her. Even a wolf can't beat her. Gu Jiao thought to herself, even a wolf can't beat me. Then again, this scene was a bit melodramatic. Gu Jiao was not good at dealing with this kind of situation. She felt that if she continued to talk like this, her little toes would dig out 3 rooms and 2 living rooms in the carriage. Fortunately, Mu Qingchen changed the topic. Those people just now are from the State Preceptor Hall. Which ones? Gu Jiao asked. The ones you want to follow. Mu Qingchen said. Gu Jiao was instantly energized. What is the State Preceptor Hall? Mu Qingchen said, the State Preceptor Hall used to be the Imperial Astronomer. After it was taken over by the state preceptor, a new state preceptor hall was built. The state preceptor hall is the most powerful force in Chengdu. The state preceptor is very resourceful and highly regarded by the king. He can carry a sword when he enters the palace. There is no need to inform the king. It was said that the Yan kingdom was just a small kingdom decades ago. One day, a powerful state preceptor suddenly came and presented the king with the 6 ancient books. Relying on the secrets in the books, the Yan kingdom sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Gu Jiao did not know whether these rumors were exaggerated or not. But since Mu Qingchen praised the state preceptor hall for his resourcefulness, could he be the time traveler who built the operating room? Chapter 629. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Once she found him, Gu Yan could have the operation. Gu Jiao said, "Well?" Mu Qingchen interrupted her coldly, "Don't even think about it. I won't take you to the state preceptor hall." Gu Jiao paused. "You can't get in at all, right?" Mu Qingchen was speechless. Gu Jiao basically understood. The hope of Gu Yan's operation was in the state preceptor hall. However, the state preceptor hall was an important place in Chengdu. Even a young master like Mu Qingchen couldn't enter at will. It was good that she knew it was in the state preceptor hall. She would find a way to get there. Mu Qingchen sent Gu Jiao to the gate of Tianqiong Academy as usual. Then Mu Qingchen left. Gu Jiao walked back to her residence. Madame Nan and Master Lu were waiting for her in the central room. When they saw her coming back, they both breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't worry about her today. "Jiao Jiao, you haven't eaten yet, right?" Madame Nan asked. "Not yet," Gu Jiao said. "I'll get it for you." Madame Nan went to the kitchen and brought the food in the pot. "It's been heated for a while. It might not be as good as before." Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. Madame Nan's cooking is delicious." The truth was that Madame Nan's cooking skills were really not very good. However, everyone who had been poisoned by Xiao Yulong's dark cuisine wouldn't think that Madame Nan's cooking was bad. It was summer in Chengdu in May, but it wasn't hot in the morning and evening. Madame Nan was sweating because she was waiting for Gu Jiao anxiously. Now that Gu Jiao was back, her heart was calm and she didn't even want the fan in her hand. She threw the fan to Master Lu and asked Gu Jiao, "How was it? Did you find anything?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "The Grand Preceptor's Hall might have what I want." "Imperial Preceptor Hall?" Madame Nan gasped. Mistress Nan's reaction basically showed the difficulty of this mission. Gu Jiao asked, "Does Mistress Nan know any way to enter the Imperial Preceptor Hall?" In view of Gu Jiao's past behavior, Madame Nan hurriedly reminded her, "Sneaking in definitely won't work. I won't allow you to do so. The Imperial Preceptor's Hall is full of experts. Do you know how the men of sacrifice of the Yan Kingdom came to be?" Gu Jiao asked, "Is it related to the Imperial Master Hall?" Martial Aunt Nan nodded and said, "That's right, it was the Imperial tutor who taught him. Didn't the late Emperor of Zhao country also buy a group of men of sacrifice from Yan country? Those aren't the best suicide warriors. The best ones are in the Imperial Preceptor Hall." If Gu Jiao had recovered her full strength, she might be able to give it a try. But now, it was better to be smart. Gu Jiao asked, "Then how can I get in?" "This." Madame Nan stood up and paced around the room. "Either you pretend to be a disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall and sneak in, or let the people of the Imperial Preceptor Hall willingly take you in. But neither of these two methods is feasible. The first method was easy to be discovered. The second method was almost impossible." Madame Nan sighed, "You go and rest first. I'll think about it tonight. I'll tell you when I think of something." Gu Jiao said, "I'll have to trouble you." Madame Nan said warmly, "Don't treat me like an outsider. It's also my wish to help Yenna recover quickly." In the dead of night, after the children had all gone to bed, Madame Nan changed into a night suit, opened the door and walked out. In the house of Duke Sheng, the glazed candles were shining in the corridor. After Mu Qingchen returned to the inner city, he immediately went to the house of Duke and found Second Master Jing. He told him that when he passed by the house of Duke, he accidentally found a few suspicious people wandering outside. He hoped that Second Master Jing could strengthen the security of the House of Duke, especially Duke An's courtyard. Second Master Jing of the House of Duke didn't doubt Mu Qingchen's words. Although Mu Qingchen's family was against the House of Duken, Mu Qingchen himself had been taken care of by Duken when he was young. He didn't have any bad intentions toward Duken. "Don't worry. I'll personally guard Big Brother's courtyard tonight." Although Second Master Jing and Dukan didn't have the same mother, they were very close since childhood. In his heart, Dukan was like a father. No matter what, he wouldn't let anyone harm his big brother. After Mu Qingchen left, Second Master Jing selected the most powerful men of sacrifice in the house of Duke and to surround Big Brother's courtyard. He himself took a blanket and lay on the ground in front of Big Brother's bed. In his half-awake state, he faintly heard a vague voice from Big Brother's bed. After he woke up, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Big Brother, are you calling me?" He jumped up like a carp and came to the front of the bed. He lifted the curtain and used the weak candlelight to look at Big Brother's thin face. Dukan's eyes were still closed and he was unconscious. He didn't call out to him. However, Big Brother was indeed mumbling in his sleep. This was great progress. Big Brother had been unconscious for so long, but he had never talked in his sleep. Second Master Jing bent down to listen to what Big Brother was saying. In the end, Big Brother only repeated one name in his dream, Yinin. Yinin, his niece who died young, Jing Yinin. At dawn, Gu Jiao woke up from her dream. She sat at the head of the bed in a daze for a while. "It's so strange. I think I had a dream last night, but I can't remember what I dreamed of." She rarely had dreams. What she dreamed of was something that could happen and she usually remembered it. If she couldn't remember it, it probably wasn't something important. Yes, it must be so. Gu Jiao dressed neatly and practiced the red-tasseled spear and whip in the backyard for a while before going to the main room for breakfast. Guyan didn't get up. He always liked to sleep early, so it wasn't strange. However, Martial Madame Nan wasn't there. "Master Lu, did Martial Madame Nan go out?" Gu Jiao asked. Master Lu cleared his throat and said, "She went to do something. You guys eat first. I bought porridge and scallion pancakes at the market. I don't know if they're to your liking." Master Lu eat too. Gu Jiao also ladled a bowl of porridge for him. "This child." Master Lu took it with a smile. After breakfast, Master Lu stayed at home to take care of Gu Yan. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen went to class at the academy. "Sister, did you do your homework?" Gu Xiaoshen asked. Gu Jiao suddenly felt a blow to her soul. She forgot to do her homework again. She hadn't been a student for so many years that she wasn't familiar with her work. Gu Jiao entered the classroom and walked to Zhong Ding's seat. When she was about to sit down, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. "It's you?" Where was Zhong Ding? How did the person in his seat become Mu Qingchen? Mu Qingchen took out a homework book and threw it on the table indifferently. "Here, take it." It was as if he was saying, "You're welcome. It's better than Zhong Ding's." Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. She turned her head and looked around the classroom. Everyone had their heads down and looked down as if they didn't know what was going on. Gu Jiao found Zhong Ding in the last row that originally belonged to Mu Qingchen. She walked over and sat down beside Zhong Ding without saying a word. "Let me copy your homework." Zhong Ding was stunned. He looked at the expressionless Mu Qingchen and then looked at Gu Jiao, who was furious. "You didn't copy young Master Qingchen's homework, but you came to copy mine? Gu Jiao, take it out." Zhong Ding took out his homework resentfully under Mu Qingchen's terrifying aura. Gu Jiao finished copying it quickly. Zhong Ding whispered, "It's not Teacher Jiang and Teacher Tong's class in the morning, so I don't have to hand in my homework." Gu Jiao's face darkened. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The riding and archery class was in the morning. Tianqiong Academy had its own pasture and stable. They had domesticated dozens of strong horses. Their riding and archery instructor was surnamed Wu. It was said that he was once the martial arts champion of the Yan Kingdom. Originally, he held an official position in the imperial court. However, he had no background and didn't like to be involved in politics. Therefore, he resigned and came to Tianqiong Academy to be a martial arts instructor. The students of Mingxin Hall first went to the stable to choose a horse. In principle, 2 people would take turns to use a horse. However, many students of Mingxin Hall had brought their own good horses from home, so the stable had more than enough horses. I don't know much about horses. Can you help me pick one?" Zhong Ding said to Gu Jiao embarrassedly. "I'll pick that one." Gu Jiao pointed to a tall horse at the innermost side of the stable. "It's gentle. It won't throw you off." Zhong Ding still didn't dare to enter the stable. Gu Jiao went in and took the horse out. "Here." Zhong Ding still had a lingering fear. It's really gentle?" Gu Jiao threw the reins to him. "It's the most gentle one here." Zhong Ding subconsciously hugged it with both hands. "How do you know?" Gu Jiao frowned irritably. "Give it to me if you don't believe me?" Zhong Ding hurriedly hugged the reins and turned around. I believe." Actually, Zhong Ding had already felt the gentleness of the horse from the moment he got close to it. His riding skills weren't good and he had fallen off a horse before. Therefore he didn't dare to ride a horse with a strong temper. At this time the rest of the students were almost done choosing. Gu Jiao didn't like to squeeze with others. She waited for everyone to finish choosing and then went to take another horse out. Suddenly someone called her from behind. Xiao Lulang. Chapter 630. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Gu Jiao turned around and looked indifferently at the 6 scumbags of Bright Heart Hall. What's the matter? The square-faced man walked over to her with a smile and said kindly, You just came to the academy so you don't know. The horses in this stable are all leftovers. The horses in the stable next door are the best. Do you want to try them? No, Gu Jiao said. The square-faced man was startled, then smiled sarcastically. You're not afraid, are you? Gu Jiao ignored him. No, why didn't this person play by the rules? However, it was unknown if the heavens were helping them, but the teacher from Gu Xiaoxuan's class changed classes at the last minute and also came to the martial teacher's riding and shooting class. As a result, there were not enough horses in the stable. When the last horse was taken away, Gu Jiao and the other students of Bright Moon Hall could only go to the stable next door to choose a horse. The square-faced man winked at his companions. The few of them understood and secretly pulled open a guardrail, using a hook to hook the reins out. When there were only 2 horses left in the fence, the square-faced man grabbed one of the reins. I want this horse. He took the brown horse away. Gu Jiao looked at the last docile white horse and didn't say anything. She took the reins and walked out. But after taking a few steps she felt that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the sound of the horse's hooves. It wasn't the white horse that came out, but a black horse that had come out from the shadows. There should have been a fence around the black horse, but it had been pulled open at some point. The white horse was trembling with fear. The black horse had a wild murderous aura, and it slowly walked towards Gu Jiao like the king of all horses. Ah! Guess what happened to him now? Was he trampled to death by that horse? The square-faced man was convulsing with laughter in the meadow. It was not a horse that could be used for lessons, but a wild horse that had not been tamed yet. Wu Fuzi specially locked it up and didn't let it eat or drink in order to dampen its spirit. Otherwise it would be very difficult to tame it. But that horse king is so powerful, won't it kill someone? One of his companions asked. The last time Master Wu tried to tame it, did he get hurt by it? Another companion said. Even Wu Fuzi was injured. That weak Xiao Lulang will die miserably, right? If he dies, won't he blame us? The third companion said. The square-faced man felt guilty for a moment, but he quickly waved his hand. How can you blame us? He was the one who pulled the rope. He was also the one who opened the fence. All of you remember this well. Besides, so what if someone died? Who asked him to be so arrogant? A lowly person from a lower country was cooking for him, and he really thought of himself as a dish. Young Master Qingchen took the initiative to sit with him, but he turned around and left. He didn't even let young Master Qingchen sit with him. Does he need to be taught a lesson? The triangular-eyed man said, That's right. He should be taught a lesson. He should know that a lower country person should know his place. Don't be so shameless. What are you talking about? Who wants to kill someone? Mu Qingchen's voice suddenly sounded behind them. They were so scared that they almost threw the reins in their hands away. The 6 of them turned around and looked at Mu Qingchen, who was riding on the Fergana horse. Their blood froze in their veins. But Mu Qingchen shouted. Their legs went weak. One of the students named Sun Peng pointed at the square-faced man and said, It was all Li Hongyi's idea. He was the one who wanted Xiao Lulang to challenge the horse king. Mu Qingchen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The square-faced man said in a trembling voice, I saw how disrespectful he was to young Master Qingchen, so I wanted to teach him a lesson. Mu Qingchen glared at them coldly. Then he pulled the reins tightly and changed the direction of the horse, rushing toward the stable. When he was about to reach the stable, he saw Gu Jiao riding the untamable horse king out. He urged his horse to rush toward Gu Jiao, intending to grab Gu Jiao's reins. Unexpectedly, a delicate voice called out to him, Fourth brother. It was Su Shui. Su Shui was wearing a veil and holding up her pink dress as she ran toward Mu Qingchen. She didn't know anything about danger. Gu Jiao's horse was about to rush out of the narrow path of the stable, and he couldn't save Su Shui in time. There was a blind spot in the narrow path. Gu Jiao didn't see Su Shui, but she saw Su Shui's shadow on the grass. She tried to tighten the reins, but the reins broke with a snap. The horse continued to run forward ferociously. The Horse King raised its front hooves. Su Shui was about to be trampled into a pile of mud. In the nick of time, Gu Jiao grabbed the Horse King's head and threw it onto the grass. One had to know that this was the Horse King. Gu Jiao fell down as well. She rolled a few times to stabilize herself. She knelt on one knee and supported herself with her right hand. She coldly looked at the Horse King that was still untamed. The Horse King stood up and charged toward Gu Jiao and Su Shui. Gu Jiao grabbed the Horse King's mane and flipped it over, throwing it onto the grass again. Su Shui fell down again. The Horse King stood up and so did Su Shui. She raised her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth and smirked. I'm definitely going to have you." Su Shui blushed. "This lecher, what nonsense is he talking about? Who is mine?" Gu Jiao couldn't remember how many times she fell down while hugging the Horse King. The Horse King's eyes gradually retreated, but it wasn't that easy to make it submit. It seemed to be waiting for Gu Jiao to use up all the strength in her body. After all, everyone who had tried to tame it had eventually exhausted their strength before it. Otherwise, Wu Fuzi would not have wanted to starve it for a few days first. It had only been hungry for half a day, so it was full of energy. But the strange thing was that this youth was clearly exhausted, but he could still explode with astonishing fighting strength. The youth's bones seemed to have a will that would never admit defeat. More and more people came to watch. Wu Fuzi looked at the wolf-like youth in disbelief. His heart was deeply shocked. The last time he was shocked like this was more than 10 years ago. The Xianyuan family's children showed him what a true wolf's nature was. In the end, the young wolf defeated the Wild Horse King. Panting, the Wild Horse King obediently submitted to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was also on the verge of death, but she knew that this was only a test from the Horse King. If she couldn't get on the Horse King, she wouldn't have a second chance to tame it. She tightened her grip on the Horse King's mane. Su Shui looked at her trembling body and her heart tightened. She turned to Mu Qingqian. "Fourth brother," Mu Qingqian signaled for her to calm down. Everyone held their breath. They wanted to know if Gu Jiao, who was covered in wounds, could still ride the Horse King. Gu Jiao licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled wickedly. With a nimble flip, she got on the Horse King. The Horse King let out a long neigh, showing its complete submission. The youth had tamed the Horse King and the entire field was in an uproar. Amidst the jubilant cheers, everyone could feel the blood in their bodies surging. Even Wu Fuzi was so excited that his eyes were shining. The Xianyuan family's men were all gone. But Wu Fuzi wanted to say that he saw a new wolf. A young wolf that was about to become the Wolf King. The price to pay for taming the Horse King was terrible. Gu Jiao couldn't go to class anymore. Wu Fuzi had Gu Jiao return to her dormitory first. "Can someone send him off?" "I'll send him off," Mu Qingqian said. Mu Qingqian brought the limping Gu Jiao back to the southern courtyard. Su Shui followed behind them. "What are you doing here?" Mu Qingqian asked at the entrance of the southern courtyard. "This is the men's dormitory. There's no one here anyway," Su Shui said. "Are we in the wrong place?" Gu Jiao looked around the courtyard and asked. Su Shui said, "No, this is the southern courtyard." Gu Jiao was doubtful. "Is this for the people of China? Why was it so extravagant? Was the plaque on the pavilion made of real gold?" Su Shui said, "Why would it be for the people of China? The southern courtyard is only for the people of China." Gu Jiao asked curiously, "Then why am I here?" "Oh, I forgot you're from China," Su Shui said. Su Shui was an arrogant and rude person, but she wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. In her bones, she did look down on the people below her, but Xiao Liulong's performance today was beyond her expectations. Not only did he save her, but he also tamed the Horse King that even the martial scholar couldn't tame. This young man used his strength to win her respect. She decided to allow him to be on equal footing with her from now on. She said, "Actually, there's a person from China living in my dormitory. She's also a new student. She's quite pretty, but compared to me, she's just a little bit worse." Alright, she was much prettier than her. She had never seen such a beautiful person in her entire life. On the first day, she had already surpassed the beauty of the academy's first courtyard, Gu Qingqing. On the third day, she entered the beauty rankings of the Six Nations. The more Su Shui thought about it, the more jealous she became. She began to nitpick. "But she's a little tall. It's hard for a woman to find a husband if she's too tall. Also, she's a little mute and has a little black child who's a burden." In a certain dormitory of the Tsanglan Women's Academy, an adult and a child sneezed at the same time. Gu Jiao didn't like to chat, but Su Shui and Zhong Ding were easy to talk to. Su Shui continued to talk to Gu Jiao. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Su Shui. Since you saved me today, I won't hold it against you for what happened at the relay station last time. Mu Qingchen said indifferently, last time, you were the one who hit him first, but you fell because your skills weren't as good as his, right? Who's the one holding it against whom? Su Shui choked. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen and then at Su Shui. You call him fourth brother. What kind of siblings are you? Su Shui said, biological siblings. Gu Jiao was confused. Then why is your surname Su and his surname Mu? I took my mother's surname, Mu Qingchen said lightly. Gu Jiao said, oh. Gu Jiao only remembered that she didn't bring her key when she arrived at the door of her dormitory. I have it. Mu Qingchen took out a key from his brocade pouch and opened the door. Gu Jiao looked at him with a frown. Why do you have the key to my dormitory? Mu Qingchen said indifferently, because this is also my dormitory. Gu Jiao? Gu Jiao hadn't stayed here before, and it seemed like Mu Qingchen hadn't stayed here before either. She originally thought that it was empty inside, but she didn't expect that the bedding and mattresses were all soft and fine, and all of them were of the highest quality. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You've already made 2 beds. Young Master Qingchen, you take good care of your roommate. Now that things had developed to this point, it would not make sense if Gu Jiao still could not guess. Mu Qingchen must have seen how she saved Su Shui with her silver needles that night, so he opened a series of back doors for her. Fortunately, he was just repaying her kindness. She almost thought that he was interested in her. Gu Jiao took out a bottle of medicine from her pouch. Su Shui said, let me apply the medicine for you. He's a man. Mu Qingchen frowned. Su Shui scratched her hair and lowered her eyes. Mu Qingchen said to Su Shui, you go out first. I'll apply the medicine for him. Gu Jiao said, both of you go out. I'll apply the medicine myself. What a joke. If I can't treat Su Shui, do you think I can treat you? Mu Qingchen wasn't used to having outsiders around, so he didn't suspect anything. He thought for a moment and said, or, I'll call your brother over. Gu Jiao said seriously, no. Let him go to class. I'll do it myself. It's not that serious. Su Shui was shy and had already left. Mu Qingchen didn't want to force Gu Jiao, so he got up and left as well. But the moment he turned around, he suddenly saw a pool of blood on Gu Jiao's bed. You said it's not serious. You're bleeding. Gu Jiao had a lot of scratches on her body and there were traces of blood. But the extent of the bleeding, Gu Jiao followed his gaze and looked over. It wasn't an injury. It was her menstrual cycle. Gu Jiao cleared her throat and said seriously, well, it's not an injury. Mu Qingchen looked at her deeply, as if he was trying to figure out if she was telling the truth. After a while he seemed to have understood something. His eyes moved. You? Gu Jiao facepalmed. Damn, I've lost my virginity just like that. Mu Qingchen's face flashed with embarrassment. I'll get you some medicine. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Mu Qingchen probably ran as fast as a dead horse because he came back in a short while. He coughed and handed the medicine bottle to Gu Jiao awkwardly. You can do it yourself. Menstrual pain medicine? She didn't expect this annoying Mu Qingchen to be such a considerate man. Thank you. Before she could finish her words, Gu Jiao saw 3 eye-catching words on the bottle: hemorrhoid ointment. Gu Jiao. Chapter 631. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. Gu Jiao was in a bad mood. She really wanted to open Mu Qingchen's brain to see what was going on inside. Why did he suspect that she had this disease? Mu Qingchen, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the medicine? Gu Jiao took a deep breath. Yes, thank you. Mu Qingchen was baffled. Thank you. Why are you gritting your teeth in anger? It was not him who made her hemorrhoids attack. Mu Qingchen knew that it was very embarrassing to be found out, so he turned his back to her. By the way, how did you get this disease at such a young age? Gu Jiao's face darkened. Yes, how did I get this disease at such a young age? Of course I have to ask you. Gu Jiao didn't plan to live in the dormitory, so there were no spare clothes in the dormitory. It was inconvenient for her to go out in this outfit. Mu Qingchen sympathized with his roommate's experience, so he generously asked someone to fetch his cloak from the carriage and handed it to Gu Jiao. In the afternoon, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Gao had classes. Mr. Wu took the initiative to ask for a leave for Gu Jiao. In fact, Gu Jiao was more resilient than Mr. Wu thought. After an hour of rest, she was fine again. However, there was a free leave, so it would be a waste not to take it. Gu Jiao didn't have lunch in the canteen. She went straight back to the house she rented. Although she had left, the discussion about her had just begun. In the canteen. Hey, have you heard? A new student came to Mingxin Hall this morning and tamed Mr. Wu's Horse King. What Horse King? It's the wild horse that Wu Fuzi won from a martial arts competition. The dark horse that broke one of Mr. Wu's front teeth. That should be it. Mr. Wu taught it for a long time, but he couldn't do anything about it. Who did you say tamed it? A new student. What is his name? So, Lulang? I've never heard of it. Are there any young masters with the surname Xiao in Xingdu? He's not from Xingdu, he's from another country. Jin Nation? No. State of Liang? It's the state of Zhao. Zhao State? A citizen of a lower country? How could this be? Was there something wrong with the horse? Was he injured by Wu Fuzi? Those who had not seen it with their own eyes would not be able to imagine the scene at that time. Only the students of Ming Xian Hall and Ming Yu Hall had witnessed Gu Jiao training the horse. They were very sure that not only had the horse not been injured by Wu Fuzi, but it had also been beaten up by Wu Fuzi, and had even released some of its anger for revenge. No one present thought that Gu Jiao had won by luck. Gu Jiao didn't beat it up. She just knocked it down again and again until it lost its temper. This sounded easy, but it was no less difficult than these weak scholars becoming the martial scholar. The boy named Xiao Lulang was as ruthless as he could be. He was ruthless to the horse and even more ruthless to himself. Who would dare to provoke him in the future? In short, the people of Ming Xian Hall and Ming Yu Hall did not dare to. The matter did not end hastily at this point. Mu Qingchen handed Li Hongyi and the others over to Wu Fuzi. The 6 of them were first intimidated by Mu Qingchen, and then they were severely shocked by the whole process of Gu Jiao training the horse. How could they dare to lie? They obediently told Wu Fuzi that they had tricked Gu Jiao into becoming the Horse King. Stupid. Wu Fuzi was furious. Thanks to Xiao Yulang's ability. If it were anyone else in the academy, they would have died under the horse's hooves. Wu Fuzi thought of the daughter of the Su family who had almost died, and his back was covered with a layer of cold sweat. This matter could not be tolerated, and Wu Fuzi reported it to the dean. After the dean understood the situation, he suspended Li Hongyi, the instigator of the incident, and severely warned the other 5 people. All of them were recorded with a major demerit, criticized by the whole academy, and punished to clean the latrines. And the letter of repentance, hand it all in tomorrow morning, the dean said sternly. The 6 people left the dean's office gloomily. Gu Jiao knew nothing about the follow-up of this matter. She was leisurely lying on the rattan chair in the courtyard and enjoying the cool air with Gu Yan. The climate in Xingdu was humid than in the Zhao country, and the air was sticky when it was hot. Gu Jiao fanned Gu Yan. How is it? Is it cool? It's cool, Gu Yan said weakly. Gu Jiao touched his neck. There was no sweat, so she put down the palm leaf fan. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Master Lu came out of the backyard with a wood-chopping axe. I'll open the door, Gu Jiao said. The door was unlatched, and the other party probably knocked on the door out of courtesy. Gu Jiao walked over and opened the wooden door. A black horse head came in. Then Gu Jiao saw Wu Fuzi standing beside the horse with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His right arm was hanging on his neck with gauze. Gu Jiao asked strangely, "This is? What's going on?" Wu Fuzi smiled embarrassedly. "You tamed this horse. I discussed with the academy and decided to give it to you as a reward." The truth was, after Gu Jiao left, Wu Fuzi thought that the horse had been tamed, so he ran over to ride it. As a result, he was miserably thrown by it. The dean was also there at that time, and he was almost kicked away by the horse's hooves. If Wu Fuzi hadn't used himself as a shield, the dean would have broken an arm. The dean said that he never wanted to see this horse again. Wu Fuzi didn't dare to see it again. Gu Jiao paused and said, "But my family is poor. I'm afraid we can't afford to raise this horse." They didn't have enough money with them, so they had to be frugal with everything. "I'll pay for the horse," Wu Fuzi said. "Please take this horse." After it was defeated, it lost all its face. It was so angry that it went back to the stable and bullied the other horses. The academy couldn't tolerate it anymore. In the end, Gu Jiao got a horse from Wu Fuzi for free, plus 10 taels of silver for feed every month. When it was close to evening, Madame Nan came back. Madame Nan was wearing night clothes. Master Lu said in the morning that Madame Nan went out to do something, but looking at her clothes, it wasn't a small matter. Madame Nan went into the room and drank a few cups of water. Then she said to Gu Jiao while panting, "Jiao Jiao, I used some old connections to contact the kitchen manager in the State Preceptor Hall. He will come to the house later to discuss with you about going to the State Preceptor Hall." So this was the reason. Gu Jiao looked at Madame Nan and said, "Madame Nan, go change your clothes first. I'll go get some water for you." Madame Nan had been running for a day and a night. She was soaked and didn't feel well. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to get some water for Madame Nan. When Madame Nan finished bathing and changing her clothes, the manager of the State Preceptor Hall also came to visit. He was a fat middle-aged man with a decent appearance. He wore a gray robe similar to the disciples of the State Preceptor Hall that Gu Jiao saw that day. There were some differences in the embroidery on the belt and the cuffs. "This is Steward Liao," Madame Nan introduced. Gu Jiao greeted, "Steward Liao." Madame Nan smiled and said to Steward Liao, "This is my adopted son Little Six." In order to make things easier, Madame Nan tried to explain the relationship between Gu Jiao and herself. Steward Liao looked at Gu Jiao lightly and said, "He's the one who wants to enter the State Preceptor Hall? What is he going to do in the State Preceptor Hall? Don't implicate me because he's doing something dirty." "Why would I?" Madame Nan said pleasantly. "He's just curious and wants to go in to broaden his knowledge. Don't worry, Steward Liao. Just because we came from the same sect, you should trust me." So he was from the same sect as Madame Nan. It was true that they were from the same sect. But in reality, Steward Liao was only an outer sect disciple. He couldn't curry favor with Madame Nan. But as the saying goes, every dog has its day. Now both of them had left the sect. He had entered the State Preceptor Hall and was doing well. But this former direct disciple of the inner sect still had to beg under his name. Because of this momentary sense of superiority, Steward Liao decided that he could help her this once. Steward Liao said in an arrogant tone, "I'll say the ugly words first. I'll only bring you in for a walk. You can't steal inside or do anything that's detrimental to the State Preceptor Hall." Madame Nan smiled and said, "Look at what you're saying. With an expert like Steward Liao watching, what can my adopted son do?" Who didn't like flattery? Steward Liao laughed unscrupulously. Madame Nan took out 2 gold bars from the house and handed them to him. Steward Liao raised his eyebrows and put the gold bars into his sleeves without any hesitation. If he only took the gold bars, it would be fine. But he inadvertently glanced and saw the horse king eating grass in the backyard. He pointed with his hand and said, "That horse, I want it." Madame Nan didn't go to the backyard just now. But now that she looked carefully, she realized that there was an extra black horse in the house. It bullied the horses in the stable and people in the field. But it was very obedient here. Gu Yan could even brush its hair. Gu Jiao didn't tie it up. Perhaps because it sensed that someone wanted it, it stopped eating the grass and walked through the central room with wild and elegant steps towards Steward Liao. Steward Liao looked at the pair of bright eyes and was delighted. This horse has intelligence. The Horse King did have intelligence. And it was extremely intelligent. It walked in front of Steward Liao and slowly turned around. Steward Liao admired its strong body greedily. This was a first-class Horse King. That's it. That's it." Before he could finish speaking, the Horse King kicked Steward Liao away mercilessly with its hoof. "Gu Jiao, Madame Nan." Gu Jiao looked at Steward Liao, who fell outside the door with his tongue out and eyes rolled back. She asked confusedly, "Madame Nan, do you think I can still go to the State Preceptor Palace?" Madame Nan was even more confused than her. "You can go in your dreams." The Horse King didn't know that it had caused a disaster and was still jumping around in the yard. It seemed to be quite proud of itself. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at it with a dark face. "Can't you pretend to leave with him and then sneak back?" It had to be a scheming horse. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and glared at it fiercely. As she glared, she started to feel that something was wrong. The Horse King's eyes started to show a hint of grievance. Then it looked like it was about to cry. Gu Jiao's delicate body shook and her face was full of rejection. "You can't do this. You're a Horse King, not a little princess." "Horse King, sob sob sob." Gu Jiao. Steward Liao was embarrassed after being kicked by the Horse King. His whole body was in pain. No matter how Madame Nan tried to talk to him, he refused to help her. Madame Nan was helpless and could only watch as Steward Liao left. "Gold bar." Gu Jiao called out to him. "What?" Steward Liao frowned and looked at this kid. Gu Jiao said, "You didn't bring it to the State Preceptor Palace. Return the gold bar." Steward Liao. "Very well, You can forget about entering the State Preceptor Palace in this lifetime. Steward Liao gritted his teeth and sat on the horse carriage angrily. He was furious when he thought about what happened today. The coachman asked, "Steward Liao, are we going back to the State Preceptor Palace?" Steward Liao said angrily, "If we're not going back to the State Preceptor Palace, where do you think we're going?" The coachman hurriedly said, "I've said too much." The coachman rushed the horse carriage all the way back to the State Preceptor Palace. "Are you trying to drive me to my death?" The coachman slowed down. "Do you want to walk until tomorrow if you're so slow?" The coachman sped up again. "Do you know how to drive a horse carriage? Do you know how to drive?" The horse carriage finally arrived at the State Preceptor Palace amidst Steward Liao's scolding and fussing. With Steward Liao's status, he wasn't qualified to walk through the main entrance. He couldn't even sit in a horse carriage and walk through the main entrance. When he reached the main entrance, a plain but majestic horse carriage drove towards the State Preceptor Palace's main entrance. Steward Liao's arrogance and annoyance disappeared as he politely bowed to the horse carriage. The horse carriage didn't stop and entered the State Preceptor Palace without any obstructions. The coachman was new and didn't know what was going on. Even the inner disciples of the State Preceptor Palace had to get off the horse carriage and walk. Who had the guts to enter directly from the main entrance in a horse carriage? "Steward Liao, who is that?" the coachman asked. Steward Liao looked at the horse carriage that was gradually driving away and said enviously, "Who else could it be?" "The chess master of the Six Nations, old Mr. Meng. The State Preceptor likes to learn from others. As long as old Mr. Meng is in Chengdu, he will be invited to the palace to play chess every month. Remember to be respectful when you see old Mr. Meng in the future. He is an important guest of the State Preceptor Palace." Chapter 632. The novel will be updated more quickly. Since Steward Liao's method didn't work, Gu Jiao decided to think of another way. The first person she thought of was Mu Qingqian. From what Mu Qingqian said to her that day, she could guess that Mu Qingqian himself couldn't enter the State Master Hall, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to enter the hall. Gu Jiao lay on the bed with one hand behind her head. She looked at the top of the tent and said, "Okay, I'll choose you." The next day Gu Jiao got up early. She went to see Gu Yen first and then went to Tianxiong Academy with Gu Shaoshan. Gu Jiao became famous in the grassland yesterday. As soon as she entered the academy today, she felt the attention from all directions. The people of Bright Moon Hall and Bright Heart Hall had seen her. As for the students of the other 10 halls, although they hadn't seen her with their own eyes, the birthmark on her face was too easy to recognize. There's a red birthmark on the left side of her face. This news spread throughout the academy within a day. Therefore, all the teachers and students in the academy knew her. Among this group of people, some were afraid, some were simply curious, and of course some didn't believe that she was so capable. They just thought that she was lucky and scoffed at her. Gu Jiao didn't care about any of them. She went to their respective classrooms with Gu Shaoshan. The seats in the classrooms were basically fixed, but if they changed privately, the teacher wouldn't say anything. Mu Qingqian hadn't come yet. Gu Jiao didn't know where he would sit. Zhong Ding waved at her from his original seat and patted the stool next to him, indicating that he had left a seat for her. Gu Jiao didn't sit with Zhong Ding. Instead, she chose a seat in the last row and sat down. The seat next to her was empty. Mu Qingqian should sit there. Gu Jiao put away her bag, took out her writing brush, ink, paper and inkstone, and pointed at her classmate in the front row. His classmate turned his head and looked at Gu Jiao nervously. Brother Xiao, what's the matter?" Gu Jiao said, "Let me copy your homework." His classmates. Her classmate handed her homework to Gu Jiao. Yesterday afternoon, Gu Jiao asked for leave. She didn't know what Teacher Gao and Teacher Jiang taught, but she still did her homework. She was a good student who abided by the rules. Gu Jiao finished copying the homework and returned it to her classmate in the front row. "Thanks." No need to thank me," his classmate stammered. Gu Jiao glanced at her. "Why are you so nervous?" "I'm not going to eat you." "Oh, I'm not nervous." "Don't be nervous." Her classmate put away the homework that Gu Jiao had returned. She dipped the brush in ink and put it directly into the homework. Gu Jiao. Originally, there were more people in the class who ignored and looked down on her, but after seeing her tame the Horse King, everyone began to fear her. Zhongding was fine. Perhaps it was because he and Gu Jiao knew each other early and lived in the same dormitory as Gu Jiao's wife's brother. Although Gu Shaoshan didn't live in the same dormitory, they were closer than ordinary classmates. Zhong Ding walked over and leaned on Gu Jiao's desk. He whispered to Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, how did you calculate that the answer to yesterday's question was 19? He didn't believe it at first, but when Teacher Gao checked the answer in class, he knew that Xiao Lulang was right. No, Xiao Lulang didn't calculate it. Zhong Ding whispered, Oh, did you peek at Teacher Gao's answer? Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. Yes, I saw the answer. Zhong Ding was relieved. I knew it. It was such a difficult question and no one in the class could answer it correctly. How did you guess it? Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go sit down. Wait. Gu Jiao stopped him. What's wrong? Zhong Ding turned around and asked. Why isn't Mu Qingchen here yet? Don't you know? Know what? He may not come today. Old Master Meng is playing chess with the Dean in the Immortal Wan Pavilion. Young Master Qingchen went to watch. Which Old Master Meng? The chess sage of the Six Kingdoms? Don't tell me you haven't heard of him. He's from the Zhao Kingdom. Because he's good at chess, the king of the Yan Kingdom made an exception and invited him to live in Chengdu. Oh, this Old Master Meng. Gu Jiao had heard of him before. Old Master Meng rarely goes out of the inner city. Even if he does, almost no one is qualified to play chess with him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No wonder young Master Qingchen went to watch and learn. I want to go too, but I don't dare to skip class. I'll get a demerit. If she wanted a demerit, then forget it. She planned to go to the Immortal Wan Pavilion to find Mu Qingchen. Everyone, Master Jiang went to the Immortal Wan Pavilion. It's Master Wu's class in the morning again. Everyone in the Bright Heart Hall cheered. Gu Jiao roughly understood that Master Wu's class was similar to the physical education class in her previous life. Everyone loved Master Wu's class. Master Wu was a good and considerate teacher. Even though he broke one of his arms, he still took the place of Master Wu who couldn't attend class. Master Wu, can we ask for leave? A student said, we ate something bad. Master Wu waved his hand. Go. Not long after, a few more students came over. Master Wu, we also have a stomachache. Master Wu nodded. Yes, it's approved. Wu Fuzi was a rare understanding person. He had a stomachache because he wanted to watch the chess sages of the Six Nations play chess. Zhong Ding pulled on Gu Jiao's sleeve. Brother Xiao, they're all going. Let's go too? Will we get a demerit? Gu Jiao asked. Zhong Ding hurriedly said, No. Since Master Wu agreed to take leave, we won't get a demerit. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. That's feasible. Zhong Ding and Gu Jiao walked over. Before Zhong Ding could speak, Master Wu said, You also ate something bad? Got it. Go. Zhong Ding chuckled and went to the Immortal Wan Pavilion with Gu Jiao through the academy's back door. The Immortal Wan Pavilion wasn't far. After exiting the back door, they turned left and walked east for a mile. After crossing a street and passing through an alley, they could see the Immortal Wan Pavilion signboard. Only the Tianqiong Academy knew about the chess game between old Mr. Meng and the Dean. Therefore, those who came to watch were all teachers and students of the academy. Most of the teachers went upstairs while the students crowded downstairs. Suddenly, an arrogant shout came from the alley. Don't you have eyes? Why did you bump into me? So sorry? Yes. Can't you speak properly? You're a stutterer. Haha, he really is a stutterer. Zhong Ding stopped and said to Gu Jiao, It's Zhou Tong and the others. Those are the students of the Wuya Academy. Gu Jiao didn't know the students of the Wuya Academy, but she knew the one called Zhou Tong. He was her classmate in the front row. He had just lent her his homework this morning. The one who was pointed at by the students of the Wuya Academy and scolded as a little stutterer was him. Of course, Zhou Tong didn't stutter. He only stuttered when he was nervous. Zhong Ding said anxiously, The Wuya Academy used to be a martial arts club. They focus on the martial arts examination. All their students are troublemakers. They are arrogant and despotic. Our academy is afraid of them. The leading student of the Wuya Academy grabbed Zhou Tong's hair with one hand and lifted him up. He pointed at his shoes and said, Lick it clean. Don't go overboard. Zhou Tong's companion said. A student of the Wuya Academy lifted his leg and kicked his companion who was speaking. With a painful cry, the Wuya Academy student was kicked away by a figure who had appeared out of nowhere. The 4 students of the Tianqiong Academy were shocked. Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao looked coldly at the Wuya Academy student who grabbed Zhou Tong. Let him go. Don't make me say it again. The other party looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe. His gaze landed on Gu Jiao's left cheek. Where did this ugly boy come from? Do you think I'll let him go just because you asked me to? Who will lick him if I let him go? You. You want to lick him? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Jiao said coldly. She lifted her hand and chopped down, hitting the nerve on the other party's arm. The other party's arm went numb and Zhou Tong fell down. Gu Jiao pulled Zhou Tong behind her and lifted her leg to kick the other party's chest. The remaining Wuxia Academy students saw this and attacked Gu Jiao fiercely. Gu Jiao took down one person with one move. In the blink of an eye, the 7 of them fell to the ground and cried out in pain. The Wuxia Academy student who called himself Young Master finally felt a trace of fear. He covered his chest and got up. He glared at Gu Jiao fiercely and stepped back unconsciously. Who are you? You bastard. Gu Jiao grabbed his hair and kneed his abdomen. He was in so much pain that he bent over like a prawn in a steamer. His shoes fell to the ground. Gu Jiao threw him to the side of the shoes. If you want to lick it yourself. Then she said to Zhou Tong and the others behind her, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me. Zhou Tong looked at the Wuxia Academy students who were beaten up in disbelief. His eyes fell on Gu Jiao's cold back and nodded. Good. She's coming. He said to his companions, hurry up. Follow me. They stepped over the bodies of the Wuxia Academy students and quickly followed Gu Jiao. Zhong Ding also followed. The way they looked at Gu Jiao was different from before. They looked at her with admiration and a little intimacy. Zhou Tong kept stealing glances at Gu Jiao. What's the matter? Gu Jiao was impatient. She glanced at him and Zhou Tong's heart almost jumped out of his throat. But when he thought of what happened in the alley, Zhou Tong felt that he should not be so scared. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry. Gu Jiao said, why do you always apologize to people? Zhou Tong said embarrassedly, I was forced to apologize to them. Actually, I didn't step on them. They deliberately stretched out their feet to trip me. The Wuxia Academy students like to bully us. He realized that his words were a little off topic and quickly went back to the topic. I apologize to you because I misunderstood you. He thought that he was the same as the Wuxia Academy students, violent and domineering. But reality proved that he was not. His martial arts were not used to bully people. You don't like to fight, right? You fought with the Horse King yesterday to save Miss Su. You beat them up today to protect us? Brother Xiao, you are a warm-hearted person. Gu Jiao, who was suddenly given a good person card, was speechless. Do you have some misunderstanding about what a good person is? They were delayed in the alley for a while. When Gu Jiao and the others arrived at the Shenhuan Pavilion, the game was already over. Old Master Meng had also left in the carriage. Zhong Ding thought of the missed opportunity to meet Old Master Meng and could not help but burst into tears. I'm so miserable that I couldn't see Old Master Meng. This is the closest I've ever been to Old Master Meng. I won't have a second chance in my life. Oh. Gu Jiao did not care about Old Master Meng. She came to find Mu Qingchen. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingchen also returned to the inner city. Gu Jiao suddenly thought of something. We will be given a demerit for skipping classes. Why won't Mu Qingchen? Did this guy have a special ability to skip classes? Zhong Ding said enviously, although he doesn't come to class he always gets first place in every exam. How can they give him a demerit? 3 demerits and he will be expelled from the academy. He is such a good seedling. Do you want to expel him or not? So the dean specially allowed him to study at home. Gu Jiao asked, don't the other students have any objections? Zhong Ding sighed. If they have any objections they can ask Mu Qingchen to take the exam. So far no one has beaten him. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Is he so good? Zhong Ding wiped his tears and said, but I heard that he is not going back to study this time. Something happened in his family so he has to leave Xingdu temporarily. Gu Jiao was shocked. So, I won't see him for a long time? Then how could she enter the state preceptor hall? It was a dark and windy night. In a corner of a women's academy in the inner city, in a low-key but luxurious courtyard, a little black baby who almost blended into the night, sneaked out with a small bag in his arms. The bad brother-in-law went to take a bath. He wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. He wanted to find Jiao Jiao. The little black baby went through the dog hole, climbed the tree, climbed over the wall, jumped down the tree and climbed down in one go. Finally he got out of the academy. He came to the vast sky, he stood on the quiet street. Jiao Jiao, your favorite little man is here. Squeak. Little black baby fell and fell face first onto the ground. Whoosh, a carriage galloped over. If the coachman had not seen the bag he would have run over it. He quickly pulled the reins and stopped the horse. What's wrong? The person in the carriage asked. "Master, there's a child." The coachman looked for a long time before he realized that there was a child under the bag. The child was too dark. "Go and see," the person in the carriage said. "Yes." The coachman jumped off the carriage and walked toward the child. He wondered if the child was unconscious or dead. Just as he squatted down to check the child's breath, the child suddenly raised his head. "Mother." The coachman was so scared that he ran 10 meters away. The person in the carriage heard the commotion and raised his hand to lift the curtain. "What's wrong?" Xiaohei got up from the ground, picked up the small bundle and hugged it in his arms. He looked at old Master Meng in the car cutely. "Grandpa, can you take me to Jiao?" Chapter 633. Old Master Meng looked at the dark little boy. He looked less than 5 years old. His eyes were big and bright, as if they were filled with all the simplicity and beauty in the world. Old Master Meng was not a compassionate person. Of course, he was not a cold-blooded person who would ignore a helpless child. Under normal circumstances, it was best for him to report such things to the authorities. Old Master Meng thought for a while and asked, "Did you come out alone? Where's your family?" Xiaohei rolled his eyes. "I can't say bad brother-in-law. Otherwise, what if Grandpa sends me back to bad brother-in-law?" Xiaohei hugged the small bundle in his arms and said seriously, I'm going to find my family." "Where is your family?" Old Master Meng asked. "At Tianqiong Academy," Xiaohei said. He knew Jiao went to bad brother-in-law's academy. Bad brother-in-law thought he didn't know what the academy was called. Humph, he was the one who put away the document. How could he not know? Coincidentally, old Mr. Meng had just gone to the vicinity of the Tianqiong Academy and played a game of chess with the Tianqiong Academy's teacher. Old Master Meng couldn't help laughing. He asked the little boy, "Tianqiong Academy is in the outer city. Since your family is in the outer city, how did you get into the inner city?" Xiaohei's eyes darted around again. "Ren Yazi brought me here." Ren Yazi was bad brother-in-law. It turned out that he was a kidnapped child. No wonder he was running on the street so late at night. He must have just escaped from Ren Yazi. Old Master Meng said to Xiaohei, "Get in the car first." Xiaohei hugged the small bundle and ran over. He first threw the bundle up and then he climbed up with his short legs, huffing and puffing. Old Master Meng was amused by his charmingly naive look. "What's your name?" Xiaohei patted the dust off his body and picked up the bundle on the outside of the car. He got in and said to Old Master Meng, "I'm Jing Kong." Mr. Meng said, "Jing Kong. What a special name. Why does it sound like a Buddhist name?" Little Jing Kong climbed onto the bench beside Old Master Meng and sat down obediently. Old Mr. Meng couldn't help but tease him, "Aren't you afraid that I'm also a brat?" Little Jing Kong shook his head like a rattle drum and said seriously, "You're so kind, sage-like and righteous. How can you be a prostitute?" The highest level of flattery was to flatter you with whatever you lack. To be honest, old Mr. Meng did not have the demeanor of an immortal at all, nor did he have a benevolent countenance. He looked just like an ordinary little old man. However, the old man's carriage was obviously very expensive. The child could not afford to sit in such an expensive carriage. Old Master Meng was once again amused by little Jing Kong. Men who had reached the age of knowing their own destiny would have more self-awareness. Even if they were 100 years old, they would still be the same. That was, although they were so ordinary, they were so confident. This little fellow has a good eye. He had the demeanor of an immortal and was full of righteousness. The coachman couldn't bear to watch. "Little fellow, you're black-hearted and black-hearted. How can my master praise you like that? And my master, don't you know what you look like?" Old Master Meng said, "You said your family is in Tianqiong Academy. Is he a student of the academy or?" Little Jing Kong said, "A student." Old Master Meng was confused. "There's a student named Jiao? Wasn't that a girl's name?" Tianqiong Academy was full of male students. Cough. Little Jing Kong regretted his slip of the tongue just now and hurried to remedy it. "Her name is Lulang. Jiao is her nickname." Old Master Meng's mouth twitched. Why would a grown man have such a strange nickname? Old Master Meng thought about it again and finally decided to send the little fellow to the yamen and let the yamen handle this matter. However, since Tianqiong Academy was in the outer city, the yamen in the inner city usually did not handle disputes in the outer city. Old Master Meng lifted the curtain and ordered the coachman who had returned to the outer seat, "Go to the outer city, 3 Flower Street." Tianqiong Academy was on 3 Flower Street. The coachman whispered, "Master, at this time, the inner city gate should be closed, right?" Old Master Meng said, It's okay. Tell them to use the state preceptor's passage. The state preceptor's hall was very powerful and had an exclusive passage at each city gate. As an honored guest of the state preceptor's hall, Old Master Meng could use the passage of the state preceptor's hall if there was an emergency. The coachman drove the carriage to the inner city gate in the south. He flashed Old Master Meng's token and used the passage of the state preceptor's hall to get out of the city. The carriage rushed all the way to 3 Flower Street. Little Jing Kong was very sleepy. As soon as he got on the carriage, he began to peck rice like a little chicken. After pecking for a while, he leaned his head on Old Master Meng's arm and fell asleep. Old Master Meng knocked on the door gently and said to the coachman, "Slow down. He's asleep." "Yes," the coachman answered. After a while, the coachman said to Old Master Meng, "Master, we're almost at 3 Flower Street. Which part of 3 Flower Street are we going to?" "The yamen of 3 Flower Street," Old Master Meng said. "This child was kidnapped by a trafficker. His family must be very worried. Maybe they had already reported the case to the yamen. It was the best choice to send him to the yamen now. What's more, this child was very strange. Old Master Meng always felt that he didn't tell the whole truth. It was better to leave it to the yamen. Old Master Meng's idea was good. However, God's plan was better than man's. A group of robbers appeared in Chengdu, which had always been strict. Old Master Meng, who was in a luxurious carriage and didn't have any guards with him, undoubtedly became the target of the robbers. There were 10 robbers in total. All of them were masked and holding big knives. It was obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. Old Master Meng saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly said to the coachman, "Turn around. Go back." The robbers who were lying in ambush suddenly rushed out. There were 5 of them and blocked their way. "If you don't stop the carriage, we'll shoot," the leader of the robbers threatened. Old Master Meng looked back through the gap of the curtain. These were not ordinary robbers. They were a group of desperados. If they fell into their hands, not only would they be robbed of their money but they would also be killed. Old Master Meng made a prompt decision. "Don't stop. Rush over." Only one of the 10 robbers was holding a bow and arrow. Now that they had turned around, the back of the carriage should be able to block the arrows for a while. Old Master Meng's horses were all good horses. As long as they rushed over, they could get rid of them. The coachman gritted his teeth. "Go." The carriage began to run at full speed. "Boss." They ran away. One of the robbers said. "Ha." The leader of the robbers grabbed the bow and arrow from the hand of one of his men. He aimed at the carriage and shot. What he shot was not the back of the carriage but the wheels. With 2 loud cracking sounds, the wheels on the right side of the carriage broke, and the carriage flipped over without warning. Old Master Meng hurriedly protected the child in his arms. The carriage turned over and the 3 of them fell out of the carriage. Old Master Meng said to the coachman, "Go quickly. Go and report to the yamen." "Master." "Go." "Yes." The coachman took a horse and went to the side of the forest. The leader of the robbers sent one of his men to chase after the coachman. The rest of the robbers rode forward and surrounded Old Master Meng. Old Master Meng fell in a very embarrassing way, but there was no fear in his eyes. He looked at the robbers coldly. "Don't you want money? I'll give it to you. That's straightforward." The leader of the robbers carried a big knife on his shoulder and looked at him carelessly. "I don't want to kill anyone today. Consider yourself lucky. Give me the money." Old Master Meng took off his money bag and threw it to him. The leader of the robbers opened it and looked at it. He immediately said with disdain, "So little." "Boss." The robber next to him pointed at little Jing Kong in Old Master Meng's arms. "There's a child." The leader of the robbers quickly looked at little Jing Kong. Old Master Meng covered little Jing Kong with his sleeves. The robber said, "It's a boy. Do you remember that person? Didn't he always want a son? Let's sell this boy to him." The leader of the robbers frowned and said, "It's so black. Can we sell it?" The robber laughed and said, "It'll be white after we wash it." "That's fine. It's better than nothing." The leader of the robbers pointed at Old Master Meng with a long knife and said, "Bring him here." Old Master Meng protected little Jing Kong and said, "If you want money, I have it at home. Follow me to get it." The leader of the robbers sneered and said, "Do I look so easy to fool? Follow you to get it? Wait for the authorities to find us?" He pointed at the robber next to him. "Bring the child here." "Yes." The robber got off the horse and went to Old Master Meng's arms to grab little Jing Kong. Old Master Meng blocked him with his hand. The leader of the robbers said, Don't break his arm. He can't be sold. Yes, boss. The robber pulled out the long knife at his waist and chopped at old Master Meng's hand fiercely. Since he couldn't take the young one, he would chop the old one. Anyway, the old one couldn't be sold for money. Just as the long saber was about to fall, an austere eagle's cry suddenly came from the sky. Before anyone could react to where the eagle's cry came from, they saw a black shadow swooping down from the night sky. Like a black lightning bolt, it whizzed towards the man holding the saber. In the next second, the handle of his knife fell. He covered his eyes and fell to the ground. My eyes? The gerfalcon pecked out one of his eyes. Seeing this, the leader of the robbers pulled his bow and arrow and aimed at the gerfalcon. At this moment, little Jing Kong woke up. He opened his eyes and saw that someone was going to shoot little Nine. He jumped up and said, "Don't shoot little Nine. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Who would listen to a child's words? The leader of the robbers pulled his bow fully. Little Jing Kong took out the black fire pearl stolen from his bad brother-in-law and threw it out. With a bang, the air was filled with the strong smell of sulfur. Little Jing Kong looked at the leader of the robbers, who was unharmed. "You threw it in the wrong direction." Old Master Meng, who was turned into charcoal by the explosion, spat out a mouthful of black smoke expressionlessly. "Oh, my bad, my bad." Little Jing Kong scratched his little head and took out another black fire pearl. Then he blew little Nine up. Little Nine's feathers turned into mush. Jia. Little Jing Kong took out the third black fire pearl and blew himself up. Little Jing Kong, who was spitting out black smoke, was speechless. Ha 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 ha. The robbers had never seen such a stupid kid. They were all convulsing with laughter. With a thud, one of the robbers fell from the horse and fell to the ground. Thud. Another robber fell down with a smile. Thud, thud, thud. Finally, the robbers realized that something was wrong. One of the robbers quickly covered his nose with his arm. Oh no, there's sleeping gas. The black fire pearl that Gu Jiao customized for Xiaoheng wasn't very powerful. It wouldn't kill anyone, but it was mixed with sleeping gas, which could quickly make the robbers lose their ability to move. This sleeping gas was indiscriminate, and it was also effective on the robbers. Xiaoheng had the antidote in his hands. Unfortunately, little Jing Kong didn't know that he only stole the black fire pearl. All the robbers were knocked out. Old Master Meng was also knocked out. This sleeping gas was only effective on humans. Little Nine didn't fall. Little Jing Kong didn't fall either. Little Jing Kong scratched his head. Why did they all fall? He skipped to Old Master Meng and squatted down. Grandpa, Grandpa. Even the robbers couldn't resist its effects. Old Master Meng wouldn't have any reaction. Little Jing Kong sighed. Forget it. I'll go find Jiao Jiao myself. Old Master Meng was a good person. He wouldn't leave him alone. Jiao Jiao's medical skills were excellent. He would take Old Master Meng to find Jiao Jiao. He grabbed Old Master Meng's collar as if he was holding a sack and walked forward silently. Little Nine, let's go. If Gu Jiao were here, she would be very surprised. Little Jing Kong was much stronger than before. He didn't need to exert any effort to drag Old Master Meng. Little Jing Kong didn't know the exact location of Tianxiong Academy. He could only walk forward aimlessly. He walked through the quiet streets and dark alleys. The light in his heart guided him to walk forward bit by bit with determination. He didn't know how long he had walked. He was tired, hungry, and sleepy. He grabbed Old Master Meng and yawned. Jiao Jiao, where are you? He really couldn't walk anymore. His calves and legs were no longer his. His hands were sore. He wanted to Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Jing Kong? Chapter 634. The novel will be updated faster. All the novels that can't be found on the internet will be available here. Little Jing Kong's little body froze. He opened his eyes wide and turned around, looking at her in a daze. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong, who had been looking for her all the way, suddenly felt extremely wronged. He cried out loudly, Jiao Jiao. It's really you. Gu Jiao walked over, squatted down and held the little guy in her arms. Gu Jiao didn't dare to recognize him just now because this child's steps and figure were similar, but his face was too dark. Her Jing Kong was a fair and tender little boy. How did he suddenly become a little black boy? Little Jing Kong didn't feel wronged when he was alone, but he felt wronged when someone loved him. Little Jing Kong cried loudly, and successfully cried himself into a little rain fairy. Gu Jiao didn't expect to meet little Jing Kong here, or to be exact, she didn't expect little Jing Kong to come to the Yen Kingdom. Little Jing Kong looked very disheveled, and there was a strong smell of sulfur all over his body. At the same time, Gu Jiao also noticed that little Jing Kong was holding up a person. Now she was sure that it was a person. She thought it was a big gunny sack just now. Gu Jiao had too many questions in her heart, but this wasn't the place to talk. She decided to bring little Jing Kong back, but before that she needed to make sure whether it was necessary to bring this person back as well. Who is he? Gu Jiao asked. Old Master Meng's face had already been blown up, and he couldn't even recognize his own mother. Little Jing Kong didn't stop crying and said while sobbing, "He's a kind-hearted grandfather. He brought me to find Jiao Jiao. Then he was accidentally blown up and fainted. Okay, I got it." Gu Jiao brought both of them back. This place was not far from where they lived. It was just across the alley. Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yen had already rested. Master Lu was practicing martial arts in the courtyard while Master Nan was refining poison at the side. Creak, the courtyard door was pushed open. Mistress Nan hurriedly put down the medicinal herbs in her hands. Jiao Jiao is back. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a small swarthy head poke in. Madame Nan was startled. Then she saw a little black baby holding Gu Jiao's hand and walking in. Gu Jiao was carrying a person on her shoulder. Madame Nan stood rooted to the ground in a daze. What was going on? Jiao Jiao went out on a trip, how could he bring two people back home? Madame Nan opened her mouth. Jiao Jiao, call them, Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong called obediently, Madame Nan. Then he turned around and called, Master Lu. Master Lu punched his own face, causing his nose to bleed. Where did this little black baby come from? Why did he speak like little Jing Kong? Wasn't little Jing Kong in Zhao state? He must have seen a ghost in the middle of the night. Madame Nan was as shocked as her husband. Fortunately, she put down the poison in her hands, otherwise she would have put it into her mouth. She looked at the little black baby in front of her who wished he could blend into the night. This is Jing Kong? Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head. Madame Nan. This familiar posture, this familiar tone, it was clear that it was the clear sky. Why are you so dark? Madame Nan finally couldn't help but ask with her soul. Gu Jiao was also curious. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. It's all because of the sun. It was because of the bad brother-in-law. It was so hard to follow the bad brother-in-law all the way. Madame Nan asked again, who brought you to the Yen state? A 5-year-old child couldn't have come here by himself. Little Jiao fluttered his wings and landed on the wall of the courtyard. Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes and pointed. Little Jiao brought me here. Everyone was speechless. Gu Jiao had asked this question on the way. Little Jing Kong even told her about the robbery, but he didn't tell her who he came to the Yen state with. Madame Nan could only give up for now and ask again later. She looked at the person who was carried in by Gu Jiao and asked, this person is? Gu Jiao said, a kind old man. He brought Jing Kong out of the inner city. I'll take him for treatment first. Master Lu came over after dealing with the nosebleed. Let me. Master Lu carried him into the central room and put him on a chair. Gu Jiao went to get a small medicine box. Little Jing Kong was like a little tail behind her. He followed wherever Gu Jiao went. Are you hungry? Madame Nan smiled and entered the room. I'll cook a bowl of noodles. Little Jing Kong played with his fingers and said, I want to eat Jiao Jiao's egg soup. Gu Jiao looked back at the little tail behind her and smiled. I'll make it for you later. Madame Nan smiled and said, I'll go and burn the firewood first. She went to the kitchen. Gu Jiao continued to treat the old man. He was fine except for some scratches on the way back when little Jing Kong dragged him back. The other thing was that he inhaled the knockout drug in the black fire pearl. He would wake up after the knockout drug wore off. Gu Jiao suddenly thought of a question. Little Jing Kong was also blown up by the black fire pearl. He should have been knocked out by the knockout drug. Why was little Jing Kong fine? Besides, where did he get the strength to drag the old man all the way back? Did he become so powerful after learning from Gu Changqing for a few days? Did he awaken some hidden talent? Gu Jiao asked the question in her heart. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and felt that he could answer the question honestly. Little Chick Monkey also taught me Kung Fu. Little Monkey? Gu Jiao was confused. Gu Jiao treated old Master Meng's injuries and put him in the small study. Then she went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of steamed egg with foie gras for little Jing Kong. She also cooked a bowl of vegetable noodles for him. Little Jing Kong ate heartily. Jiao Jiao's cooking is so delicious. Unlike his bad brother-in-law, the food was so bad. It was not easy for him to survive with his bad brother-in-law. Whoa, I'm so pitiful. After little Jing Kong had eaten his fill, Master Lu took him to take a fragrant hot bath. During the bath, Master Lu asked him how he came to the Yen Kingdom. Little Jing Kong was very smart and did not say a word. After the bath, he hugged a small pillow and lay on Gu Jiao's bed contentedly. He rolled here and there. After the third round, he fell asleep. He was exhausted from the night and was snoring non-stop. It was not the hottest time of the day in Chengdu. The night was still a little cold. Gu Jiao went into the room and put a thin quilt on little Jing Kong's stomach. Who brought you here? Gu Jiao murmured. Jiao Jiao. Madame Nan called Gu Jiao in a low voice at the door. Gu Jiao put down the curtain and walked over gently. She asked, Madame Nan, what's wrong? Madame Nan handed a wet brocade pouch to Gu Jiao. I found this when I was washing little Jing Kong's clothes. It was sewn in the interlayer. At first glance you couldn't see it. But when you put it in the water, the dye in the brocade pouch spread. Gu Jiao took the colorful brocade pouch and squeezed it. She said, there's something. She opened the brocade pouch and a folded craft paper fell out. When the craft paper was opened, there was a note. It was written clearly in the language of the Yen Kingdom. My book boy was lost when he was young. If you find him, please send him to the Linglong Pavilion of the Kanglan Women's Academy. We will reward you handsomely. Chapter 635. The novel will be updated more quickly. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Errand boy? Kanglan Women's Academy? The one who brought little Jing Kong to the Yen Kingdom was a woman? Like Gu Jiao, Madame Nan also caught the two important pieces of information. She frowned and said, was Jing Kong abducted? Those who could live in Kanglan College were either female students or female teachers. And Linglong Pavilion sounded like a dormitory for female students, so it was more likely to be a female student. None of the girls that Gu Jiao and Madame Nan knew met this condition. Could it be Imo Chenxue? Madame Nan asked. She had been to Puishui Alley too many times, so she naturally heard of Hua Xiao and Imo Chenxue. Imo Chenxue had been to the Yen Kingdom. But this guess was quickly denied by Gu Jiao. She went to the Yen Kingdom with Prince Consort Huang Fuzheng and sneaked into the Yen Kingdom from the Qin Kingdom. It was not a formal way. She shouldn't be able to enter the academy in Chengdu. If she can't, then Hua Xiao can't. Madame Nan frowned. Can't be Princess Xinyang? Princess Xinyang is a mother. How can she go to the academy to study? Whether she studied or not was secondary. Princess Xinyang was the princess of the Zhao Kingdom. The nature of her visit to the Yen Kingdom had changed. It was a political visit, so there must be rumors in Chengdu. If she visited secretly, she needed to hide her identity. Did she think that she would not be exposed quickly enough if she went to the academy in the inner city? The last and most important point was, Gu Jiao said, if it was Princess Xinyang, Jing Kong wouldn't run away. The little guy even took his luggage and the black fire pearl. It was obvious that he sneaked out in the middle of the night. Black fire pearl, Gu Jiao murmured. The black fire pearl was a hidden weapon that she made for Xiao Heng. How could little Jing Kong have it? Did Xiao Heng also come? No, he couldn't come. She had taken away his admission papers. Therefore, little Jing Kong had secretly taken away Xiao Heng's black fire pearl in Zhao country. Little Jing Kong was extremely daring. It was not something that he would not do. Gu Jiao looked at the note with the words, "My book boy," written on it again. The fact that little Jing Kong could escape from her meant that he was not a good person. Otherwise, would little Jing Kong run away if he was a good person? Little Jing Kong was a good child who knew how to repay kindness. Even his grandfather, who had left the city, was injured. He knew that he had to bring his grandfather over for treatment. If that person was the one who saved Jing Kong would not abandon her. Gu Jiao's mind was already filled with a series of detestable acts of human traffickers selling children from thousands of miles away, hiring child labor, not giving them food or water, oppressing them to death, and beating and scolding them at every turn. Songlan Women's Academy, right? Very good. Gu Jiao clenched her fist and the paper ball turned into ashes. Woman, you will pay the price. Early the next morning, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan knew that little Jing Kong was abducted to the Yen Kingdom. It was Madame Nan who told them. Madame Nan asked them not to ask about it. He didn't mention it at all. I think he was scared and didn't want to recall it. Madame Nan even found a reasonable explanation for little Jing Kong's evasiveness. It was undeniable that Madame Nan had a certain talent in the field of imagination. Oh. Gu Shaoshan agreed obediently. Only Gu Yan had a look of suspicion. That little monk? Was he scared? However, Gu Yan was still very weak. He muttered a few words in his heart and fell asleep again. Little Jing Kong also woke up. He was practicing martial arts in the backyard. After practicing, he sat down and practiced for a while. Gu Jiao already knew that the little chick monkey he mentioned was Marquis Xianping. Gu Jiao was puzzled. When Marquis Xianping was recuperating in the Puishui Alley, he was in a cast. How did he manage to abduct little Jing Kong to practice martial arts? Gu Jiao looked at the vigorous little Jing Kong and then looked at the old grandpa who still hadn't woken up from the knockout drug. But he taught him well. After breakfast, little Jing Kong stayed at home. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan went to the academy to attend classes. In the past, it was Gu Jiao who sent little Jing Kong to school. Now it was little Jing Kong who watched Gu Jiao go to school. He found it quite refreshing. However, he felt lonely after Gu Jiao left. Suddenly, he turned around and saw the big black horse in the backyard. The horse king who was eating grass was shocked. An ominous premonition came to its mind. Another wicked person wants to harm me. Gu Jiao went to Mingxin Hall. As usual, she walked to the last row near the back door. There were basically no people sitting in the last row. If there were, it would be her and Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen didn't come today, but the back row was full. Oh no, there was a seat left. Everyone in the back row looked at Gu Jiao in unison, waved at Gu Jiao in unison, and smiled warmly at her in unison. They even showed their teeth in unison. Gu Jiao, who had recognized Zhou Tong, was unable to recognize him for the whole afternoon. Gu Jiao looked around and found that except for the back row, only the first row was empty. She took a deep breath and resisted the urge to throw out the group of people who came from the first row to compete with her for the last row. She walked over and sat down with a poker face. Gu Jiao raised her hand and was about to ask who could lend her homework when Zhou Tong turned around and put a pile of homework on her desk with a smile. It's all done for you. Gu Jiao was speechless. At noon, Gu Jiao went to have lunch. Brother Xiao, I've got it for you. In the afternoon, Gu Jiao went to shoot arrows. Brother Xiao, I've got the arrows for you. Brother Xiao, I've made the annotations. Brother Xiao, I've got the toilet paper for you. Toilet paper? Why was there toilet paper? Gu Jiao, who wanted to go back to the dormitory and put the cloak back in Mu Qingchen's closet, came out with a gloomy face. Gu Jiao spent an indescribable day in the academy. Dealing with these clingy people was more tiring than attending classes. Finally, when school was over, Gu Jiao's head was smoking. Gu Jiao grabbed her bag and walked out. Gu Shaoshan didn't wait for her. As soon as she walked out of the academy, a carriage stopped in front of her. Gu Jiao didn't pay it any attention. Unexpectedly, a girl in a pink dress jumped out of the carriage and called out to her. Xiao Lulang. It was Mu Qingchen's sister, Su Shui. Gu Jiao glanced at her and continued walking. Your brother isn't here. Su Shui caught up with Gu Jiao. I know he's not here. He's out of Chengdu. I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you. What's up? Gu Jiao asked. Can't I look for you if there's nothing? Su Shui pouted. Why did this line sound so familiar? Gu Jiao looked at her strangely and said seriously, You can't. Su Shui choked and her steps slowed down. Did this person know how to talk? Could it be? Gu Jiao walked in front of her. Gu Jiao was tall for a girl and her steps were fast. Su Shui struggled to keep up. Su Shui gasped for breath. Can't you walk a little slower? I came all the way here to find you. Can't you wait for me? Why are you as unreasonable as my roommate? Gu Jiao stopped. Your roommate? Gu Jiao finally remembered. She looked at Su Shui. Last time you said that your new roommate was a mute and brought along a little black baby? Su Shui nodded. That's right. Gu Jiao paused. What's the child's name? Little Black. Su Shui blinked and sighed helplessly. How would I know his name? Gu Jiao glanced at her. Don't you share a room with them? Su Shui muttered, but I don't live in the academy's dormitory. This was the truth. Her home was in the inner city. Why would she leave the luxurious mansion to live in a dormitory? Was she crazy? As expected of siblings, their habits of not living in the dormitory were exactly the same. Gu Jiao continued, You should know that woman's name, right? Su Shui immediately exploded. Xiao Lulang. You're too much. How dare you ask me about another woman's name? Are you interested in her as well? What are you thinking? I don't even know her. Gu Jiao was baffled. How could Su Shui's thoughts jump around like this? Why would she think of this? Why would she be interested in a stranger? And a woman at that? Su Shui snorted. Then why are you asking about her? I know. Did you also hear about her beauty, so you want to curry favor with her like those lechers? Let me tell you, there's no hope. How many young masters of the country can't even catch her eye? You forget it? What kind of nonsense is she talking about? Gu Jiao said indifferently, I have a grudge with her. Really? Su Shui's eyes lit up and her expression changed. What kind of grudge? Thinking about the oppressed little Jing Kong, Gu Jiao's eyes emitted killing intent. He coldly said, an absolutely irreconcilable grudge. Songlan Women's Academy's Ling Long Pavilion. A certain person fiercely sneezed 3 times. Su Shui happily said, then I'll take you to find her. Chapter 636. Gu Jiao sat in Su Shui's carriage. Su Shui's coachman saw his young miss bring an unfamiliar man into the carriage and couldn't help but remind her in a low voice, young miss, this isn't appropriate, right? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. If master and madam find out, they'll punish you. Su Shui coldly snorted, if you don't say anything, how will my parents know? Or are you planning to betray me and secretly tell on me to my parents? I'm warning you. If you plot against me behind my back, I'll make sure you can't stay in the Su family anymore. The coachman hurriedly replied, this little one wouldn't dare, this little one wouldn't dare. Young miss, don't worry, this little one will keep my mouth shut. That's more like it. Su Shui raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Looking at the tightly closed curtains, she smiled knowingly and lifted her skirt to get into the carriage. She sat down on the bench next to Gu Jiao. She wore a pink and white tunic dress that accentuated her lithe figure and slender waist. Although she wore a veil, her limpid eyes were dazzling and beautiful. Actually, from Mu Qingqian's appearance, one could guess that Su Shui wasn't bad either. However, Gu Jiao wasn't a real man, so he wouldn't drool over Su Shui's beauty. Her eyes were clear without the slightest hint of profanity, causing Su Shui's face to turn even redder. He was a rare gentleman. Being in the same room as her, he didn't have the slightest intention of offending her. The carriage traveled on the wide street with an endless stream of pedestrians. The sounds of hawking could be heard, creating a bustling scene in Chengdu. Young Miss Su, can you walk a bit faster? Gu Jiao asked. If she walked too slowly, it would be dark soon and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave the city in time. Su Shui wished that she could walk a bit slower, but since Xiao Lulang requested, she could only comply. Oh, Ah Fu, walk a bit faster. Yes, young miss. The coachman called. Ah Fu whipped the horse, causing it to gallop. Su Shui's face darkened. I told you to go faster, not this much. I'll deduct your monthly allowance when I get back. The Kanglin Women's Academy was located in the southeast of the inner city of Chengdu. It was one of the 4 prime locations in the inner city and the only women's academy in Chengdu. It wasn't that there weren't any girls' schools in other places, but most of them were small private schools that had a separate class for girls. The last few times she came here, she was either hiding under the car or in the car, or she was being watched. She didn't have the chance to properly appreciate the local customs of the inner city. Today, thanks to Su Shui, she lifted the curtain and looked to her heart's content. The outer city was already bustling and the inner city was even more so. Su Shui saw that she kept looking outside and thought that she was in a hurry, so she said, we'll be there soon. We'll take a shortcut and go around the back door of the House of Duke. We'll be there in less than 10 minutes. Speaking of which, what kind of grudge do you have with my roommate? Of course, Gu Jiao could not say that her roommate had abused her Jing Kong. She only said, anyway, that's what happened. Alright, I won't say it. Su Shui didn't get to the bottom of the matter. After all, she could tell that Gu Jiao really wanted to teach that new beauty a lesson. She wasn't like those playboys outside who said all kinds of things, but in fact they were all there to see the beauty. I believe you, she said with a smile. Gu Jiao was baffled by this sudden belief. Why would Su Shui believe her? The carriage went on for a while before it suddenly stopped. Su Shui frowned and said unhappily through the curtain, what's wrong? Who told you to stop? Young miss. The coachman's voice was not right. Su Shui lifted the curtain and said in surprise, Father. It was a carriage from the Su house that stopped at almost the same time as Su Shui's carriage. The person inside the carriage lifted the curtain, revealing a stern middle-aged face. It was Su Shui and Mu Qingqian's father, Su Yuan, courtesy name Rong Chuan. His sharp gaze swept over the guilty coachman and Su Shui. Su Shui's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly walked out of the carriage and closed the curtains tightly. She stood outside the carriage and said to Su Yuan, "Father, what a coincidence. Didn't you bring fourth brother out of the city? Why are you back so soon? Where's fourth brother? Is he in your carriage?" Su Yuan did not answer Su Shue's question. In fact, there was no need for him to answer. If Mu Qingchen was in the carriage, he would have come out to help Su Shui resolve the awkwardness. Su Yuan's gaze was fixed on the curtain behind Su Shui. Su Shui inconspicuously moved and tried to use her body to block the curtain. This was really a case of giving herself away. "Who is it?" Su Yuan asked in a deep voice. "No, no one." Su Shui hurriedly waved her hand. Su Yuan was a martial artist, so how could he not sense the presence in the carriage? Moreover, Su Shui and the coachman's reactions had already betrayed everything. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and openly walked out. When Su Yuan saw that it was a green-clothed youth, his gaze instantly turned cold. He did not judge people by their appearance, but the arrogance in the youth's eyes made him frown slightly. "Who are you?" Su Yuan coldly asked. "Xiao Lulang." Gu Jiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. "You're Xiao Lulang?" Su Shui hurriedly explained, "That's right, father. He's the Xiao Lulang that I told you about. He saved me from the horse's hooves. Father, you weren't there at the time, so you don't know how dangerous the situation was. Even fourth brother couldn't save me. If it wasn't for him, I would have." Before she could finish, Su Yuan's cold gaze landed on her and she immediately shut her mouth. Su Yuan was very angry that a man and a woman were in the same room. However, no matter how unruly Su Shui was, he still had to teach her a lesson behind closed doors. Su Yuan would not embarrass her in public. However, Su Yuan did not hide his arrogance in front of a commoner. "You're Qingchen's classmate. It was Qingchen who told you to come visit more often, right? Unfortunately, Qingchen isn't home today, so you've made a wasted trip." He did not mention that Gu Jiao had saved Su Shui's life, only acknowledging that Gu Jiao was Mu Qingchen's classmate. Even Gu Jiao sitting in the same carriage as Su Shui was said to be looking for Mu Qingchen. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Shui who was beside Gu Jiao and sternly said, "Why aren't you coming over?" Su Shui bit her lip and slowly jumped off the carriage. She walked over to her father's carriage, looking back every few steps. The servants laid out the wooden steps for Su Shui. Su Shui walked up the steps. "Go in," Su Yuan said to her. Su Shui entered the carriage feeling wronged. Su Yuan continued to look at Gu Jiao and said, "Qingchen isn't home, so I'm sorry for making young Master Xiao come here for nothing. Fu, send young Master Xiao back to the academy. When Qingchen comes back, I'll ask him to invite young Master Xiao to the manor." Su Shui's expression changed. "Father." Su Yuan said sternly, "Fu." Yes. Fu did not dare to disobey Su Yuan's order. He turned the carriage around and drove towards the southern city gate. Su Shui looked at the carriage that was gradually moving away and stomped her feet. "Father, why did you do that?" Su Yuan put down the curtain and sat down opposite Su Shui. "I should ask you why you did that. You're a girl, yet you're sitting in the same carriage as a commoner. What if someone saw you? Don't you want your reputation?" Su Shui snorted. "Father, there's no what if. Those who were more powerful than her wouldn't bother to block her carriage, and those who were weaker wouldn't dare to block her carriage. How could they be discovered?" Su Yuan said sternly, "You're still quibbling. Also, don't mention that he saved your life. He didn't save you, he was just training the horse. Don't you feel ashamed to be associated with a commoner?" Originally, Su Yuan didn't even want to admit that the kid was Mu Qingchen's classmate. However, in order to make it sound reasonable, he had to change the fact that his daughter brought him to the capital and Mu Qingchen invited him to the capital. Su Shui argued, "But he did save me. Father, you don't want to admit it. Do you think my life is worthless?" Su Yuan said seriously, "I'm worried that he'll rely on the Su family. If he uses saving your life as an excuse to stay with the Su family, you won't be able to marry for the rest of your life." Su Shui said angrily, "I didn't want to marry in the first place." Su Yuan's face darkened. "I know that he saved your life. I'll have someone prepare a gift for him and send it to the academy. He should be satisfied with the reward from the Su family. You'd better not make this mistake again. He doesn't have a talisman in the inner city. If the government finds out that you brought him into the city without permission, the consequences will be unimaginable." Su Shui felt wronged. "Isn't the government run by our family?" "You." Su Yuan was furious. What did she mean by the government run by the Su family? Was this girl not afraid of her whole family being executed? Su Shui said angrily, "Grandfather is the governor of the capital. Isn't the matter of Cha Fujia the government's official business? Who would dare to investigate me in the capital? Do they want to die?" This was the truth. But you can't say it. If His Majesty heard it, wouldn't the Su family follow in the footsteps of the Xinyuan family? Su Yuan gritted his teeth. "How dare you say such things? I'm only talking to father. I'm not talking nonsense outside." Who didn't know that? Su Yuan was choked by her words. After a while he remembered what he wanted to say. "Why did you bring him to the inner city?" Su Shui wasn't stupid. Naturally she wouldn't say that Xiao Lulang had a feud with someone. She said, "He's never been to the inner city, so I brought him around." Who knew he'd run into father? Su Shui said. In order to avoid exposing herself, she quickly changed the topic. She turned around. "Father, you're unreasonable. I don't want to talk to father anymore. I want to go back and tell grandfather that father bullied me and fourth brother's friend." Su Yuan said coldly, "What do you mean you and fourth brother's friend? Is he worthy?" Su Shui, remember this. You're the Su family's daughter. You can't lower your status for a commoner. Su Shui was angered to tears by Su Yuan. Seeing his daughter cry, Su Yuan frowned and sighed helplessly. "All right, let's not talk about him. Wipe your tears. Father will take you somewhere." "I'm not going." Su Shui refused without hesitation. Su Yuan said, "You don't even know where we're going and you're saying you're not going?" Su Shui choked with sobs. "I'm angry. I don't want to go anywhere." Su Yuan said, "It's Elder Meng's chessboard." Su Shui's crying stopped. Su Yuan knew that her interest was piqued. He continued, "Yesterday, Elder Meng encountered a group of robbers in the outer city. His whereabouts are unknown. His coachman reported it, but unfortunately, the Yamen only caught the unconscious robbers and didn't find Elder Meng. Some people speculate that Elder Meng might have met with misfortune." Su Shui was stunned. "Then, are we going to burn incense for him?" Su Yuan was speechless. Su Yuan said, "We're going to meet Elder Meng's eldest disciple. That disciple has received Elder Meng's teachings and is second only to him in chess. In the past we wouldn't have been able to meet him. Now that Elder Meng is in trouble and we're helping the chessboard, it's a good opportunity to rope him in. Perform well in a while and try to gain his favor so that he can accept you and your sister as his disciples. Your sister is already there. I'm not worried about her. I'm only worried about you." In the entire family, Su Shui was the one who caused him the most worry. On the other side, Fu was driving the carriage slowly towards the city gates. He wasn't worried that the guards would stop his carriage to check if there were any inner-city Fujia inside. After all, this was the Su family's carriage. Even if they did check it, they would just hand it over to the capital office and have the Su family's old master release it. He just felt a little sorry for the people in the carriage. Today's incident was quite embarrassing. He said sincerely, "Sigh, young Master Xiao, don't take it to heart. The old master's mouth is unforgiving, but he definitely won't mistreat you behind your back. When you return to the academy, you might even receive a gift from the old master. However, let me give young Master Xiao a piece of advice. The Su family's young miss isn't someone you can make friends with. You should give up. Be a sensible person and the Su family will protect you. What do you think?" Young Master Xiao ignored him. The coachman continued, "Young Master Xiao, am I right? Young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao?" Fu felt that something was strange. He turned around and lifted the curtain, only to see that the carriage was empty. The person who should have been sitting inside had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 637. After Gu Jiao got off the carriage, she went back the way she came and arrived at the Zhonglan Women's Academy. Although the Zhonglan Women's Academy was located in the inner city, it covered a large area, at least larger than Gu Jiao had imagined. This brought trouble to Gu Jiao's search. Where is Ling Long Pavilion? She looked around. I can't just ask anyone. The Zhonglan Women's Academy didn't allow outsiders to enter. She was dressed in men's clothing, so her sudden appearance here could easily cause misunderstandings. Fortunately, it was still early, so she just had to search the courtyard one by one. She didn't know if it was because the beauty was too famous, but all the gossip Gu Jiao heard while secretly strolling around was about her. From the information from these people's mouths, the beauty had just arrived in Chengdu. Unlike Gu Jiao, who had become the most popular person in Clearheart Hall in just a few days, this new beauty had become the public enemy of all the young ladies of the Zhonglan Women's Academy. She never invites people to dinner and calculates every copper coin clearly. I've never seen such a stingy person. She doesn't help when we ask her for help. She doesn't lend us anything when we ask her. Stingy. She doesn't allow people to enter her dormitory or touch her things. She has a bad temper. She's so arrogant and always has a cold face. Isn't she just relying on those men to like her? She only knows how to seduce men all day long. Little vixen. But her homework seems to have been praised by the teacher again. Yes. She got first place in yesterday's exam again. I really want to tear her apart when I see her proud look. She has no status and no backing. Can't she use this to raise her value so that she can find a good husband in Chengdu in the future? The entrance requirements of the Zhonglan Women's Academy were very high. Most of the students were young ladies of aristocratic families or extremely talented women. Most of them were married to men of the Yan Kingdom. Therefore, the Zhonglan Women's Academy was also known as the Academy for Brides of the Six Kingdoms. Many young masters from aristocratic families had come here to find beauties from the academy. After hearing so much, Gu Jiao couldn't help but admire the beauty in his heart. How did she manage to pull the hatred of all the students in the academy to the max? Look, someone is sending something to Linglong Pavilion again. It must be for her. One of the female students pointed to a small courtyard in the southeast and said sourly. Gu Jiao looked over. Oh, is that Linglong Pavilion? The few of them left while cursing. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of Linglong Pavilion and walked over. It was neither early nor late. The sun was setting in the west, and the warm yellow light fell on the cornices of the Pavilion of Delicacy. Gu Jiao climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard. There was more than one bedroom in Linglong Pavilion. Gu Jiao followed the maidservants who came to deliver things to a room at the end of the corridor. After the maidservants left, Gu Jiao flashed in. The women's room was more exquisite than the men's room. The room was separated by yellow pearwood cabinets. One of the bed curtains was down and there was a faintly discernible figure inside. There was nothing in the room on the other side. It matched what Su Shui said about her not staying. Very good, it seems to be her. Gu Jiao took out her mask and put it on. She took off the whip at her waist and slapped it on the ground. Gu Jiao coldly said, "Are you coming out yourself or do I have to drag you out? You don't want to come out? Okay." Gu Jiao directly whipped the person out of the curtains. But how was this a student of the academy? It was clearly a fake person. Gu Jiao frowned. Does he know I'm coming to find him? The number one beauty of Zhonglan Academy naturally knew that Gu Jiao was coming to find her. Or more accurately, she was coming to find him. The number one beauty was none other than Xiaoheng, who brought little Jing Kong to the Yan Kingdom. Little Jiao came back with Gu Jiao's headband in his mouth last night. Xiaoheng knew that the little fellow had found Gu Jiao. With the little fellow's nature, he might not tell him. But in order to prevent the little fellow from getting lost, he put the address of Linglong Pavilion in the little fellow's clothes. Therefore, whether the little fellow told him or not, Gu Jiao could find him. Gu Jiao looked like she was going to punish him. The little fellow must have slandered him in front of Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng's teeth hurt. Of course, he was not avoiding Gu Jiao because he was afraid that Gu Jiao would punish him. It was because he did not want her to know that he was the new beauty of the academy. Fortunately, he was prepared. Gu Jiao was in the empty room. While she was thinking about the other party's intentions, someone came from the corridor. Gu Jiao hid behind the rosewood screen cabinet. The door was pushed open and a girl wearing a pink and white uniform walked in. After she entered the room, she closed the door and bolted it. Then she walked to the bed where the fake person was. Gu Jiao sneered and walked out from behind the screen cabinet. You are the student of this dormitory? The young girl seemed to be shocked. She turned around with a pale face and looked at Gu Jiao with eyes full of fear. Gu Jiao looked at her lovely face. She was indeed a beauty, but wasn't it a bit exaggerated? But then she thought about it. She did not see anyone more beautiful than her on the way here. The girl gestured with her hands. She was probably asking who she was. Seeing that Gu Jiao did not answer, she looked at Gu Jiao with pleading eyes. Then she pointed at a table not far away. There was a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. Gu Jiao understood and walked over to sit down. The young girl came to the table. Only then did Gu Jiao notice that her right hand seemed to be injured and was bandaged with white gauze. The girl frowned slightly. She spread out the white paper and used her left hand to write with great difficulty. I am a student of this dormitory. May I ask who you are? Why did you come to my room? Gu Jiao remembered Su Shui saying that she was a little mute. She was not surprised that she answered with writing. "Can you hear me?" Gu Jiao asked. The girl nodded and wrote, "I'm not deaf." Gu Jiao looked at the handwriting on the paper. It was different from the handwriting on Jing Kong's body. But it was not difficult to understand. After all, the handwriting of ordinary people was different. Gu Jiao took out a dyed note from her purse and handed it to her. "Did you leave this?" The girl took it and looked at it. Her eyes lit up and she wrote, "Young master, did you find Jing Kong?" Gu Jiao looked at her excited expression. She did not look like a cruel girl who would abuse children. Gu Jiao was a little confused. "You know his name is Jing Kong?" The girl hurriedly wrote, "He told me. I met him at a dock in the Yen Kingdom. At that time he was alone and pitiful, so I took him with me." "Which dock?" Gu Jiao asked. "Tongqing Dock." The girl wrote. There was such a dock in the Yen Kingdom, but it was not on the road to Xingdu. Why did Jing Kong go there? Who brought him to the Yen Kingdom? I asked him about his past, but he didn't tell me. The girl continued to write. He only said that he was going to Xingdu to find Jiao Jiao. I asked him who Jiao Jiao was, but he didn't tell me. Could it be that Jing Kong was abducted to the Yen Kingdom and escaped by himself? Did he meet this kind-hearted girl after he escaped? She misunderstood him. She did not mistreat Jing Kong. She was good to Jing Kong. As for why Jing Kong ran away, it was because Jing Kong wanted to find her. This wasn't impossible. As for why Jing Kong did not let the girl bring him to find her, it was because she had Xiao Liulong's admission certificate. Her identity could not be exposed. Jing Kong was a smart boy. So, I misunderstood you. Gu Jiao looked at the girl and said. The girl smiled and wrote, "You think I bullied him, so you came to find trouble with me? You care about him so much. Or you to him?" Gu Jiao did not answer her question. Instead she said, "It's a misunderstanding. Sorry for offending you. Thank you for taking care of Jing Kong these days. I will repay you if I have the chance. I'm leaving now. Take care." There was a warehouse next door. Xiaoheng put his ear to the wall next door. He did not heave a sigh of relief until Gu Jiao left after finishing her sentence. He found the girl and told her the lines in advance. He even took into account the difference between his handwriting and hers. Finally he managed to deceive everyone. But he was not as happy as he imagined. Or to be exact, he was a little disappointed. He wanted to see her. He missed her very much. He wanted to settle the score with her face to face. He also wanted to ask her how she was doing these days. He had never missed someone so much. He missed her so much that his heart ached. He was so angry with her, but he was still worried that she was not taking good care of herself. Xiaoheng rubbed his chest, took a deep breath and stepped out of the warehouse. He came to the door of the dormitory. He suddenly regretted it when he remembered that she was here just now. If he had known, he would not have let her go. He lowered his eyes and opened the door. When he saw the figure on the ground, he looked up. Gu Jiao, who had already left, was standing in front of him. She looked at him and smiled. "Lord Xiao, long time no see." Chapter 638. It was as if Xiaoheng had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze in place and it took him a long time to realize the situation in front of him. He lowered his head to look at his flamboyant academy uniform and ran away. Gu Jiao reached out with her small hand and grabbed his collar, dragging him into the room. She slammed the door shut and pressed him against the wall. Then she reached out with her other hand and pushed his back, locking the door. Her movements were smooth and fluid, all done in one go. Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng and Xiaoheng even stopped breathing. Should he say that her movements were too handsome, or that her gaze was too murderous? Xiaoheng's mind went blank. Everything happened too suddenly. Xiaoheng simply didn't understand how she had stayed. She had clearly said goodbye and he had clearly heard her leave. But the truth was that the person who had left was the famous actress that he had invited from the theater. Gu Jiao coldly looked at Xiaoheng, her fingertips brushing past his handsome face. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. Husband's appearance is really pitiful. From now on, should I call husband Lord Xiao or husband Beauty Xiao? Xiaoheng choked and his face flushed red. He looked at her with a resentful expression. You're still angry? Who was the one who drugged me and left me behind? I still haven't settled this debt with you. Gu Jiao's eyes moved. Oh. She had forgotten about this matter. Gu Jiao let go of his collar and began to tidy up his messy clothes. Her eyes immediately became obedient. See, here it comes again. This girl would always pretend to be obedient whenever she was in the wrong. He couldn't forgive her so quickly. Otherwise she wouldn't learn her lesson. If they encountered this kind of situation again in the future, she would still leave him behind. Xiaoheng pushed her hand away and sat down at the table coldly. Gu Jiao blinked and sat down beside him. Gu Jiao went to get the teapot and poured him some tea. It's hot. He quickly blocked Gu Jiao's hand, grabbed the thick cloth on the table and removed the teapot from the stove. After taking it, he realized that he shouldn't have done that. It was as if he had already forgiven her. He quickly put on a cold face. In addition to getting even with Gu Jiao, the other reason was to divert her attention so that Gu Jiao would not notice that he was dressed as a woman. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands and looked at him. Husband, so the first beauty from the academy is you. No wonder even Su Shui was jealous. Her husband was the most beautiful and she couldn't accept any rebuttal. Xiaoheng choked. Fortunately, the sky was dark and there was no light in the room so she couldn't see his red face. Isn't that because of you? He said in a serious tone. Oh. Gu Jiao's lips curved as she stared at him without blinking. Xiaoheng, I'm talking business with you. Gu Jiao, she continued to stare at him. Xiaoheng wished that he could cover her eyes with his hand. Gu Jiao's lips curved slightly. Husband, you're quite charming like this. Could this girl stop talking? If she hadn't taken his admission document, he wouldn't have taken hers. How did you see through it just now? Xiaoheng tried his best to change the topic. Oh that. Gu Jiao said, she said it herself. Xiaoheng was slightly startled. He saw Gu Jiao glance at the note on the table. There were two kinds of handwriting notes on the table. One was obviously written with a crooked hand, while the other was written with smooth and elegant handwriting. Gu Jiao continued, when I was about to leave, a dagger fell in front of her. She caught it with her right hand. She had deliberately dropped the dagger in order to see if her right hand was injured. Xiaoheng frowned. You suspected that she was lying from the beginning? Of course not. Xiaoheng's plan was flawless. Although the girl's personality was slightly different from the rumors couldn't be used as evidence to define a person. Gu Jiao had her own standards and logic, so she wasn't affected by objective facts. Gu Jiao pointed at the dummy on the bed. But why did you put a dummy made of a pillow? Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, just for a bit. Gu Jiao was speechless. Gu Jiao finally understood the whole story from Xiaoheng. It turned out that she also had an admission certificate. She was more and more curious about the white-bearded old monk. He was really a kind and considerate monk. In addition, little Jing Kong didn't mention Xiaoheng because he didn't want to go to school. Little Jing Kong studied in the gifted class. The best gifted class in the Yen Kingdom was in the inner city, just a wall away from the Kanglan Women's Academy. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. How could he play truant at such a young age? Xiaoheng saw that Gu Jiao was shocked by the truth. He sneered. Oh, he's only obedient in front of you. Who knew what kind of little devil he was in private? How's Gu Yan? Xiaoheng asked. Gu Jiao said, he's awake now. He's relying on medicine. I applied for leave for him from the academy. The academy approved it. Madame Nan found a house nearby. Xiaoshun and I don't live in the academy. We go back every night. Hearing this, Xiaoheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know if he was glad that Gu Yan was fine for the time being or that she didn't live in the men's dormitory. Xiaoheng said, well, since you're here, we should change our identities. Gu Jiao asked curiously, why do you want to change it back? Xiaoheng said lightly, why? Do you still want to pretend to be a man? It's improper to hang out with a group of men all day long. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, but your identity is safer. Those who want to kill you won't be able to guess that you'll enter the Yen Kingdom with such an identity. Xiaoheng couldn't refute for a moment because the truth was as Gu Jiao said. He had been in the Yen Kingdom for a long time and hadn't encountered anyone who wanted to kill him. There was even one time when he stayed in the same inn with the Nangong family. But the Nangong family didn't recognize him when they walked past him. His current identity was indeed his most powerful protection. But Gu Jiao understood what he was worried about. You don't have to worry about me. Nangong Li has seen you and knows that you don't look like me. At most, he'll think that I'm someone with the same name or someone who's here to impersonate you. As long as we don't contact each other on the surface and don't have any interactions, people won't think that we've exchanged identities. This era wasn't the information era. News didn't spread as fast as imagined. We'll be careful. We won't be exposed. Gu Jiao said and patted her small chest. This is the best arrangement right now. Trust me. Xiaoheng looked at her deeply and said with a complicated expression, you just want to fight, right? The people of Tinxiong Academy were more resistant to beatings. Gu Jiao looked at him with a pained expression. How could that be? His guess was so accurate. Under Gu Jiao's persuasion as well as holding hands, mainly holding hands, Xiaoheng finally accepted the suggestion of not exchanging identities for the time being. The curtain of night had completely fallen. The two talked and forgot to light the lamps in the room. The room was dusky. Only fragments of moonlight penetrated through the gaps in the window lattice. Unknowingly, the sky was so dark. It turned out that time could pass so quickly when two people were together. It's getting late. I should go. Gu Jiao said. I'll send you. Xiaoheng said. There's no need. I can go out by myself. Gu Jiao remembered the way. Xiaoheng paused and said, I want to send you. Gu Jiao didn't refuse again. The two walked out of Xiaoheng's room. Gu Jiao thought that Ling Long Pavilion was as quiet as his room. When she walked out, she found that Ling Long Pavilion was bustling with noise and excitement. Only his little world was so quiet that it seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. Gu Jiao said, I'll send Jing Kong back tomorrow. Xiaoheng snorted. You'd better let him stay in the outer city. He'll be so annoying when he comes back. His words were full of disdain, but his tone wasn't harsh. Gu Jiao smiled and said, I got it. The two avoided the people of the academy and came to a place where it was easiest to climb over. Let's stop here. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, It's not safe for you to go out like this. Xiaoheng's face darkened. Did she have to rub salt into his wound? Okay, I'm leaving. Gu Jiao stepped forward and jumped over the wall. Her movements were clean and efficient. Xiaoheng was stunned. You're leaving just like that? Wasn't it too fast? Didn't she have anything to say? Eat well, drink more water, and don't flirt with those rich young ladies. Oh. Gu Jiao retracted her leg that had already stepped over. She jumped down and came to Xiaoheng. She tiptoed and kissed his face. Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. I didn't mean that, Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Then you mean this? She stood on her tiptoes again, grabbed his collar and kissed his lips. Xiaoheng's brain exploded with a bang. Gu Jiao gently pressed down on him and then let go of him. Unexpectedly, before her heels touched the ground, Xiaoheng suddenly hugged her waist and pulled her into his arms. Xiaoheng pressed her against the cold wall. He held her waist with one hand and protected her back with the other to prevent the wall from touching her. His longing was intensified by the night. His breathing gradually became heavier. He stared at her with his deep eyes, lowered his head, and pressed his lips against hers in a domineering and gentle manner. Chapter 639. This kiss lasted for a long time and the night seemed to linger. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of kissing could be heard. It was so shy that the full moon hid behind the clouds. Xiaoheng's arms tightened little by little, and their bodies were tightly pressed together. The night wind in Chengdu was slightly cold, and his heart was boiling. He used a lot of restraint to let go of her. His right hand gently stroked her head, and her lips were tender and beautiful. Their foreheads touched and their breaths intertwined. His heart, which had been empty for many days, finally felt a little comforted at this moment. He couldn't help but find her lips and kiss her again. Then Gu Jiao kissed him back. She knew that she had to respond. Xiaoheng chuckled softly, and his strong arms hugged her tightly. He said hoarsely above her head, Jiao Jiao, if you continue like this, you won't be able to leave tonight. Gu Jiao didn't move. But after a while she asked him especially bravely, when will the city gate close? Xiaoheng said, today is Haizheng. Gu Jiao calculated and said, there's still a quarter of an hour. She meant that she could stay for another quarter of an hour. Xiaoheng stared at her and laughed. A quarter of an hour won't do. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Xiaoheng coughed violently. I mean a quarter of an hour? You can't make it. She meant that they could stay together for another quarter of an hour. What was he thinking? Fortunately, she was quick to change her mind. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Just when Xiao Lulang thought that she didn't understand anything, she suddenly questioned him with a scholarly spirit. Is that right? Novices always took seconds. Xiaoheng? When Gu Jiao returned to the residence, the three little boys were already asleep. As usual, Master Nan and Master Lu were waiting for her while doing their own things in the courtyard. Master Nan brewed the poison. Master Lu vigorously performed 2 sets of martial arts before he went to fix the broken tables and stools in the house. Gu Jiao told them about her encounter with Xiaoheng, and both of them were stunned. Was that person Lu Lang? Was he the one who brought little Jing Kong to Xingdu? When they thought of little Jing Kong's pitiful and aggrieved expression as if he had been abducted by a prostitute, the corners of their mouths twitched. How much did the little fellow dislike his brother-in-law? You can't smear my name like this. But when they thought of how Lu Lang had actually replaced Gu Jiao's identity and entered Kanglan Women's Academy, they couldn't help but feel a little amused. Gu Jiao took Xiao Liulang's admission certificate, and Xiao Lulang took Gu Jiao's admission certificate. What kind of huge blunder was this? I think it's a good thing. Master Lu said, aren't there people in the Yen Kingdom who want to kill Lu Lang? They probably wouldn't have thought that Lu Lang was right under their noses. That's true. Master Nan nodded in agreement. Looking at it this way, it was a blunder. It was a good thing for Lu Lang and it was also good for Gu Yan. If the one who entered the inner city was Gu Jiao, then Gu Yan would be separated from Gu Jiao. Now the person who couldn't leave Gu Jiao was Gu Yan. He was in danger and needed Gu Jiao's treatment at any time. Master Nan thought of something and asked, Then why didn't you recognize Liulang's handwriting? Gu Jiao said, he changed his handwriting. The Zhao nation's handwriting was different from the Yen kingdom's. Gu Jiao had only seen Xiao Heng's Zhao nation's handwriting, but she had never seen his Yen kingdom's handwriting. Even if it was the Yen kingdom's handwriting, the handwriting he used to write in Zhao nation was very different from the handwriting he used to write in Yen kingdom. Xiao Heng was a very cautious person. He wouldn't leave any evidence for others to use against him in this kind of matter. What about little Jing Kong? Master Nan asked. Gu Jiao said, go back to school in the inner city. Master Nan sighed, then he will be sad. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the evil hands of his bad brother-in-law, but he was sent back in the blink of an eye. The little guy was going to cry. Gu Jiao could tolerate little Jing Kong's other matters, but there was no room for discussion about going to school. Early the next morning, little Jing Kong received the bad news that he was going to be sent back to the inner city. He held the bowl and felt that the rice in the bowl was no longer fragrant. He asked tearfully, Jiao Jiao, am I still the little boy you love the most? Gu Jiao rubbed his little head, but you still have to go to school. Little Jing Kong cried, boo-hoo, little she will miss me. Who is little she? Before Gu Jiao could ask clearly, the horse king with a small braid and little flowers came directly from the backyard. He picked up little Jing Kong's small bag and put it outside the door. I approve. Tianqiong Academy was on holiday today, so there was no need to ask for leave. After breakfast, Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong into the carriage to enter the city. Gu Xiaoshen sent the two to the inner city gate as usual. Gu Jiao took the inner city seal that Xiao Heng gave her last night and held little Jing Kong's hand as they went to the city gate. The seal was issued by the Kanglan Women's Academy according to the personal documents. Gu Jiao and Jing Kong's names were written on it. Gu Jiao entered the city dressed as a woman and wore a veil, so the city guards didn't see any flaws. After entering the city, Gu Jiao hired a carriage. Get in. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. Gu Jiao said, I will visit you often. Little Jing Kong held the small bag and pouted, I need 2 kisses before I can get in. Gu Jiao kissed him twice. Little Jing Kong then carried the small bag and got into the carriage. Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the agreed place, a tea house near the Kanglan Women's Academy. It was inconvenient for the two to meet in public, so little Jing Kong went in by himself. Xiao Heng was already waiting in the side room on the second floor facing the street. Little Jing Kong went to the side room, opened the window, and leaned on the windowsill to report to Gu Jiao that he was safe. Xiao Heng hugged him with one arm, and his gaze had already landed on the carriage. Gu Jiao also looked at him. The two looked at each other from a distance. The last time they looked at each other like this was when he was paraded on the street as the top scholar. They wouldn't wait too long. After she cured Gu Yan and got rid of the Nangong family, they could walk on the street openly. Miss, where are we going next? The driver asked. To the South City Gate, Gu Jiao said. Is Miss in a hurry? The driver asked. Yes, Gu Jiao said. Then I'll take the shortcut. The driver waved his whip and drove the carriage away. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. Halfway through the journey, the carriage suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Gu Jiao opened her eyes and asked. The driver hesitated and said, Miss, I'm afraid we'll have to change the route. Gu Jiao sensed that something was wrong. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. She saw that something was happening on the street in front of them. The people gathered around and there seemed to be sounds of beating and cursing in the middle of the crowd. Let's change, Gu Jiao said. This wasn't the Zhao country. Her identity couldn't be exposed. It was better not to get involved in this kind of thing. Aya, someone is going to be beaten to death. Just as Gu Jiao was about to put down the curtain, an auntie's voice came from the side of the road. An old man not far from her said, "Who is beating people?" The auntie said, "Who else? The young master of the Nangong family." Nangong? Gu Jiao's hand paused. She lifted the curtain slightly and looked at the auntie on the side of the road and asked, "Excuse me, what happened in front?" When the driver heard this, he put down the whip. The auntie sighed and said, "AI, a few horse slaves drank too much wine and said a few disrespectful words to General Nangong. Young Master Nangong heard them. Young Master Nangong ordered people to beat them up. He said, to beat them to death." Gu Jiao asked, "Aren't you afraid of being held accountable for beating them to death?" The auntie sighed and said, "It's just a few horse slaves. If they die, no one will care." Gu Jiao said again, "Auntie, who is the General Nangong you mentioned?" The auntie said, "Nangong Li Daran. A while ago he returned to his hometown to worship his ancestors. On the way he was ambushed and seriously injured. When he returned to Chengdu he was on the verge of death. Those horse slaves said that he couldn't cure them, which provoked young Master Nangong to make a big fuss. It was Nangong Li who injured Gu Yan. He actually didn't die." A middle-aged man said, "It's not the first time young Master Nangong beat people to death. Last time, the servant of Assistant Minister Luo's family was tragically killed by him. That servant was a good citizen." Gu Jiao put down the curtain and asked the driver, "Where is the Nangong family?" The driver said, "Miss, do you want to go to the Nangong family? The Nangong family moved to a new mansion near the Imperial Palace. If we go with a carriage like this, we will be arrested." Gu Jiao paused and asked, "Is the Nangong family very powerful?" "Very powerful." The driver said, "These years they have obtained military power and are becoming more and more powerful." Cough. The coachman stopped in time. What? If Marshal Xinyuan was still alive, would it be the Nangong family's turn to be domineering? In the past, the Xinyuan family had millions of soldiers. How powerful were they? The Nangong family was just a dog that kneeled and licked the Xinyuan family's boots. After the Xinyuan family's rebellion was defeated, their military power was divided into 4 parts. They were divided between the Nangong family, the Han family, the Wang family, and the Mu family. Among them, the Nangong family contributed the most to the war against the Xinyuan family and obtained the most military power. Chapter 640. Did no one report it to the authorities? Gu Jiao asked. The coachman was stunned. "Miss, they are from the Nangong family. It's useless to report it." "Is that so?" Gu Jiao looked in the direction of the long street and murmured faintly. The coachman couldn't help but look back at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was wearing a veil and her face was covered. Only a pair of calm eyes could be seen. It was a bit offensive to say this, but the coachman had never seen such a beautiful and cold pair of eyes. She looked at the Nangong family without a trace of fear in her eyes. The coachman faintly had an illusion that the girl he was carrying would raise her sword and slash at the Nangong family if he wasn't careful. The coachman was shocked by his own conjecture. Impossible, impossible. Although the Nangong family wasn't one of the top 10 families in Chengdu, that was only because they didn't have a deep foundation. It didn't mean that they didn't have the strength now. How could an ordinary person have the ability to compete with them? "The people from the Duke's public house are here," someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. The incident of the Nangong family beating up the horse slaves ended with the arrival of the second master of the Duke's public house. The Duke's public house was nearby. The second master of the Duke's public house must have returned from a trip and coincidentally encountered this incident. After the two sides negotiated for a while, the Nangong family left. The coachman said, "The second master of the Duke's public house is famous for being a playboy. Only he can stop the Nangong family. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have the guts." Since the incident had ended so early, this Nangong family's young master, Gu Jiao, decided to meet him first. Gu Jiao left the money in the carriage and quietly got off. Then she found a ready-made clothing store and changed into a set of men's clothes that were convenient for traveling. She followed the Nangong family's young master. Her plan could not keep up with the changes. Just as she was about to find a suitable place to ambush, she was suddenly stopped by a carriage. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley. Gu Jiao planned to go around it. Unexpectedly, the person in the carriage lifted the curtain and called out to Gu Jiao in surprise, "It's you?" Gu Jiao glanced at her indifferently and recognized her as Mu Ru Xin, whom she had met once at the High Duke's public house. Gu Jiao didn't intend to pay attention to Mu Ru Xin. She turned around to go around the carriage from the back. However, a maid jumped down from the carriage and blocked Gu Jiao's path. "Stop. My young miss is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Gu Jiao shot a cold glare at the maidservant. The maidservant was so scared that she trembled and took a few steps back to support herself on the carriage. At this moment, another carriage slowly drove over and stopped beside Mu Ru Xin's carriage. The person in the carriage opened the window and asked softly, "Divine Dr. Mu, what happened?" Mu Ru Xin looked at Gu Jiao and said, "We met the doctor that young Master Mu invited from Zhao country." "The doctor that my fourth brother invited?" The young girl was shocked as she leaned half of her body out of the window and looked at Gu Jiao. Beside her, another head also popped out. "What doctor? Let me see. Xiao Lulang." Gu Jiao held her forehead. "Why did Su Shui also come?" The young girl looked at Su Shui. "You know him?" Su Shui said excitedly, "Second sister. He's the classmate of fourth brother that I mentioned to you. He's fourth brother's friend." Mu Ru Xin looked at Gu Jiao. "So he's young Master Qing Chen's friend. I'm sorry for offending you last time." Gu Jiao had slapped her. Although she said those polite words, she might not really think that way. However, Gu Jiao didn't care. The Su family's second miss asked Mu Ru Xin, "Have you met Divine Dr. Mu?" Mu Ru Xin smiled and said, "We met once in the Duke's residence. Young Master Qing Chen brought young Master Xiao to treat the Duke's illness. Young Master Qing Chen had good intentions. I didn't expect that he would be used by someone." "Used by someone?" Is she saying that this young man is using fourth brother to curry favor or bring disaster to the Duke's residence? The Su family's second miss expression instantly turned ugly. Su Shui angrily rebuked, "Clean your mouth. Who's using my fourth brother? Is my fourth brother the kind of person who would be used by others?" Mu Ru Xin choked. The Su family's second miss said, "Third sister, don't be rude." Mu Ru Xin was the disciple of Qin country's divine Dr. Luo. Now, she was treated as a guest by the Duke's residence. Her status wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Moreover, they wanted her to treat old Mr. Meng's eldest disciple's cough. What's so great about him? Su Shui ignored her second sister and lifted her skirt as she ran down from the carriage. She stopped in front of Gu Jiao and asked with a smile, "You also know about medicine? Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" Mu Ru Xin saw that Su Shui was neither cold nor warm to her, but polite to a half-baked quack with a disfigured face. A cold light flashed through her eyes. The Qin country and Zhao country had accumulated resentment for a long time. Mu Ru Xin hated all the people of Zhao country, not to mention that this person had slapped her face. Mu Ru Xin narrowed her eyes and asked, "Young Master Xiao, since you're young Master Qing Chen's classmate, you must be studying at Tianqiong Academy. May I know why you've come to the inner city? Do you have a talisman to enter the city?" Su Shui's eyes flashed. She then remembered that Xiao Lulang didn't have a talisman to enter the inner city. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Mu Ru Xin. What does it have to do with you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Don't be a doctor. You might as well go catch mice. As the saying goes, if a dog catches a mouse, meddles in other people's business. Was Mu Ru Xin calling her a dog? Mu Ru Xin was furious. The Su family's third young miss had previously been indifferent to her, but she hadn't been this rude. It was all because of this Xiao Lulang that she had been going against her in every way, embarrassing her in front of everyone. Mu Ru Xin looked coldly at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't care about Mu Ru Xin at all. She also didn't care about Mu Ru Xin's hostility. She said to Su Shui, "I still have matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. You should also hurry back." Su Shui wanted to say something but hesitated. She turned her head and looked at her elder sister on one side and Mu Ru Xin on the other. It wasn't a good place to talk. Su Shui coughed lightly and said, "When fourth brother returns, I'll go to the academy to see him. I'll also go find you." "Get in the carriage," Gu Jiao said. Su Shui smiled and waved at Gu Jiao, intending to turn around and leave. Mu Ru Xin, on the other hand, calmly moved her fingertips and pinched a broad bean on the table. With a flick of her finger, the broad bean shot towards Su Shui's knee. If it hit, Su Shui would definitely fall into Gu Jiao's crotch. If Gu Jiao saved her, it would be considered as taking advantage of Su Shui. If she didn't save her, it would be considered as not saving her. Su Shui would be bitterly disappointed and the Su family's second young miss would be angry. Whether Gu Jiao saved her or not, it would be a dead end. Mu Ru Xen waited to see Gu Jiao's end, but she didn't expect that even though she was fast, Gu Jiao was faster than her. The moment the broad bean shot out, the silver needle at Gu Jiao's fingertips also moved. The silver needle hit the broad bean and suddenly shot toward Mu Ru Xen. Mu Ru Xen felt a sharp pain in her right shoulder and she fell heavily on the floor of the carriage. The Su family's second young miss wasn't a martial artist, so she naturally didn't see the undercurrent. She only saw Mu Ru Xen suddenly holding her shoulder and falling down. She hurriedly asked worriedly, "Divine Dr. Mu, what happened to you?" "Young miss." Mu Ru Xen's maid walked up the carriage and helped Mu Ru Xen up from the floor. Mu Ru Xen held her aching shoulder and looked at Gu Jiao with cold sweat. "Young Master Xiao, you plotted against me without saying a word. Is this the etiquette of the Zhao people? You plotted against Divine Dr. Mu?" "No." Second elder sister. Xiao Lulang wouldn't plot against her. Gu Jiao picked up the broad bean that had fallen to the ground after hitting Mu Ru Xen. There was a silver needle in the center of the broad bean. Gu Jiao pinched the silver needle. "Mu Ru Xen, remember to wash your hands before plotting against others next time." Su Shui used a handkerchief to wrap the silver needle and the broad bean. There were several kinds of pastries in Mu Ru Xen's carriage. Gu Jiao hadn't touched the pastries in Mu Ru Xen's carriage, but this broad bean was obviously stained with the powder of pineapple cake and chestnut cake. At that time, even the maid got out of the carriage. The only one who could touch this broad bean was Mu Ru Xen herself. Su Shui suddenly understood. She looked at Mu Ru Xen and said, "I understand now. You plotted against Xiao Lulang first." Of course, Su Shui didn't know that Mu Ru Xen was aiming at her. However, her words weren't wrong. Mu Ru Xen was plotting against Xiao Lulang. Su Shui was just a tool for her to use. Gu Jiao came to Mu Ru Xen's carriage and looked at her indifferently. "Just now, I was just giving you a taste of your own medicine." Mu Ru Xen instinctively had an ominous premonition. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a crack, her arm was dislocated by Gu Jiao. "This is a plot." Gu Jiao indifferently withdrew her hand and turned to leave. Mu Ru Xen was originally invited by the Su family's second young miss to treat old Mr. Meng's eldest disciple's cough. However, after such a thing happened, she didn't want to treat anyone else. "I'm not feeling well, so I'll take my leave first. Lu Yao, let's go." "Yes, young miss." Mu Ru Xen's carriage left. Su Shui returned to her elder sister's side and snorted. "Serves you right." The Su family's second young miss frowned slightly. Ever since the Duke An's condition improved, Mu Ru Xen's treatment in the Duke's residence increased by more than one level. Not only did she wear the most fashionable and expensive satin, she ate the most sumptuous delicacies and lived in the most spacious and bright courtyard. Even the daughters of the Duke's residence didn't receive such treatment. Thinking about what had happened during the day, she simply couldn't control her anger. She had long regarded herself as a person of high status. How could she tolerate being humiliated by a person of low status? Lu Yao entered the room and said softly, "Young miss, second madam sent someone to ask when the Duke's medicine will be ready." Mu Ru Xen coldly sat on the chair and looked at her painfully reattached arm. She gritted her teeth and said, "Tell second madam that I'm injured. I'm afraid I won't be able to treat the Duke for the next few days." Lu Yao reported the truth to second madam. Second madam immediately put down what she was doing and brought a 1,000-year-old ginseng to visit Mu Ru Xen. Mu Ru Xen sat on the bed with gauze wrapped around her arm. She said in a haughty tone, "Second madam is considerate. But as second madam can see, I'm afraid my arm will need to recuperate for a while. I won't be able to perform acupuncture or brew medicine. You injured your left arm, not your right arm. Why won't you be able to perform acupuncture or brew medicine?" Second madam patiently said in a gentle voice, "How about this? Give me the prescription and I'll have someone brew it." Mu Ru Xen said, "That's my master's secret prescription. How can I easily pass it on to an outsider?" Second madam wasn't stupid. Mu Ru Xen was obviously able to treat the Duke. She was deliberately putting on airs to discuss some conditions with them. Second madam smiled. "Divine Dr. Mu were famous people. What will it take for you to continue treating the Duke?" "What did she say? Move to Tingyin Pavilion?" "That's right. She said Tingyin Pavilion is suitable for recuperation." In the study room, Second Master Jing slammed the pen in his hand on the table. Ting Yin Pavilion is Yin Yin's courtyard. Even though Yin Yin is no longer here, the things Yin Yin used are still here. She can't even go in to take a look, let alone move in. Second Madam sighed. I knew you wouldn't agree, so I rejected her. Yin Yin was eldest brother's only flesh and blood. Her belongings were eldest brother's life. Second Master Jing frowned. What did she say? Second Madam said, she said it's fine if she doesn't move to Ting Yin Pavilion, but she can't be bullied by others. She wants us to capture the brat who injured her and let her deal with him. Second Master Jing asked, which brat? Second Madam said, Mu Qingchen's classmate. He's from Zhao Kingdom. Last time he came to the Duke's residence to treat eldest brother's illness. But it seems, he's just a quack and doesn't have any real skills. Second Master Jing hesitated for a while before saying, all right, I'll go capture him. As long as she could treat eldest brother, not to mention a person from a lower country, even if it was a person from a higher country, he would still capture him for her. In order to express the importance he attached to Mu Ru Xan, he decided to go personally. Second Master Jing was swift and decisive. After 2 hours he appeared at Tianqiong Academy. With the power of the Duke's residence, it wasn't difficult to find out the address of a student. Soon, Second Master Jing arrived at the residence where Gu Jiao was temporarily staying. Chapter 641. It's here, right? Second Master Jing looked at the wooden door which had some paint peeling off and thought that he was indeed a poor kid from a lower country. Even the place where he lived was so shabby. Second Master, I disdain to bully people from the lower country, but who asked you to overestimate yourself and be the enemy of divine Dr. Mu? For Big Brother to be safe soon, I have to wrong you. Second Master Jing said coldly and raised his hand to knock on the door. This was the self-restraint that was engraved in his bones. But halfway through, he realized that he was here to catch someone and not to invite someone. To catch someone, I have to have the aura of catching someone. Second Master Jing retracted his hand and raised his chin as he majestically pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard. The scene in the courtyard was like this. Gu Yan was lying on a rattan chair to bask in the sun. Old Mr. Meng, who had just woken up from the knockout drug, was also lying on a rattan chair to bask in the sun. One was terminally ill and didn't have long to live, while the other was in a daze as he was still digesting the drug. Madame Nan was refining poison again. But as the saying goes, if one often walks by the river, how can one's shoes not be wet? She sneezed and the poison powder sprayed all over her face. She was successfully poisoned and now she was leaning against the wall and spitting out black blood. Master Lu had just fought with the Horse King and his right leg was cramping. He limped to the front courtyard. Second Master Jing looked at the courtyard full of old, weak and sick people and was dumbfounded. This is too miserable. It made him a little embarrassed to make a move. But then again, where is that kid? Although Second Master Jing had never seen Gu Jiao before, he had heard Second Madam's description. A teenager with a red birthmark on the left side of his face. This courtyard full of old, weak and sick people obviously wasn't him. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Second Master Jing heard a burst of shocking sound. Someone was practicing martial arts and it was a spear. The sound came from the backyard. Second Master Jing couldn't help but look towards the direction of the rear courtyard. He was standing outside the front courtyard and was separated by the entire central room. He couldn't see the entire rear courtyard clearly. Only when Gu Jiao's figure appeared at the back door of the central room could he see her. However, this did not affect the shock that the young man brought to him. He could also tell that the youth's spear techniques were not flashy. Every thrust of the spear was like a swimming dragon, bringing with it the power to pierce through mountains and rivers. All of a sudden, Second Master Jing couldn't move. The youngster's figure only flashed past the door occasionally, but Second Master Jing felt an inexplicable excitement that he hadn't felt in a long time. He completely couldn't explain why. He even forgot that he was here to capture someone, and just silently admired the young man's marksmanship. Gu Jiao practiced the spear skills that the old Marquis had taught her. As she practiced, she suddenly had an idea and used a move that she had never used before. This move was extremely powerful. It actually broke through the target in the backyard and flew towards the front yard. Second Master Jing's pupils shrank. Gu Jiao then realized that there was someone at the door. It was too late for her to draw her bow. She lifted her leg and kicked the quiver, causing an arrow to shoot out. Following that, she kicked her leg and the arrow hit the red-tasseled spear, changing the direction of the red-tasseled spear. The red-tasseled spear whooshed and shot at the door beside Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing touched his cold neck. Just an inch and he would be nailed to the door. The old, weak and sick people in the courtyard couldn't even take care of themselves. After glancing at him, they went to sunbathe, suffer from Alzheimer's, get poisoned and go to fix their legs. Second Master Jing, Gu Jiao walked over. After practicing for so long, she was sweating profusely and her cheeks were flushed. She exuded the heroic spirit and vitality of a young man. Looking at the young man walking towards him, Second Master Jing couldn't help but be absent-minded for a moment. For no reason, the image of his brother-in-law walking towards him many years ago flashed through his mind. At that time he was just a dandy young man in Chengdu who needed to be beaten. One time he was caught red-handed by the eldest son of the Shenyuan family for causing trouble on the street. At that time he didn't know that that fellow would become his brother-in-law. He bragged that he would fight with him for 100 moves. In the end, his brother-in-law really beat him up for 100 moves and he didn't have the strength to fight back. That day when his brother-in-law walked towards him, he had the same look in his eyes, which reminded him of a wild wolf. The fear of being dominated by his brother-in-law surged into his heart. When Gu Jiao came in front of him, his whole body stiffened. "What are you looking for?" Gu Jiao looked at him fixedly and asked. "I'm looking for you. I'm going to catch you so that divine Dr. Mu can vent his anger." "I'm passing by." Second Master Jing cleared his throat and said. Seeing Gu Jiao looking at him indifferently, his heart thumped, looking for some water. Gu Jiao pulled out the red tasseled spear from the door and the door cracked. He didn't know how many times this had happened this month. There were 2 carpenters at home so he wasn't afraid. Gu Jiao took the red tasseled spear and went into the house to pour water for him. Second Master Jing weakly looked at the wooden door beside him. With another crack, the wooden door completely cracked into 2 halves and fell down. Second Master Jing patted his small chest. Oh my god, that gaze was too small. It was like his brother-in-law's. It scared him to death. Second Master Jing's fear towards his brother-in-law was bone deep. God knows how many times he had been beaten up by his brother-in-law. After his brother-in-law died in battle, his hands were trembling when he went to collect his brother-in-law's corpse. He always felt that his brother-in-law was going to come back to life and beat him up before he died. Gu Jiao poured a bowl of cold water and passed it to him. Second Master Jing looked at the broken bowl and curled his lips in disdain. He didn't want to drink at all. But when Second Master Jing met that gaze that was exactly the same as his brother-in-law's, he snatched it with both hands and gulped it down. Gu Jiao saw that he drank it so quickly and asked, "Do you want more?" "Of course not. I'm not here to drink water." "Thank you," Second Master Jing said. After saying that, he hated that he couldn't slap himself. "Jingsheng, oh Jingsheng, you have to be a little more mature. Your brother-in-law has been dead for so many years. You're so timid just because you met someone who has the same gaze as him. Are you still the #1 debauchee in Shing City? Catch him. Tell him that if he dares to offend our Duke's family's godly doctor, he's dead meat." Gu Jiao poured a second bowl of water. "I'm from Duke N's family," he said with a serious expression on his handsome face. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at him indifferently. "So?" Second Master Jing felt guilty. "I heard that you've treated my eldest brother's illness." "Eldest brother?" "So, this person was the one who stopped Nangong Gongzi's violent act on the street this morning?" Gu Jiao thought for a while. "Are you here to pay the consultation fee?" Second Master Jing choked. 500 taels. Gu Jiao said, "Fixed price." Second Master Jing? Second Master Jing walked out of the alley and sat on the horse carriage. He was a little confused. Is there a mistake? I'm here to catch someone. How come I didn't catch him and even lost 500 taels? The coachman ran over and looked behind Second Master Jing asking, "Second Master, where's the person you went to catch personally?" Second Master Jing kicked him on the butt. Of all times he touched a sore spot. "Speaking of which, why do I think of my brother-in-law when I see him? Are you going to burn some paper money for your brother-in-law?" Gu Jiao didn't know that Second Master Jing's heart was complicated and confused. She took the 500 taels and entered the courtyard. Gu Shaoshan came back from grocery shopping. Master Nan and Master Lu were either poisoned or crippled, so she was in charge of making dinner. She planned to stew a pot of pork ribs and was chopping the bones when Master Meng entered the house. Gu Jiao glanced at him. "You're awake?" She spoke in Zhao Nation's language. Master Meng looked at her strangely. After a while he opened his mouth and spoke in Zhao Nation's language. "Girl? It's really you?" When he first opened his eyes he wasn't fully awake. He looked at Gu Jiao and saw that she looked like the girl he used to play chess with in Zhao Nation. but he wasn't very sure. After basking in the sun for a whole afternoon and sweating all over, the effect of the medicine had dissipated. Now he was really sure. "And it's me." Gu Jiao nodded. The next day after washing his face, Gu Jiao also recognized him. He was the old beggar who set up the chess game near the chess club. Gu Jiao went to find him after returning from the frontier fortress, thinking that he had passed away. Gu Jiao spoke to him in her own voice. Master Meng looked at Gu Jiao with a puzzled face. "Why are you in Yan Kingdom?" "Studying?" Gu Jiao asked. "Why are you in Yan Kingdom?" "Begging?" Master Meng said. Gu Jiao, Master Meng, they were all speechless. Master Nan and the others didn't know that Master Meng and Gu Jiao were old friends in Zhao Nation. They only thought that Master Meng was an ordinary old man in Xingdu. After dinner, Master Meng asked Gu Jiao to come to the front yard to play chess. 10 taels per game, Gu Jiao said. Master Meng was stunned. "No, why is it still 10 taels per game?" Gu Jiao hesitated. "Then, 20 taels per game? Maybe the beggars in Yan Kingdom earn more money?" Old Mr. Meng choked. Was that what he meant? With their current friendship, did they still need to talk about money? Master Meng gritted his teeth. I owe you first." He lost his money bag that night and had no money on him. Gu Jiao said, "I'm running a small business. I don't accept credit." Master Meng, are you running a small business? Are you running a business without any capital? Also, girl, do you know who I am? Do you know how many people want to play chess with me and I don't agree? Gu Jiao said again, "If you don't have money, you can pay with other things. Do you have anything valuable on you? Why do you sound like you're robbing me?" Master Meng had already changed his clothes. He was wearing Gu Xiaoshuan's old clothes, but Master Lu didn't throw his things away. He rummaged through a pile of washed clothes and found a brocade pouch. He took out a token from the brocade pouch. Gu Jiao said, "Here." Gu Jiao took it and looked at it. "How much is an iron token worth?" Master Meng said, "This is not an ordinary iron token. It can be used as a talisman in the inner city. Don't you always sneak into the inner city?" He had been unconscious at Gu Jiao's place for 2 days and heard some things. He knew that her brother was seriously ill and she had been looking for a doctor for him. "Oh." Gu Jiao reluctantly accepted it. "Then I'll play a game with you." Master Meng almost vomited blood. The token of the chess master of the 6 countries was only worth 1 game. Chapter 642. After Second Master Jing returned from Gu Jiao's residence, the first thing he did was to ask Second Madam to prepare some paper money for him. He wanted to burn some paper money. Second Madam was confused. "Who are you burning paper money for?" Second Master Jing said, "My brother-in-law." Second Madam choked. "Who are you cursing?" After a pause, she thought of something and said, "No, you only have a younger brother-in-law." "When did you have a brother-in-law?" She was the eldest daughter in the family. She didn't have an older brother, only a younger brother. Second Master Jing straightened his back and said, "My older brother's brother-in-law is my brother-in-law." Second Madam, yes, Second Madam remembered. When Second Master was young, he was a hooligan. Who knows how many times he was chased and beaten by the eldest son of the Shen Yuan family. Later on, when he found out that Shen Yuan Hao was his older brother's brother-in-law, in order to avoid being beaten, he followed suit and called him brother-in-law. In fact, there were so many sons of the Shen Yuan family. Although Shen Yuan Hao beat Second Master the most, he also protected Second Master the most. Therefore, Second Master was both afraid and respectful of Shen Yuan Hao. "Why did you suddenly think of burning paper money for him?" Second Madam asked. Second Master Jing frowned and asked, Don't you think that boy from Zhao country? His eyes look like your brother-in-law's?" Second Madam said strangely, "You mean Mu Qingqian's classmate? That swindling quack?" Second Master Jing nodded. "Wasn't he a swindler? Today he cheated him of 500 taels." "I don't think so." Second Madam shook her head. "How can a person from a lower country look like a son of the Shen Yuan family? It's not his looks, it's his eyes. That kind of murderous look." Second Master Jing tried his best to explain, but Second Madam was still confused. Obviously, she didn't understand what he meant. Second Master Jing waved his hand. "Forget it. You haven't been beaten by your brother-in-law. You don't understand." Of course, Second Madam didn't understand. She was a woman and only saw Shen Yuan Hao a few times. How could she pay attention to his eyes? Second Madam glared at her husband. "I think you're bewitched? Did that brat have some kind of sorcery? Or did you let that brat put the goo in it?" She actually said that the brat's eyes looked like Xinyuan Hao's? How was this possible? Xinyuan Hao was Xinyuan Li's most outstanding son. He was brought along by Xinyuan Li at the age of 7. He entered and exited the barracks and was familiar with the art of war. Gu Jiao murmured. If the token that the old man gave her could really be used as a talisman in the inner city, then it would be much safer than using Gu Jiao talisman. Gu Jiao decided to test it at the inner city gate after school tomorrow. The next day, Gu Jiao got up before dawn and went to the backyard to practice the red-tasseled spear for a while. Gu Xiaoshan only woke up after she finished practicing. After breakfast, the siblings set off for Qinxiong Academy. Their clothes were made. Gu Xiaoshan went to the academy to get them back yesterday, so they changed into Qinxiong Academy's uniform today. Sister, you look so good in our uniform. Gu Xiaoshan walked in front and looked at Gu Jiao as he walked backward. Gu Jiao agreed, I also think I look good. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes darkened. Xiaoshan. It was too late, Gu Xiaoshan had already bumped into them. He was walking backward. In the past there were not many people on this road. Who would have thought that there would be more than 10 people blocking the alley? Brother Qin. It's this guy. A young man with a bruised nose and swollen face pointed at Gu Jiao and said. Gu Jiao recognized him. He was the Five Mountains Academy student that she had beaten into shrimp last time. She had heard Zhou Tong mention him later. This person was called Wu Feng, and he was from Xingdu. He was considered a moderate troublemaker in Five Mountains Academy and had a group of brothers under him. Gu Jiao had never heard Zhou Tong mention this brother Qin. However, it seemed that he was not a kind person. Brother Qin grabbed Gu Xiaoshuan's collar and coldly curled his lips. He looked at Gu Jiao and said, You're the one who bullied my brother? Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently without a trace of fear in her eyes. If you still want your hands, let go of him. Brother Qin laughed mockingly. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Gu Xiaoshuan's stomach. He was a martial artist and used almost 70% of his strength. This punch was enough to rupture Gu Xiaoshuan's spleen. It was just a fight. Even Gu Jiao had not been so ruthless when teaching Wu Feng and the others a lesson. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. Her fingertips moved and a silver needle flew out and pierced his wrist. His arm went numb and Gu Xiaoshan struggled free. Catch him. Brother Qin gritted his teeth and shouted. More than a dozen people in the alley rushed forward. Gu Jiao stepped forward and pulled Gu Xiaoshan behind her. She raised her leg and kicked the person who rushed at the front. He was sent flying and fell on 4 or 5 people. Gu Jiao directly stepped on them. Everyone felt like their ribs were broken. After stepping on them, Gu Jiao kicked Brother Qin, who had recovered, and sent him flying to the wall. He fell heavily on the ground. Gu Jiao walked over and stepped on his chest. He was about to get up, but she directly pressed him to the ground. Brother Qin did not expect this kid to be so fierce. He had brought more than a dozen people, but it was over before it even started. There were still 7 or 8 students from Wuxia Academy left. Seeing this, they did not dare to go forward. They were not new students. They were old students who had studied in the academy for many years. They had always been the ones bullying others. They had never been taught a lesson by a new student. Not to mention a new student from Qinxiong Academy. Qinxiong Academy was a literary academy. It was full of bookworms. Gu Jiao looked at him condescendingly. Do you want your hand or your life? Brother Qin's face was red from being stepped on. He looked at Gu Jiao fiercely. Do you know who I am? My father is from the Nangong family. Crack. Gu Jiao broke his ribs. Say it again. Who is your father? My father is from the Nangong family. Gu Jiao broke another one of his ribs. Gu Jiao's eyes suddenly emitted a biting, cold, murderous aura. She smiled evilly. Say it again. Who is your father? Brother Qin did not dare to say anything. He was scared silly by Gu Jiao. How could a young man who looked less than 17 years old be so terrifying? Gu Jiao looked at the silent crowd and said coldly, Don't you people from Wuxia Academy appear around Qinxiong Academy in the future. If I'm unhappy, I will beat you up like this. After she finished speaking, she stepped on Brother Qin again. Crack. 2 more of his ribs were broken. He fainted on the spot. Chapter 643. These people were stunned by Gu Jiao's actions. Who said that the students of Qinxiong Academy were all nerds and easy to bully. Open your eyes wide and take a look. Is this still a nerd? What kind of nerd would be so ruthless? Wuxia Academy was a martial arts academy and everyone there was a martial arts practitioner. Yet, they couldn't even defeat a freshman from Chenxiong Academy. Where could they go to find reason? After Gu Jiao dealt with these students, she left with Gu Xiaoshan. Sister, will they complain? Gu Xiaoshan asked. Logically speaking, they wouldn't. The main reason was that these people were shameless. If word got out that they were beaten up by a scholar, they wouldn't care about their reputation anymore. Gu Jiao's guess was right. None of these people were shameless enough to spread the news. However, it just so happened that the person they beat up was seen by the parent of a Wuxia Academy student who was passing by. The parent immediately informed Wuxia Academy. Before noon, the dean of Wuxia Academy and 2 teachers brought a few injured students into Chenxiong Academy. Dean Sin of the Chenxiong Academy was on duty and watering his beloved potted peony. When he heard his servant report that the people from the Wuxia Academy were here, his first reaction was, "Our academy students are being bullied by them again?" These people from Wuxia Academy were shameless and tyrannical. There weren't many academies nearby that hadn't been tortured by them. It wasn't that they could bully anyone. No one dared to provoke a noble young master like Mu Qingqian. However, there were thousands of students in the academy. Who could guarantee that every one of them was Mu Qingqian? The servant said embarrassedly, "It seems like our students beat up their students." Dean Sun was speechless. This was the first time Dean Wu of Wuxia Academy encountered such a situation. Usually it was others who complained to their academy. Today the tables had turned. They actually went to complain to others. In Dean Sin's duty room, Dean Wu let Dean Sin and the other teachers of the Chenxiong Academy who didn't have classes in the morning take a look at the 8 students he had brought. These 8 students were all involved in the fight in the morning. Without exception, their faces were all bruised and swollen. One of them was seriously injured and sent to the clinic. He couldn't get out of bed at all, so he didn't come to the scene. "This is what your Chenxiong Academy has done," Dean Wu said coldly. Dean Sin's eyes lit up. "Was it really done by a student of our academy?" Wu Fuzi cleared his throat. Cough. Principal Tsin's expression turned cold as he sternly said, "You said it was done by a student of our academy? What evidence do you have?" Dean Wu pointed at the group of bruised and swollen students and said angrily, "They are the evidence." "Who did it?" President Tsin whispered to Wu Fuzi. Wu Fuzi's lips didn't move. He squeezed out a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. "They said it was a freshman with a birthmark on his face. He should be Xiao Lulang from Clearheart Hall. Anyone who came to the academy was a student of the academy." When Wu Fuzi differentiated them, he didn't say which country they were from. He just said they were from a certain hall. This name sounded familiar. Dean Sin frowned and thought for a moment. "Is he the freshman who went to the brothel on his first day here and got a demerit point?" Wu Fuzi said. "Yes, that's him." He paused and then added, "He was also the one who tamed the Horse King." When the Horse King was mentioned, Dean Sin remembered how he was almost trampled to death by the Horse King. His face darkened. Dean Wu said coldly, "Chenxiong Academy must give us an explanation today." Dean Sin laughed. "What explanation do you want?" Dean Wu said, "You can't afford to be a teacher. Your academy has an unshirkable responsibility for producing such a student. You must compensate us for all the medical expenses and losses. Also, you must apologize to our academy. That student must also apologize to the student who was injured by him. Finally, this kind of lawless person doesn't deserve to be a student of Chengdu. It's better to expel him." A teacher from Chenxiong Academy whose surname was Yang couldn't stand it anymore. "Isn't Wuxia Academy's hand a bit too far? How we deal with our students is our academy's business. It's not up to you to interfere. What's more, haven't the students of the academy caused any trouble outside? What did you say at that time? It was just a student who was impulsive and let his emotions affect his decisions. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? If you make a big fuss, this kid's future will be ruined. Now you're not afraid of ruining his future?" Wu Fuzi secretly gave his colleague a thumbs up. As expected of a teacher who taught policy. His debating skills were very good. The teachers from Wuxia Academy were choked. Their academy had always been domineering. If they bullied others, they would turn the matter into a small one. It was normal for them to act shamelessly and play Tai Chi. Dean Wu suddenly thought of the crux of the matter. "But no one is as ruthless as you. Do you know that there's a student in our academy who's almost dead?" Teacher Yang from Chenxiong Academy said, "Just because you say it's our students who did it, does it mean it's our students?" Do you think your dozen or so martial arts students can't beat a new student from our academy? No one will believe it if this gets out, right? The faces of the people from Wuxia Academy all turned red. Dean Wu was so angry that he became muddle-headed. Only now did he realize that more than 10 martial arts students had been defeated by a new student. It was so embarrassing. Dean Sin said, "All right, go and call that Xiao Lulang over. Let's hear what he has to say." Gu Jiao came over with Gu Xiaoshan. After all, according to the people from Wuxia Academy, Xiao Lulang had a little accomplice who didn't really fight. Dean Sin looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "They said that you beat them up. Do you have anything to say?" Gu Jiao glanced at them coldly. The group of Wuxia Academy students trembled like mice that had seen a cat. Dean Wu glared at the students of his academy. "What are you afraid of?" he thought. Could it be more embarrassing? Gu Xiaoshan was about to say, "Dean Sin, they started it first. There's someone called Brother Qin among them. He caught me and wanted to beat me up." Xiao Lulang attacked. However, Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, "I don't know them. I've never seen them before. I've never beaten them up." The students from Wuxia Academy were stunned. Was she that shameless? She had already beaten them up and she still didn't admit it? Where was the courage you had when you pinched us to death? Did you have the courage to step on Brother Qin's chest and ask for his life or his hand? If you have the ability, continue to fight. Gu Jiao, I'm not stupid. You can fight all you want. It's not worth it to fight the dean. You'll get a demerit. She was Xiao Lulang, the model student. Dean Wu was used to this kind of trick. The only difference was that they used to fool others. This was the first time someone used this kind of trick to fool them. Dean Wu said angrily, "You're lying." Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. "How do you know I'm lying?" "You know so well. Have you done it before? Are you an old hand?" Dean Wu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Whatever his sister said was right. Gu Xiaoshan immediately changed the topic and said seriously, "That's right. We didn't even see you today. Who knows who beat you up? You just have to blame it on us." Dean Wu was so angry that he rose to heaven. "Are you that great? Why do you have to blame it on you? You have to weigh your own weight. You're just two inferior people. What's there for us to spend so much effort to slander and scheme against you?" What he said made sense. Who knew that Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids and said without a guilty conscience, "Then you have to ask yourselves. Who knows what kind of evil ideas you have in your stomach?" Dean Wu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. You two are simply reversing right and wrong. Twisting words and forcing logic, full of nonsense." A teacher from Wuxia Academy walked forward and looked at Gu Jiao. "You said that you didn't beat them up. Do you have evidence to prove your innocence?" "Yes." Suddenly, a young man's resolute voice came from outside the door. It was Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong saluted Dean Sin and the teachers of Tianxiong Academy in the room on duty and said, "Dean Sin, teachers, Xiao Lulang was resting in his room last night. He didn't leave the academy at all. I can testify." As soon as he finished speaking, another student of Clear Heart Hall walked over and said, "I can also testify." "Me too." The third student of Clear Heart Hall. Then the fourth, the fifth. Almost all the students of Clear Heart Hall came over. Yesterday the academy had a break. We had an appointment with Xiao Lulang to play polo in the pasture. We played a bit late and drank a few cups at night. Then we went fishing. On the way back, we bought some dried vegetable pancakes from a shop on the east side of Three Flowers Street. In the middle of the night I couldn't sleep. When I went to the washroom I saw that the lights in Xiao Yolang's room were still on. I went in to say hello. He wasn't feeling well in the morning. I bought him a bowl of porridge and sent it to his room. He spilled the porridge. The group of people spoke very vividly as if Xiao Lulang had really been with everyone last night. Flaws were impossible. If so many people couldn't even make up a story, how could these literary students write policy essays and eight-legged essays? They couldn't beat you in a fight, but they couldn't make up a story. The students of Five Mountains Academy were all dumbfounded. Dean Wu said angrily, "You colluded with each other. Of course, people from your own academy will cover up for your own students." Zhou Tong put one hand behind his back and said calmly, "If our testimonies are the same, then we're covering up for each other. What about you slandering our academy together? Your testimonies are testimonies, but our testimonies aren't? How about this? Let's directly report this to the authorities and let them decide. We can also let the world see how a freshman from our Tianxiong Academy defeated so many students from your Wuxia Academy with his own strength. Dean Sin, let's open a martial arts class. This is a great opportunity for Qinxiong Academy to make a name for itself. After all, the students of Qinxiong Academy who have been teaching for several years can't even compare to the freshmen who have been teaching for 3 days. These literary students were really good at talking. Every sentence hit the nail on the head. Dean Wu's face turned green and red. To put it bluntly, he couldn't make a big deal out of it. He couldn't afford to lose face. At this moment, he already regretted asking for an explanation. Wasn't this asking for humiliation? In the end, the people of Five Mountains Academy didn't get any explanation. They were still angry. They gritted their teeth and walked away with a dark face. However, before they left, Dean Wu of Five Mountains Academy stopped and looked back at Gu Jiao coldly. No one knew if he was talking to Gu Jiao or everyone in Qinxiong Academy. Do you really think this matter is over? You probably don't know that Luo Qin's father is the deputy general of the Nangong family. Our academy can let it go, but the Nangong family. Dean Wu, you don't have to worry about the Nangong family. A deep and clear voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mu Qingchen, who was wearing a blue and white academy uniform, walking over calmly. Mu Qingchen? Dean Wu frowned. Mu Qingchen cupped his hands at Deanson and walked into the duty room. He stood beside Gu Jiao and said, Xiao Lulang is a student of Qinxiong Academy. Please tell Luo Qin that I, Mu Qingchen, don't care about a mere deputy general of the Nangong family. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled. Mu Qingchen was the leader of the 4 great young masters of Xingdu. His father was from the Su family, which was ranked 9th. His mother was from the Mu family, which was ranked 5th. His great-aunt was the Wang family, which was ranked 3rd. The military power of the Xinyuan family was divided into 4 families: the Nangong family, the Han family, the Wang family, and the Mu family. This showed how noble Mu Qingchen's identity was. Dean Wu didn't say anything else and left with a gloomy face. Dean, we will also leave first. Mu Qingchen said to Dean Xian, wait. Dean Xian stopped all the students except Mu Qingchen. Go back and copy the Analects of Confucius. Don't miss a single word. These little bastards were lying to the heavens. Did they think he couldn't see through them? Dean Xian looked at Gu Jiao and said, and you, Xiao Lulang, you will be recorded as a demerit. If he didn't record a demerit, he would hit him again next time. When they came out of the duty room, the morning class was over. Do you want to eat? Mu Qingchen asked. Gu Jiao was a little depressed when she thought about being recorded again. However, she still had to eat. Yes. She replied indifferently. Didn't you go out to do something? Why are you back so soon? It's done. Gu Jiao noticed that he was holding a bag in his hand. Your stuff is going to fall out. Gu Jiao pointed at his bag. As soon as she said that, the little doll in Mu Qingchen's bag couldn't withstand the force and fell out. Mu Qingchen quickly caught it and stuffed it back into the bag without showing it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. He hesitated for a moment before explaining, a childhood playmate gave it to me. Gu Jiao, oh, was a little doll. She had seen it and it was quite ugly. By the way, do you recognize this? Gu Jiao took out a token and handed it to him. She had planned to try it out herself, but since Mu Qingchen was here, it wouldn't hurt to ask him. Mu Qingchen's expression changed when he saw the bronze token. Why do you have this? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. I do have it. Can I enter the inner city with it? Mu Qingchen said indifferently, you could have. Let alone the inner city, you could have even entered the State Preceptor Hall. But now the owner of this token is missing, so you'd better not use it. Gu Jiao said, can I enter the State Preceptor Hall? Mu Qingchen. Is that my point? Mu Qingchen said earnestly, no matter how you got it, you'd better not take it out. Otherwise you'll be arrested as an assassin. Gu Jiao asked, then who is the owner of this token? Mu Qingchen paused and said seriously, the chess master of the 6 kingdoms, Mr. Meng. An old man? Gu Jiao touched her chin. Has he been to the state of Zhao? Has he been a beggar? Has he spent money to play chess with others? Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao as if she was an idiot. Are you talking about Mr. Meng? He hasn't been to the state of Zhao. Also, do you know how honorable Mr. Meng is? I want to play chess with him, but I can't even use money. Being a beggar? What do you think? Gu Jiao nodded seriously. I don't think it's possible. By the way, do many people know Mr. Meng? Mu Qingchen shook his head. Mr. Meng doesn't like to deal with people. Not many people have seen him. When he came to the academy to play chess last time, I just watched him through a curtain. I didn't see his face. Gu Jiao asked again, haven't the people of the State Preceptor Hall seen him? Mu Qingchen thought carefully and said, the State Preceptor probably saw him. As for the other disciples, they only know his carriage in token. Gu Jiao touched her chin. I see. I understand. I understand everything. Mu Qingchen looked at her in confusion. What do you understand? Gu Jiao patted him on the shoulder. Help me ask for leave this afternoon. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked at her hand. Where are you going? The State Preceptor Hall. You will be caught if you take this token to the State Preceptor Hall. Gu Jiao rushed back to the house as fast as she could. She led the horse out, put on the reins and shafts, and dragged the little old man who was lying in the yard and enjoying the sun side by side with Gu Yan into the carriage. Mr. Meng was confused. What are you doing? Gu Jiao said seriously, pretend to be someone for me and take me to the State Preceptor Hall. Pretend to be who? The chess sage of the Six Kingdoms. Mr. Meng, the real chess sage of the Six Kingdoms, was speechless. Chapter 644. Gu Jiao said with great ambition, I've asked around. Not many people know the chess saint of the Six Nations. Among the places I'm going and the people I might meet along the way, only the State Preceptor has seen him. After I enter the State Preceptor Hall, you come out immediately. You don't have to meet the State Preceptor face to face. Old Master Meng said expressionlessly, you're quite thoughtful. Of course. Gu Jiao cleared her throat and changed her voice into a teenager's. I have a few lines for you. Old Master Meng's mouth twitched. He didn't know if he was speechless at her voice or that she actually came with her own plot. What if I don't agree? I'll play a game of chess with you. Old Master Meng, my real body is only worth a game of chess. Wait. Gu Jiao suddenly thought of something. She jumped out of the carriage and went into the room to change into a teenager's outfit that was convenient for traveling. Tianqiong Academy's uniform was too conspicuous. It wouldn't be good if people blocked the entrance of the inner city. The Horse King didn't need anyone to drive it. Gu Jiao pulled the reins and told it to turn left or right. It avoided when it should and overtook when it should. It simply achieved a semi-automatic driving of the carriage. Gu Jiao took out a charcoal pencil and a small notebook in the carriage and wrote 2 large pages, listing all the unexpected situations they might encounter along the way. Then she showed it to Old Master Meng. Old Master Meng looked at the embarrassing lines and almost couldn't help but tell her that she didn't need to act. It was her. Gu Jiao suddenly said, I came out in a hurry and forgot about the coachman. The main reason was that the Horse King was too powerful. It could walk on its own, making people feel that the coachman was dispensable. It was unlike the horses at home in the past. They wouldn't walk without a whip. Gu Jiao said seriously, you're the chess saint of the Six Nations. You must have a coachman to match your status. I think you can be the coachman. Old Master Meng said. Gu Jiao sighed, it's not that I can't be a coachman, but I have to enter the Royal Preceptor Hall later. If I go in I won't come out. Won't it be suspicious if the outside of the carriage is empty? The corner of Old Master Meng's mouth twitched again. You've really understood this logic. Haven't you thought about the fact that the chess sage of the Six Nations can't be impersonated? Mu Qingchen had no idea that Gu Jiao was trying to impersonate him. Otherwise, he would have stopped her with all his might. There was once someone who pretended to be the chess sage of the Six Nations. After being discovered, that person was executed in public. Since then, no one dared to do such a thing. Moreover, Mu Qingchen's understanding of Old Master Meng was not entirely correct. Old Master Meng did not like to be watched while playing chess. He always drew a screen or curtain to concentrate on playing chess, not to maintain any strange sense of mystery. He often left and entered the city, so there were quite a few guards who recognized him. As for the fact that the royal preceptor was the only one who had seen him, it was just Mu Qingchen's personal guess. It did not represent the reality. Mu Qingchen did not know that he had been to the Zhao kingdom, been a beggar, and spent money to find people to play chess. It was obvious that Mu Qingchen's understanding of Old Master Meng was not reliable. Speaking of which, how did you pick up this token? Gu Jiao asked. Old Master Meng glanced at her. I just found it. Gu Jiao said, oh, you're quite good at finding it. When they passed through the checkpoint of the inner city, Gu Jiao sat outside and acted as the coachman. She asked Old Master Meng to hand the token of the chess sage of the Six Nations to the guards. Then she turned her head and winked at Old Master Meng in the carriage. It was time to say her lines. Old Master Meng pinched his thigh and endured the great shame in his heart. He said to the guards, I'm the great chess sage of the Six Nations, Old Master Meng. The city guards were all stunned. What kind of nonsense is this girl writing? How could she call herself that? Old Master Meng took a deep breath and said in an arrogant tone emphasized by Gu Jiao, "Why don't you let me in?" The guards were dumbfounded. They were supposed to let him in. When had they ever stopped him? Weren't you the one who showed us the medallion? Old Master Meng put down the curtain with a bang. Gu Jiao gave Old Master Meng a thumbs up. His impromptu performance of slamming the curtain was good. It highlighted his character. Old Mr. Meng gritted his teeth. I was angry, ashamed, and ashamed. After entering the inner city, Gu Jiao found a nearby carriage shop and hired a coachman. The coachman knew the terrain of the inner city very well. Soon the carriage arrived at the royal preceptor palace. He did not know who was in the carriage, but he heard that ordinary people could only enter through the corner gate. So he stopped the carriage outside the corner gate. Old Master Meng said calmly, "Go forward through the gate." Gu Jiao had already sat back in the carriage. She nodded. "Yes, with your status you should go through the gate." She looked at the old man with appreciation. He had a thorough understanding of the role and had learned to add scenes for himself. Old Master Meng's face darkened. "I don't want to talk to you." Both the gate and the corner gate were guarded. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and held up a small notebook for Old Master Meng. Old Master Meng clenched his fists. Could he not say anything? Gu Jiao shook her head decisively. Old Master Meng lifted the curtain. "Stop." The carriage stopped. Old Master Meng handed the token to the guard of the royal preceptor palace. He glanced at the notebook held up by Gu Jiao and said shamefully, "I'm the honorable guest of the royal preceptor palace, the most sincere friend of the royal preceptor, the great chess sage of the Six Nations, Old Master Meng." The guard of the royal preceptor palace was speechless. The carriage drove straight in. "Well, you can go now." "I'll go in and have a look myself," Gu Jiao said to Old Master Meng. She had a bottom line when it came to cheating people. She usually did things that were too dangerous. Old Master Meng suddenly didn't know what to say. She didn't cheat people when she should, but she cheated people when she didn't need to. He stopped her. "What do you want to do in the royal preceptor palace?" Gu Jiao didn't hide it from him. "Gu Yin needs an operation. I want to see if there is a suitable place for him in the royal preceptor palace." Old Master Meng knew that the royal preceptor palace had excellent medical skills. However, he had never been treated in the royal preceptor palace. He paused and said, "Wait a minute. I'll find someone to take you there." Then Old Master Meng lifted the curtain and waved to a disciple of the royal preceptor palace not far away. "Come here." The disciple walked over quickly. Old Master Meng said, "I'm Old Master Meng." The disciple thought, "I know." Old Master Meng coughed softly and said, "Is the royal preceptor here?" The disciple said, "The royal preceptor is traveling." Old Master Meng asked again, "Is your eldest senior brother here?" The disciple hurriedly said, "Yes." "Do you want to see our eldest senior brother?" "I'll call him here now." Old Master Meng looked at Gu Jiao and said, "No need. My young friend here has something to ask him. You can take him to your eldest senior brother." Old Master Meng said calmly and said to Gu Jiao, "I'll wait for you outside." Gu Jiao was just short of clapping for him. His acting skills were too perfect. Old Master Meng waited for Gu Jiao outside the royal preceptor palace. Without any worries, Gu Jiao followed the disciple to find the eldest senior brother. Because someone led the way, Gu Jiao couldn't wander around the royal preceptor palace. She couldn't appreciate the whole view of the royal preceptor palace, but the scenery along the way was very good. There were jade buildings and water pavilions, simple and elegant without losing the elegance. The deeper they went, the darker the color of the buildings. Gu Jiao faintly felt a simple and mysterious aura, and she felt a little familiar with it. "Are they men of sacrifice?" Gu Jiao asked. The disciple looked around and looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. "Young master, can you sense the men of sacrifice nearby?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. She seemed to be naturally sensitive to the aura of the men of sacrifice. Maybe it was because they had something in common in fighting. The men of sacrifice in the royal preceptor palace were very powerful. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had already sensed at least 10 auras that were not weaker than serious. Gu Jiao suddenly felt a little lucky that the old man had such a trick. If she really searched secretly, it would be difficult for her to come and go freely under the eyes of so many masters. "We're here." The disciple pointed to a library and said, "Eldest senior brother is inside. Please allow me to report to him." "Thank you." Gu Jiao said. The disciple went to report. Not long after, he came out of the library and said to Gu Jiao, "Young master, my eldest senior brother wants to see you." Gu Jiao nodded and walked up the stairs. She looked at the shoes that she left at the door and took off her own shoes. Only her white footwear stepped on the spotless floor. In the library, rows and rows of bookshelves were filled to the brim with the rich fragrance of books. The library was quiet, and there were about a dozen disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall arranging the books on the bookshelves. However, no one made the slightest sound. After passing through the bookshelves, there was a wooden platform about a foot high. The platform was like a small open study. A man wearing a dark blue robe was sitting behind a low table on the wooden platform. Facing the bookshelves, he was writing something. Probably seeing Gu Jiao's shadow on the ground, he raised his head and revealed a handsome young face. He slightly smiled. "Are you Mr. Meng's little friend?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, my surname is Xiao. Please sit." He pointed to the cushion that was just placed in front of him. "Young master Xiao can call me Yi Qing." Gu Jiao sat down in front of the eldest disciple, Yi Qing. Yi Qing's robe was not the same as the robes of the Royal Preceptor Palace disciples. It could be seen that he had a high status in the Royal Preceptor Palace. He had an otherworldly temperament. When he smiled, it made people feel close to him, but they also didn't want to get too close to him. It was a sense of distance that was appropriate. Yi Qing put down the pen and paper in his hands. A disciple brought him a basin of water to wash his hands. His hands were actually very clean, but washing them before pouring tea for guests was etiquette. The disciple left. He personally poured tea for Gu Jiao and poured a cup of tea for himself. He asked with a smile, "May I know why young Master Xiao came to the Royal Preceptor Palace?" Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "My brother has a heart disease and needs surgery." "Heart disease surgery?" Yi Qing pondered for a moment. "Our Royal Preceptor Palace is indeed proficient in medical skills, but I'm afraid that ordinary doctors can't do such a big operation." Gu Jiao's eyes moved slightly. She felt that she saw the hope of Gu Yan's recovery. "So your Royal Preceptor Palace can perform such a complicated operation?" Yi Qing smiled and said, "My master can. My master's medical skills are excellent. He once performed a heart disease operation for a patient." Gu Jiao asked, "Was the operation successful?" Yi Qing said, "It was successful. But unfortunately, although the patient's heart disease was cured, he didn't survive the accident. The world is really unpredictable." Gu Jiao said, "An accident is an accident, and an operation is an operation. What you said is very true." Yi Qing nodded with a smile. "But how did you know that your brother needed an operation? Ordinary people couldn't think of this." Gu Jiao said, "I know a little about medical skills." "I see." Yi Qing said regretfully, "Unfortunately, young Master Xiao came at the wrong time. My master went out. If young Master Xiao came a few days earlier, you might have met my master." It didn't matter. She could perform the operation herself. Gu Jiao said bluntly, "I can perform the operation myself. Can I borrow your operating room?" Perhaps because of Mr. Meng, Yi Qing was very generous and polite to Gu Jiao. He said pleasantly, "You can borrow the ordinary operating room. I don't have the key to my master's operating room. I have to wait for him to come back." Even the operating room could be understood. The Royal Preceptor Palace really had a culture of time travel. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Is it strange or not?" Yi Qing was stunned. "Forget it, it's nothing. This wasn't time travel." Gu Jiao waved her hand and changed the topic. "When will the Royal Preceptor come back?" Yi Qing came back to his senses and said, "Master said before he left that he would be back in 20 days at the fastest and a month at the slowest." A month wasn't too long. With Gu Yan's current situation, he could afford to wait. This trip was much smoother than Gu Jiao imagined. Not only did she enter the Royal Preceptor Palace, she also confirmed the existence of the operating room and obtained permission to use it. Gu Jiao thanked Yi Qing and left the Royal Preceptor Palace under the escort of the disciples. She sat in the carriage, weighed the token in her hand and sighed, "I didn't expect the identity of the chess saint of the 6 countries to be so useful." Old Master Meng straightened his back without batting an eyelid. Chapter 645. The novel will be updated more quickly. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Gu Jiao sent the coachman back to the carriage shop, and then went out of the inner city with Master Meng. "I still don't know your surname," Gu Jiao said. A best actor who could play the role of the chess sage of the 6 countries deserved a surname. Meng, Master Meng said lightly. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Your surname is Meng too. Master Meng, oh, does it sound familiar? Yes, I'm the chess sage of the 6 countries, Master Meng. Gu Jiao said, oh, that's quite a coincidence. Then there was no more. Master Meng, as the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. After leaving the city, Gu Jiao didn't even need to pull the reins to turn. The Horse King made the carriage fully automatic and drove the carriage back to the small alley where they lived without stopping. The house was very lively today. Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong were here. Gu Jiao heard little Jing Kong's small voice from afar. The quiet yard seemed to be alive all of a sudden. Master Meng's face stiffened. Obviously, the shadow of being blown into ashes by little Jing Kong still lingered in his heart. Master Meng couldn't help but shiver when he heard little Jing Kong's voice. Master Meng hesitated and didn't step into the yard. The Horse King also didn't enter the yard. The man and the horse turned around tacitly. The Horse King took the reins and handed them to Master Meng. Master Meng grabbed the reins and walked the horse quickly. Jiao Jiao. Grandpa. Little Shi. Little Jing Kong's excited voice suddenly sounded behind Master Meng. Master Meng's body stiffened again. The Horse King took back the reins without hesitation and ran away alone, leaving Master Meng behind. Little Jing Kong ran over, raised his little head and looked at Master Meng. Grandpa, you've recovered. I didn't. I'm so dizzy. Mr. Meng covered his head and staggered into the study. Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Jiao Jiao. He was playing marbles with Gu Shaoshun in the courtyard just now and was sweating profusely. Gu Jiao held his hand and walked into the courtyard. Xiao Heng was working in the backyard. He had changed back into men's clothing and left the city. He was dressed in white and tall like jade. He was clearly chopping firewood and carrying water, but his every movement was pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao went into the house and changed little Jing Kong into a set of dry clothes. Little Jing Kong went to play happily and Gu Jiao went to the backyard. You're here? She stepped forward to greet him. Okay. Xiao Heng calmly responded and split the last piece of firewood in his hand. In fact, he had already seen her coming back. But as a man, sometimes he was a little prideful and had to wait for her to coax him. This made him very proud. After chopping the firewood, he went to carry water. Let me do it. Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng said, no, you can sit down. Gu Jiao looked at him steadily and curved her lips. She did not refuse and moved a small stool to sit beside him. He put the wooden bucket into the well, turned the joystick and pulled the bucket up bit by bit. Gu Jiao looked at him with her chin in her hands and asked, why did you come here today? The academy is on break. Xiao Heng said, Jing Kong wants to see you, so I came here. What about you? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng's ears turned red. He did not dare to look at her and only stared at the bucket of water he pulled up. The water rippled. Meh. His eyelashes fluttered and he whispered, I want to see you too. Gu Jiao curled her lips. She thought of something and asked, but isn't your talisman festival in the inner city with me? How can you get out of the city? Xiao Heng said, I have my own way. The most beautiful woman in the academy had many suitors. A talisman festival in the inner city was nothing to her. Xiao Heng looked in the direction of the study and asked, the man called Grandpa by Jing Kong is? Gu Jiao said, he met a kind-hearted man from Jing Kong on the way. Jing Kong injured him with the black fire pearl. He is now recuperating here. His surname is Meng. There were many people with the surname Meng in the world. It was difficult to connect him with the chess master of the 6 kingdoms. Xiao Heng looked at the closed door and said, does he live in the study? Gu Jiao said, yes, there are no extra rooms in the house. There were only 3 main rooms in the house. Master Lu and Madame Nan shared one, Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yen shared one, and the last room was hers. Old Master Meng could only rest in the study. The study was not big, but only Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong needed to use the study. The rest of the family could use their own rooms. There was only one desk in the study. After moving it out, a bamboo bed made by Master Lu was placed on it. Xiao Heng whispered, if I had known, I would have told the headmaster that I would go back tomorrow morning. What? Gu Jiao didn't hear him clearly. Nothing. Xiao Heng said seriously, where did you go just now? They rarely interfered with each other's private affairs, but she didn't know if it was because their relationship had deepened, but it was difficult for him to leave her alone like before. Gu Jiao didn't hide it from him and said, I went to the Nation Master's Hall just now. The Nation Master's Hall? Xiao Heng was slightly stunned. He put the water on the well and turned to look at Gu Jiao. Did you go to the gate of the Nation Master's Hall or enter the Nation Master's Hall? I went in, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng was even more surprised. He had been in Chengdu for so long, so he had naturally heard of the Nation Master's Hall. It was the most heavily guarded place in Chengdu except for the Imperial Palace. Ordinary people couldn't get in at all. Not to mention ordinary people, even the dignitaries could rarely enter the Nation Master's Hall. But Gu Jiao not only went in but also came out intact. How did you get in? Xiao Heng asked. Gu Jiao told Xiao Heng that she had asked Old Master Meng to pretend to be the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms and sneak into the Nation Master's Hall. Xiao Heng didn't say anything for a long time after hearing it. Are you sure he's a fake? He asked. Well, how can the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms be a beggar in Zhao Kingdom? I've seen him in Zhao Kingdom. As Gu Jiao spoke, she took out her small notebook and showed off the plot and lines that she had written exclusively to her husband. Xiao Heng looked at the lines and suddenly couldn't look directly at Old Master Meng in the study. After dinner, Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong returned to the inner city. Before leaving, Gu Jiao returned the inner city talisman of Gu Jiao to Xiao Heng. Now that she had the token of the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms, she didn't need this talisman anymore. Xiao Heng could take other people's tokens, but it was more convenient for him to have his own. After the two of them left, Gu Jiao also planned to go back to her room to rest. As soon as she turned around, she saw Old Master Meng looking outside the gate with a complicated expression. Gu Jiao followed his gaze and looked back, asking him, "What are you looking at?" "Who is that person?" Old Master Meng asked. Only two people went out of the house, Jing Kong and Xiao Heng. Naturally, Old Master Meng wasn't asking about Jing Kong. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "My husband Lu Lang. Didn't you hear his name?" Gu Jiao initially hid her identity from Old Master Meng, but after Xiao Lu Lang came to the house and Master Nan and Master Lu kept calling him Lu Lang, it was difficult not to reveal her identity. Old Master Meng already knew who was Gu Jiao and who was Xiao Lu Lang. Old Master Meng frowned. "How can you have a husband at such a young age?" Gu Jiao said fiercely, "I do." Old Master Meng asked, "He's from Zhao Kingdom?" "Yes," Gu Jiao said. "Zhao Kingdom?" Old Master Meng frowned and murmured. Gu Jiao was careless in some things, but most of the time she was very careful. She caught the strange look in Old Master Meng's eyes and asked, "You don't think he's from Zhao Kingdom?" "That's not what I meant." Old Master Meng considered his words and said, "Forget it, maybe I was wrong." Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and suddenly said, No, you may not be wrong. Have you seen him somewhere else?" Old Master Meng recalled and said, "I did see someone who looked like him, but I didn't know him. I just saw him from afar." "Why would he remember?" It was probably because some people were born with a photographic memory. Gu Jiao thought of the person Mo Chinxue had seen and asked, "Where did you see him?" Old Master Meng said, "At the gate of the State Preceptor Hall." Gu Jiao asked, "Is he a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall?" Old Master Meng shook his head and said, "No, he wasn't wearing the robe of the State Preceptor Hall, and he didn't act like a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall. At that time he looked more like he was going to the State Preceptor Hall for treatment." Treatment? Gu Jiao fell into deep thought. What Old Master Meng didn't say was that the people who could go to the State Preceptor Hall for treatment were not ordinary people. And that young man went in from the front gate. The eldest disciple of the State Preceptor Hall, Yi Qing, personally went to the gate to greet him. This was not a treatment that a young master of an aristocratic family could enjoy. That young man was most likely a member of the great Yan royal family. Chapter 646. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao went back to the room to check Gu Yan's body and told him the good news of finding the operating room. Gu Yan rested his head on Gu Jiao's lap and fell asleep peacefully. It was late at night. In a courtyard of the Su mansion, Mu Qingchen took a bath and changed his clothes. He sat down by the bed with his long black hair hanging loosely. He opened the door of the bedside table and took out a brocade box. There was a shabby little doll in the brocade box. It had a big bloody mouth, sharp teeth, blind eyes and bald hair. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao went to check Gu Yan's pulse as usual after washing up. There was an old man and a horse at home. Occasionally, Xiaojie would fly over from the inner city. The house was lively and Gu Yan was not so bored. Gu Jiao went to school with Gu Xiaoshen without worry. Today Mu Qingchen sat in the last row. Gu Jiao didn't want to sit with him at first, but Gu Jiao sadly found that except for Mu Qingchen's unapproachable aura, there was no other quiet place in the class. Gu Jiao looked to the left and saw Zhong Ding waving at her. Gu Jiao looked to the right and saw Zhou Tong waving at her. Gu Jiao thought for a while and sat down next to Mu Qingchen with her school bag in her arms. Zhou Tong sat in front of Gu Jiao and took out his homework weekly. Pa. Mu Qingchen threw his homework on the table in front of Gu Jiao. Zhou Tong cowardly turned his half-turned body back to his original position. Gu Jiao finished copying the homework. Teacher Gao came. Teacher Gao and Teacher Jiang had classes in the morning. Gao Fuzi mainly taught arithmetic and was rather fierce and strict. Jiang Fuzi mainly taught the 4 books and 5 classics, political theory and so on. He was gentle and somewhat old-fashioned but not pedantic. Both of them were very respectable teachers. Even so, the students in the class still loved Master Wu's class the most. It seemed that since ancient times PE classes had always been students' favorite. In the afternoon, there were 2 hours of self-study, followed by Wu Fuzi's equestrian and archery lessons. Originally, the equestrian and archery class was in the beginning, but the weather was gradually getting hotter. The first hour of the afternoon was when the sun was the hottest, so Wu Fuzi changed the class. After the equestrian archery class began, everyone found that there was no target on the field. Instead, Wu Fuzi had a club and a fist-sized wooden ball in his hand. Today we will be bowing, Wu Fuzi said. Everyone was surprised. Obviously there was not often a bowing lesson. Zhou Tong asked, Master Wu, why are you suddenly bowing? Monarchs liked bowing and bowing was very popular in Xingdu. However, bowing was dangerous, so this kind of literary academy did not include it in the formal curriculum. Wu Fuzi smiled and said, I discussed with Principal Tsin this morning and decided to participate in this year's bowing competition. Zhou Tong was shocked. What? Bowing competition? Our academy? Their academy was a bookworm who only knew how to dance. Why would they participate in a bowing competition? Wasn't this just asking to be humiliated? The rest of the people had the same idea as Zhou Tong. Their academy had produced many top scholars in the imperial examinations, but they could forget about bowing. About a few years ago, Principal Tsin and Wu Fuzi had signed up for the bowing competition like today. In the end, they did not score a single ball and were beaten miserably. Had Principal Tsin and Wu Fuzi forgotten the pain after the scar healed? Ahem. Wu Fuzi cleared his throat and said seriously, Today is different from the past. Our academy has the strength to compete with other academies. The principal and I have confidence in you. When he said this, he kept looking at Gu Jiao. He almost directly asked Gu Jiao to participate. Okay, let's go and choose a horse, Wu Fuzi said. All the students went to the race course. Xiao Lulang, come here. Wu Fuzi called Gu Jiao. Zhong Ding winked at Gu Jiao. Of course you're going to participate. Zhou Tong made a gesture. Good luck. Gu Jiao came to Wu Fuzi. Wu Fuzi said pleasantly, Have you played bowing in the Zhao kingdom before? No. Gu Jiao said bluntly. Wu Fuzi was stunned and smiled. It's okay. I can teach you. Every day after school you can come to the pasture to find me. We'll train for 2 hours. It was not enough to go to school. Extra classes? Gu Jiao did not want to do it. She was determined to resist the after-school tutoring. This is not only an honor for you but also for the academy. I think highly of you. I hope you can win glory for the academy. Gu Jiao still did not want to do it. It's also good for you. If you become famous, you may have a chance to stay in Xingdu in the future. Gu Jiao was stubborn. Wu Fuzi had a headache. Aren't you very aggressive? What's wrong? It's not worthy of bowing? Gu Jiao said seriously, Wu Fuzi, I'm not good at studying. I need to focus more on my studies. I won't think about the competition for the time being. I'll focus on my studies. Wait, why don't you say that when you copy homework every day? You doze off in class. Do you think I can't see it when I pass by? Wu Fuzi was confused. Gu Jiao cupped her hands and turned to walk to the stable. The students in the stable were talking about the bowing competition. Hey, have you heard? The bowing competition is held at Lingbo Academy again. This is the 3rd time it's held at their academy. Lingbo Academy? Is that the academy with the prodigy class? Yes, that's it. Hey? Is Kanglin Women's Academy right next to Lingbo Academy? Do you think The students of Kanglin Women's Academy will go to watch the competition? They went last year. They will go this year too, right? Gu Jiao turned back. Wu Fuzi, what are the rules of the competition? Wu Fuzi was speechless. Didn't you say you wouldn't participate? On the other side, Dean Sun was having a friendly talk with Mu Qingchen in the dean's office. Dean Sun said, here's the thing. I know you don't usually participate in the affairs of the academy, but I still hope you can participate in the bowing competition. Mu Qingchen was a rare student who excelled in both the pen and the sword. He was very good at bowing and could be ranked among the top in Xingdu. Dean Sun smiled. Your classmate Xiao Lulang will also participate. He is a newbie and has no experience in bowing. I hope you can guide him. Mu Qingchen walked out of the dean's office and headed to the field. Fourth brother. He was halfway there when a young student suddenly rushed out from the side and called out to him. This person was none other than Mu Chuan, a student from Bright Maple Hall who ate with him on the second floor. Mu Chuan's father and Mu Qingchen's mother were biological siblings. In terms of blood, they were cousins. However, Mu Qingchen took after his mother, so Mu Chuan had always regarded him as a member of the Mu family. Coincidentally, Mu Qingchen was also ranked fourth among the Mu family's men in this generation. Don't you need to go to class? Mu Qingchen looked at Mu Chuan and asked. I snuck out. Mu Chuan said. What's up? Mu Qingchen asked indifferently. Mu Chuan asked curiously, my classmate passed by the dean's office and heard that you agreed to participate in the bowing competition. Is that true? Mu Qingchen glanced at him. You skipped class just to tell me this? Mu Chuan chuckled. I want to know. Mu Qingchen walked forward. Go back to your class. Mu Chuan caught up with him. I'll participate too. Mu Qingchen left. The bowing competition was a confrontation between two teams. Each team had 4 players. 2 of them were bowlers, 1 main and 1 assistant, 1 bowler and 1 defender. The bowler was mainly responsible for interfering with the other team's movements and feeding the 2 bowlers the ball. The defender was mainly responsible for guarding the goal of his team and preventing the other team from scoring. When Mu Qingchen arrived at the grassland, Gu Jiao had just learned the rules of the bowing competition from Wu Fuzi and was choosing a cue stick. This one is good. Zhou Tong picked up a cue stick and said to Gu Jiao, your cue stick is a little broken. Let's use this one. Zhong Ding picked another one and handed it to Gu Jiao. A group of people surrounded the grassland to choose a cue stick for Gu Jiao. Mu Qingchen was about to walk over when suddenly, a group of people came from the other side of the grassland. It was a bit exaggerated to say that they were mighty. There were no more than 20 people in total, but their aura was so strong that it made people think of thousands of soldiers and horses. Among those people, a young man with a feminine temperament came over. He made an obeisance to Mu Qingchen and said something. Mu Qingchen nodded slightly and walked over with him. Zhong Ding couldn't help but look over. Among those powerful men, there seemed to be a noble young man in brocade clothes. He murmured, who are those people? Zhou Tong craned his neck and looked over. He said in surprise, oh my god, they're from the Crown Prince's mansion. How do you know? Zhong Ding asked. Zhou Tong didn't dare to point with his finger, so he hinted with his eyes. They're the brocade guards from the Crown Prince's mansion. I've seen them in the inner city. Zhong Ding said in disbelief, the Crown Prince's mansion came to our academy? Oh my god. Was he dreaming? He couldn't believe that he could see the Crown Prince's mansion from afar. Zhou Tong continued, that young man should be Prince Ming from the Crown Prince's mansion. The Crown Prince's son? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. Zhou Tong nodded. He's the Crown Prince's legitimate son. Gu Jiao looked over. Although they were far away, Gu Jiao's eyesight was very good. She could see the side of the young man's face clearly. It was a face brimming with confidence and dignity. He was talking to Mu Qingchen in a gentle manner. From time to time he would smile as if he was a friend. Zhou Tong said enviously, only young Master Qingchen can be so respected that Prince Ming from the Crown Prince's mansion would lower himself to visit him. Unlike us, we don't even have the right to greet Prince Ming. Prince Ming from the Crown Prince's mansion came out in plain clothes. He didn't let anyone receive him. After greeting Mu Qingchen, he went with Mu Qingchen to Dean Sun's office. Prince Ming used to be a student of Tianqiong Academy, Zhong Ding said to Gu Jiao after Zhou Tong and the others were called away. Gu Jiao was still choosing a cue stick. She didn't say anything. What did the people from the Crown Prince's mansion have to do with her? Zhong Ding looked around and couldn't hold back the fire of gossip in his heart. He whispered to Gu Jiao, The people of Yen Kingdom were here just now, so I didn't dare to say. Do you know about the Crown Prince's residence? No. Gu Jiao said calmly and changed to another cue stick. Zhongding was easy to talk to. He didn't care whether Gu Jiao liked to hear it or not. He only cared about whether he wanted to say it or not. Otherwise he would feel uncomfortable holding it in. He lowered his voice and said, the Crown Prince wasn't the Crown Prince and Prince Ming wasn't conferred the title yet. This club was not good either. It was too light. Gu Jiao frowned and changed another one. Zhongding walked in front of her. The Crown Prince is the second son of the Emperor of Yen Kingdom. His mother is Imperial Concubine Han. Do you know the Han family? No. Gu Jiao said. Zhongding said, I don't know much either. Anyway, it's a very powerful family. The original Crown Prince is the third princess of Empress Yuan. Hearing this, Gu Jiao finally reacted. Her hand holding the cue stick paused and she looked at Zhongding. Princess? A princess can also be the Crown Prince? This surprised Gu Jiao. Zhongding hurriedly said, there was no such precedent. The Crown Princess of Yen Kingdom was the first. Do you know who the Empress Yuan's brother is? He didn't ask this question to wait for Gu Jiao's answer. After asking, he said to himself, it's the Yen Kingdom's war god, Shenyuan Li. Shenyuan Li's sister entered the palace and gave birth to a daughter for the Emperor of Yen Kingdom. At the banquet, the Emperor conferred her the title of Crown Princess of Yen Kingdom. That was truly a collection of all the doting on him. Her father was the Emperor, her mother was the Empress Yuan and her uncle was the head of the Shenyuan family who had millions of soldiers. There was no one more honorable than her in the world. What happened after that? Gu Jiao asked. She was rarely interested in irrelevant things. Perhaps it was because she was using Shenyuan Li's divine weapon, so she was a little more curious about things related to the Shenyuan family. Zhongding spread his hands and sighed. After that, there was no after. The Shenyuan family rebelled. The Crown Princess was deposed and the Empress Yuan was banished to the Cold Palace. The war god of Yen Kingdom fell. Gu Jiao paused and asked, how old is the Crown Princess? Zhongding thought for a while. About the same age as the Crown Prince? Her son is only 1 year older than Prince Ming. Prince Ming is 18 this year. Chapter 647. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. When Mu Qingchen came over, Zhongding immediately shut up. He led the horse and took the cue to find Zhou Tong and the others. Mu Qingchen looked at Zhongding's back and asked, what were you talking about just now? Why did he leave as soon as he saw me? Nothing, Gu Jiao said. She didn't like to gossip, let alone spread it. She paused. Perhaps she felt that she had to answer Mu Qingchen's question, so she added, I wasn't talking about you. Mu Qingchen stopped asking. He could almost guess that the arrival of Commandery Prince Ming had caused a stir. Although Commandery Prince Ming didn't show his identity, most of the students here were from Xingdu, and many of them were young masters of aristocratic families. Some of them might have seen Commandery Prince Ming before. Are you picking the cue? Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao who kept changing the cue and asked. Yes, Gu Jiao replied faintly. None of the cue sticks were suitable for her. Mu Qingchen left without saying a word. Gu Jiao didn't care and continued to pick the cue sticks. But after a while Mu Qingchen came back with a horse and a cue stick in his hand. Here you are. Gu Jiao glanced at him and took the cue from him. She weighed it in her hand and compared it. It was heavier than the other cue sticks, but for someone who was used to using the red-tasseled spear, the weight was just right. Thank you, Gu Jiao said. Then she looked at him and asked, what are you going to use? This. Mu Qingchen grabbed a cue stick from the basket and got on the horse. I'll show you around. Gu Jiao also got on her horse. Okay. Mu Qingchen first introduced the requirements and rules of bowing to Gu Jiao. Bowing was first passed down from the royal family of the Jin state. As soon as it entered the Yen state, it was liked by the royal family. Later, it gradually became popular in the circle of nobles. Today, bowing was included in the curriculum of many aristocratic academies. There were no bow-striking classes in the Tianqiong Academy, but Wu Fuzi would often lead the students to bow-striking classes. Archery had very high requirements for horses. All archery racehorses had to go through very strict training. The training difficulty of archery racehorses was far higher than that of war horses. The requirements for the bowler were not low. Horsemanship, skills, stamina, willpower, and adaptability were all indispensable. You win if you hit the ball into the opponent's hole. Mu Qingchen continued, but remember you can't collide head-on with the ball, hit your opponent with the club, or interfere with your opponent's horse. You can't touch the ball with your body. These are the main taboos. It's inevitable that there will be some unexpected conflicts during the competition, so you have to protect yourself. As he spoke, he pointed at the protective gear carried over by the academy's manservant and said, "The protective gear is here. Put it on and let's officially play a round." Gu Jiao put on the elbow and knee pads and put on the palm pads and went up the stage with Mu Qingchen. She tried the 4 seats one by one and all of them were good. But the most amazing thing was the stroke she played when she bow striking. The ball was passed to her by Mu Qingchen. Due to Wu Fuzi's interference, the ball was actually a little off course. Who would have thought that she would accurately hook the ball over the top of her head? Then, with a swing of her club, she hit the ball into the hole from a distance that was impossible to see clearly. Everyone was amazed by this stroke. This momentum and this accuracy, she was simply a born archer. Mu Qingchen rode his horse to Gu Jiao's side and looked at her deeply. "Is this really your first time bow striking?" Gu Jiao nodded. Mu Qingchen wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. In the end he just said, "That stroke just now was very skillful." Gu Jiao thought about it seriously and said, "Well, this is probably the legendary talent?" Mu Qingchen was speechless. The afternoon's training soon ended. Gu Jiao played for the first time. Compared with Mu Qingchen, who had bow striking since childhood, her skills were naturally a little green, but basically met Wu Fuzi's expectations. There was one thing that Gu Jiao was too fierce, and she would commit a foul if she was not careful. She would easily be sent off the stage. Wu Fuzi said, "The game will be held in 7 days. In these days everyone should practice hard." Wu Fuzi selected a total of 20 people. Only 4 of them really played and there were several substitutes. In the next few days, Gu Jiao would stay in the academy after school to practice with Mu Qingchen and the others. Gu Xiaoshen sat on the edge of the grassland and waited for her. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the game. Wu Fuzi called everyone to the grassland and announced the players selected according to the training performance of these days. As expected, the first one was Mu Qingchen. The other 3 were Gu Jiao, Yuan Xiao from Bright Maple Hall, and Zhao Wei from Bright Moon Hall. Mu Chuan was a substitute. Gu Xiaoshen was often waiting for Gu Jiao on the grassland, so he was a logistics team leader and also participated in the game with them. Wu Fuzi smiled. "Let's not practice today. Everyone go back and rest early. We will go to Lingbo Academy tomorrow morning." After returning to the house, Gu Jiao told her family about the game in the inner city tomorrow morning. Gu Yan suddenly said, "I want to watch your game too." Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yan and nodded. "Okay." Before going to bed, Gu Jiao checked Gu Yan's body again. "Yinin. Father misses you, Yinin?" He staggered and fell on the steps. Gu Jiao subconsciously reached out her hand as if she wanted to help him. Gu Jiao was at the door and he was on the steps. There was an entire courtyard between them. She put her hand down again. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the door. "Yinin." Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes and woke up from her dream. The dream in her mind receded like the tide. She quickly forgot what had happened in the dream. She only remembered a panicked handsome face. "He looks a bit like the Duke." Gu Jiao raised her brows. Was it because she had seen the High Duke too many times that she even dreamed of him? After dawn, Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshen and Gu Yan were ready to set off. Gu Yan's body was weak and couldn't move. Fortunately, Master Lu made a wheelchair for him. Master Lu drove the carriage to Tianqiong Academy. Wu Fuzi led the group out of the academy. Mu Qingchen and Mu Chuan returned to the inner city last night. They were going to Lingbo Academy by themselves. Gu Jiao wanted to bring Gu Yan along. President Xin and Wu Fuzi didn't have any objections. The group entered the inner city in a carriage. On the other side, Second Master Jing also used a wheelchair to push his eldest brother out of the courtyard. What are you doing?" Second Madam stopped him and asked. Second Master Jing looked at his eldest brother in the wheelchair and said to Second Madam, "There's a boxing competition today. I'm bringing eldest brother to watch." Second Madam hurriedly said, "Eldest brother is already like this. You still want to bring him out?" Second Master Jing said seriously, "Eldest brother is much better. I even saw him open his eyes last night." Second Madam glared at him, "Is that considered opening his eyes?" After opening his eyes, he was in a daze and didn't know how to close them. He also didn't respond when she spoke to him. Was his eyelid twitching? Second Madam chuckled. I think you want to watch the boxing competition yourself. Why are you using eldest brother as an excuse? Second Master Jing cleared his throat. Cough cough. I'm just worried about leaving eldest brother alone in the residence. Assassins always come to assassinate eldest brother. I have to personally watch eldest brother to be at ease. Moreover, the imperial physician also told us to bring eldest brother out to get some sunlight. Second Madam said coldly, are you going to watch the boxing competition or those beauties from Zhonglan Academy? Second Master Jing said domineeringly, of course I'm going to watch the boxing competition. And also to watch the beauties. Second Madam frowned and muttered, but there's something going on in the residence today. I can't leave. It's good that you can't leave. If you go, how can I watch the beauties? Second Master Jing smiled. You do what you need to do. Come back when you're done. I'll save a seat for you. Second Madam coldly glared at Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing swaggered away with his eldest brother in his wheelchair. Second Madam called a manservant. You go and serve Second Master. Remember to keep an eye on him. Don't let him mess around outside. The manservant replied, Yes, madam. As the competition venue, Lingbo Academy gave the students a day off. Although Zhonglan Academy didn't give them a day off, they basically arranged for self-study. Most of the students went to Lingbo Academy to watch the competition. Lingbo Academy had the largest boxing competition venue in the inner city. The seats with the widest view were set up on both sides. I want to watch the boxing competition. In Ling Long Pavilion's dormitory, little Jing Kong protested to his bad brother-in-law who forced him to study. I'm not going. Xiaoheng said. Little Jing Kong exploded on the spot. You're really a bad brother-in-law. You won't even bring me to watch the boxing competition. Xiaoheng said indifferently, there are many people. You're so small. You won't even know if someone steps on you. I've grown taller. I'm not small anymore. I'm so tall. Little Jing Kong stood on his tiptoes and tried to gesture at the top of his head. Xiaoheng glanced at him and continued to read the book in his hand. Little Jing Kong was really angry. He was going to run away from home for the second time. Knock knock knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Little Jing Kong asked. Bad brother-in-law didn't know how to speak in a female voice, so he pretended to be a mute. The girl outside the room smiled and said, It's Jing Kong. Is your sister here? We're here to invite her to watch the boxing competition next door. Little Jing Kong looked at Xiaoheng as if he had seen a ghost. Someone actually invited you to watch the competition? Bad brother-in-law was so bad that he didn't have any friends. Xiaoheng didn't move. Little Jing Kong was going crazy. It's good enough that someone wants to be your friend, but you still don't like it. Little Jing Kong snorted. If you don't want to go, I'll go. Xiaoheng didn't even lift his eyelids. Ha! Little Jing Kong decisively abandoned his bad brother-in-law and walked to the door. He looked at the three girls outside the room and said cutely, My sister won't go with you. I'll go with you. The three girls were stunned. The girl who spoke just now said, it's better not? We don't dare to take you without your sister's permission. They didn't invite her because they really treated her as a friend. They could only get a good seat if they invited her. Those young masters had already booked the best seats for the most beautiful girl in the academy. The three girls didn't give up and thought of something. One of them looked at the scholarly beauty in the room and said, I heard that Qinxiong Academy is also participating. Young Master Qingqian will play. Are you sure you don't want to go and watch? Xiaoheng paused in his reading. A quarter of an hour later, the most beautiful girl in Kanglan Women's Academy appeared in the Lingbo Academy's arena with a veil and a little black child. A large group of guards swarmed over. Miss Gu. Our young master has already arranged the grandstand. Miss Gu, please come with us. Miss Gu. Our young master has also arranged the grandstand. Miss Gu, please come with me. Miss Gu. Miss Gu. Xiaoheng took out a piece of paper. Where is the grandstand of Qinxiong Academy? A well-dressed guard raised his hand and said, Over here. Here. Our young master has arranged the grandstand next to Qinxiong Academy. Chapter 648. The Lingbo Academy's boxing field was built very carefully. The stands on both sides were slightly higher and had a relatively wide field of vision. The front and back were ordinary stands with only benches and no sheds. The closer to the middle, the better, and the more luxurious the stands were. It was no exaggeration to say that the stand was the best in the whole field. It was big and bright, and there were jade bead curtains on all sides. It looked like an elegant and luxurious pavilion. Wow! The 3 female students who came with Xiaoheng were stunned. This is too extravagant. There were already maids waiting in the pavilion. Seeing Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong coming over, 2 maids quickly opened the curtains in front. "Miss Gu, please." Xiaoheng and the others entered. It looked luxurious from the outside, but when they went in, they realized that there was nothing that they couldn't think of. A few short tables had already been set up, and there was a light incense burning in the corner. They were afraid that the smell of sweat in the boxing field would be too strong due to the hot weather, so even the incense was lit. The 3 female students were once again impressed by the other party's attention and thoughtfulness. "Who is your young master?" a female student asked the maid. The maid came forward with fresh fruits and answered with a smile. "My young master said that as long as you are happy, you don't have to care about who he is." Ladies? They were also included, and the 3 female students were overjoyed. The original words only mentioned Miss Gu, but they couldn't resist the maid's good manners. The melons and fruits had been chilled, so with one bite, the heat from the heat dissipated. Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong sat together, and the other 3 female students sat together. There was still an empty short table, so little Jing Kong ran over and took it for himself. This way he had 1.5 tables. The bead curtains in front of the pavilion were hung up, and the other 3 curtains were used to block the wind. "It's so cool," a female student said. The other 2 nodded with a smile. It seemed that they had found the right person to look for Gu Jiao. Otherwise, how could they have gotten such good seats? Xiaoheng did not pay attention to the seats in the stands. From the moment he entered the arena, he began to look for Gu Jiao. He wasn't sure if Gu Jiao would participate. After all, he had never heard of her knowing how to use the bow. But he was worried about her, so he came over to try his luck. He didn't see Gu Jiao, but he saw Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yan diagonally opposite him. They sat beside Headmaster Tsun, which meant that they had received Headmaster Tsun's special attention. The rest of the students sat on the bleachers. When Xiaoheng saw Gu Yan, he more or less knew that Gu Jiao was here. Otherwise, with Gu Yan's health and personality, he would never come to watch the fun for someone else. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun sat on Headmaster Tsun's bleachers. There was a shed on top of the bleachers, but it couldn't be compared to Xiaoheng's pavilion. There were also no iced fruits to eat. Soon little Jing Kong also saw the 2 of them. "Yaya. Brother Yan. Brother Xiaoshun." Little Jing Kong was so excited that he jumped on the spot. I want to go to play." "Little Gongzi, where do you want to go?" "I'll bring you there." A maid smiled gently and said, "I'll go by myself." Little Jing Kong ran out. Halfway through, he turned back and picked up the iced fruits on the table. He said to his bad brother-in-law, "I'm leaving." He wanted to bring them to Brother Yan and Brother Xiaoshun. Xiaoheng didn't stop him. He couldn't have any interactions with Gu Jiao on the surface, but little Jing Kong was very familiar with people wherever he went. He wouldn't arouse suspicion. Moreover, it was really hot. Xiaoheng looked at the fruits on the table. His hands were too small, so he couldn't carry more. He kept looking until little Jing Kong made Headmaster Tsun laugh and successfully entered the inner circle. Then, he retracted his gaze and continued to pay attention to the situation on the golf course. The golf course was about to start. He didn't know when Tianqiong Academy would come out. In the attic outside the golf course, Wu Fuzi had just finished drawing lots and returned to Tianqiong Academy's wing room. Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen, and the others had already put on protective gear and were wiping the golf clubs in their hands. "It's the 3rd round," Wu Fuzi said. "Who are we going up against this time? Is it Wuyue Academy?" Yuan Shao asked. Yuan Shao was a student of Bright Maple Hall and was from Xingdu of Yan Kingdom. He and Zhao Wei from Bright Moon Hall were defenders, and Zhao Wei was from Chidu of Yan Kingdom. Wu Fuzi said, "Wuyue Academy is in the 7th round. We're going up against Qingyue Academy this time." Other than Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen, the others couldn't stay calm at the mention of Qingyue Academy. Yuan Shao was at his wits' end. Why is it Qingyue Academy? It's better to go up against Wuyue Academy. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen in confusion. Mu Qingchen paused and explained, "Some of the students from Qingyue Academy are from the Royal Golf Course team." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." Mu Qingchen looked at her deeply. "Aren't you afraid?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. I'm afraid they won't let me win. Mu Qingchen was speechless. He couldn't refute her words. Zhao Wei, what's wrong with you? Wu Fuzi sensed something was wrong with Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei clutched his stomach and said with a pale face, I think I ate something bad. Gu Jiao walked over and pinched Zhao Wei's wrist to check his pulse. What did you eat this morning? Zhao Wei endured the pain in his stomach and said, I ate 2 buns. Gu Jiao pressed his stomach. Does it hurt here? No. How about here? It doesn't hurt either. You did eat something bad. Gu Jiao withdrew her hand and took out a bottle of powder from the first aid kit. Swallow it with water. Zhao Wei took the medicine. On the other side, the first round of the competition began. Lingbo Academy versus Mongshan Academy. Lingbo Academy won. The second round was Maple Academy versus Wudong Academy. Wudong Academy won. It's our turn, Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded slightly and mounted her horse. She went up the field with her classmates from Chenxiong Academy. There were a total of 2 entrances. Tsinghua Academy went up first. When the royal bowler rode out in high spirits, the entire field was in an uproar. Immediately after were the 3 other team members. There were also dragons and phoenixes among men. Every time one of them appeared, Mu Qingchen introduced one to Gu Jiao. Royal bowler Su Ping good at long-range attacks. His tactics are extremely good. No one can snatch the ball from under his stick. Tong Peng bowler for 10 years. Nangong Lin bowler for 8 years. Someone from the Nangong family? Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. The young master of the Nangong family, Mu Qingchen said. Gu Jiao's gaze landed on the confident and arrogant young man who waved at the audience from time to time. Nangong Lin. When the 4th person appeared, Mu Qingchen's lips moved slightly. Gu Jiao had been observing Nangong Lin and didn't notice Mu Qingchen's strange behavior. Su Hao, Mu Qingchen said. Gu Jiao acknowledged. Soon it was their turn to go on stage. Mu Qingchen walked at the front. Young Master Qingchen was famous in Xingdu. The moment he appeared, the limelight instantly overshadowed everyone from Tsinghua Academy. The young ladies present all screamed. Young Master Qingchen. It's really Young Master Qingchen. I can't believe I can see Young Master Qingchen in my lifetime. Young Master Qingchen. Young Master Qingchen. Xiao Heng's eardrums were about to explode. His 3 classmates in the pavilion were about to flip the roof off. Yuan Xiao and Mu Chuan followed behind Mu Qingchen. The 2 of them were also handsome men, but with Mu Qingchen in front, no matter how handsome and mighty they were, they could only serve as a foil to Mu Qingchen. Fortunately they were used to it. Gu Jiao was the last to appear. She was new here and didn't have much fame. Only the birthmark on her left face made people take a second look. The players from both sides met in the center of the field. Royal bowler Su Ping looked at Mu Qingchen and said, I can finally experience Young Master Qingchen's skills. I'm really lucky. Mu Qingchen said calmly, You're welcome. Su Hao smiled and looked at them. His gaze fell on Mu Qingchen's face and he said with a smile, 4th brother. So you're here to participate too? Why didn't you say so earlier? If father knew, he would definitely put aside his work and come to watch 4th brother's competition. When Gu Jiao heard this, she remembered that Mu Qingchen said that his name was Su Hao. He was also a member of the Su family. Mu Chuan, who was at the side, explained to Gu Jiao in a low voice, the 3rd young master of the Su family, my 4th brother's illegitimate brother. My aunt was angry that my uncle actually gave birth to an illegitimate son, so in a fit of anger she made my 4th brother take her surname. The Su Hao is so annoying. He's always jealous of my 4th brother. But no matter how jealous he is, it's useless. My 4th brother is the legitimate son. So what if he changed his surname? He's still the legitimate son. My uncle dotes on my 4th brother. One could tell. Su Hao's words couldn't hide his envy and jealousy towards Mu Qingchen. Nan Gonglin didn't have any personal grudges with Mu Qingchen. It was just that he was also a little jealous of Mu Qingchen. He sneered and said, I heard that Chenxiong Academy has been quite arrogant recently. They even bullied 5 Mountains Academy. Ah, there was such a thing. The son of the deputy general of the Nangong family was seriously injured by Gu Jiao. From Nan Gonglin's tone, it seemed like he wanted to seek revenge for his own people. "Do you right, kid?" Nan Gonglin looked at Gu Jiao disdainfully. The birthmark on Gu Jiao's face was too easy to recognize. Nan Gonglin smiled threateningly. "Horses have no eyes, be careful not to fall." Chapter 649. On the other side, Second Master Jing finally arrived at Lingbo Academy. He didn't leave late, but he didn't expect so many people to come to watch the boxing competition. It caused the roads to Lingbo Academy to be blocked. By the time he entered the academy, the first 2 matches were already over. Why are there so many people? He muttered with sweat all over his forehead. At this moment he had already arrived at the back of the viewing platform he had reserved. He was only a dozen steps away from reaching the viewing platform. He was a martial artist and was stronger than ordinary people. He grabbed his eldest brother along with his wheelchair and walked up the stairs step by step. Second Madam ordered a manservant to quickly follow. Second Master Jing was a person who knew how to enjoy life. He wasn't going to sit there and watch the competition in a daze and let the sun roast him. He ordered the servants to bring ice cubes, chilled fruits, and all kinds of sweet and refreshing refreshments. The viewing platform he chose naturally had an excellent view. It allowed him to see the entire boxing field. There was a roof on top like a small pavilion, and it was ventilated on all sides. No, it was 3 sides. On his left side, there was a beaded curtain of broken jade hanging down from the place next door. He didn't ask anyone to prepare a curtain, so it must have been done by the people next door. Who is next door? Using such a high-quality curtain? Others might not know how to identify these broken jade, but how could he not recognize them? These weren't ordinary broken pieces of jade. They were whole pieces of jade that had been cut and polished into various shapes. Together with high-quality Eastern pearls, they were simply priceless, okay? Second Master Jing curiously looked to the left. Although there was a gap in the beaded curtain, it still blocked some of the view. Second Master Jing could only vaguely recognize that the people sitting next door were 4 Tsanglan Women's Academy students. One of the students had a straight back. Her bearing and temperament were excellent. She was noble and extraordinary, exuding the aura of a flower on a high mountain. This little beauty is a bit, Second Master Jing couldn't say. At this moment, perhaps because she felt Second Master Jing's gaze, the little beauty actually turned her head to look at him. Their gazes met across the bead curtain. That was a glance that seemed to come from the peak of a snowy mountain. Second Master Jing only felt that his heart had been shaken by someone. It was too cold. This kind of beauty couldn't be touched. However, there were 3 other little beauties next door, and their figures were also extremely graceful. Especially when the 3 of them were chatting and laughing. The curtains could block the line of sight but not sound. The young girl's laughter could be heard and Second Master Jing felt comfortable all over. This is life. Second Master Jing sat down on the cushion in the middle of the pavilion and placed the Duke's wheelchair beside him. Xiaoheng didn't pay too much attention to which family's men had come next door. His attention once again returned to the boxing field. The bowers from the Tianxiong Academy entered the arena. Xiaoheng immediately saw Gu Jiao, who was ranked 4th. He also saw the young man who was whispering to Gu Jiao. Thanks to his 3 female classmates, he knew that the young man was called Mu Chuan, the legitimate son of the Mu clan and ranked 5th in the clan. Young Master Qingchen, who had caused a sensation, was his aunt's son and the legitimate son of the Su clan. Xiaoheng didn't know why he didn't take his father's surname but his mother's. After that, the 2 sides greeted each other. The people from the Qingyue Academy were very arrogant. Su Ping from the imperial family's Bower team was arrogant, and the young man named Nangong Lin by his side was also not to be outdone. Nangong Lin said something to Gu Jiao and frowned slightly. Why did the people from the Nangong clan find Gu Jiao? Could it be that the identity of Xiao Lulang had been exposed? With the beating of the gongs and drums, the match between the 2 sides began. Mu Qingchen and Su Ping drew lots. Su Ping got the chance to play the first ball and fiercely hit the ball. Each game was divided into 8 sections, each section lasting for half a quarter of an hour. If someone committed a foul or was injured in the middle, the game would be paused and continued after the match was settled. Both sides had 3 chances to change players. Su Ping was indeed an expert in long-range attacks. His shot was extremely far and crossed the center line in an instant. Everyone rushed toward the Tianxiong Academy's ball hole without stopping to rest. Su Hao hooked the ball on the ground and passed it to Tong Peng, who was not far away. The ball seemed impossible to catch, but not only did Tong Peng catch it, but he also passed the ball to Nangong Lin at lightning speed. Nangong Lin was the assistant attacker. He could pass the ball to Su Ping or score by himself. Judging from the current situation on the field, the probability of him scoring by himself was very high. But at this moment, Mu Qingchen caught up. Nangong Lin saw that the situation was not good. He quickly hit the ball and passed it to Su Ping. Su Ping didn't choose to use the club to dribble the ball. Instead, he directly threw the club and swung it out. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and accurately entered the hole. Beautiful. Second Master Jing clapped his hands. He was indeed a member of the royal family's archer team. That move just now was too wonderful. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at Su Ping. Well, he could play like that. Qingyue Academy won the first flag. The first section was not over yet, so the game continued. This time, Tianxiong Academy started the game. Yuan Xiao, you're up, Mu Qingqian said. I'm nervous. Yuan Xiao was suppressed by the opponent's tactics and aura. Mu Qingqian said, it's okay. Just hit the ball. Yuan Xiao swallowed his saliva and resisted the trembling of his hands. He swung the club first. Mu Chuan quickly followed. Mu Qingqian glanced at Gu Jiao. He didn't say anything, but all the trust in her was written in his eyes. Then he didn't even look to see whether his team members had caught the ball or not. He rushed toward the opponent's hole. Second Master Jing was stunned. Are you kidding me? Isn't that too bold? What if the ball is intercepted and you run so far away? How can you save the game? Nangong Lin and Su Hao exchanged glances. The two of them rushed toward Mu Chuan in a pincer attack. They wanted to interfere with Mu Chuan and make sure he couldn't catch the ball without fouling. Mu Chuan was attacked from both sides. He cried out, you two bastards. Why are you coming at me? Nangong Lin's lips curled up and he went to snatch Mu Chuan's ball. He was very fast. But someone was faster than him. He didn't even see what was going on before a club took Mu Chuan's ball away. Nangong Lin was slightly stunned. He turned his head and saw Gu Jiao's indifferent expression. Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. Without saying a word, she threw the club and hit the ball in her hand with a backhand. Everyone was stunned. Wait, wasn't this the same move that Su Ping used just now? Even the action of throwing the club and catching it with a backhand was exactly the same. Was Su Ping being secretly learned on the spot? Su Ping was shocked. This was a unique skill that he had practiced for many years. It was handsome and valiant. Not only could it be used to win, but it could also be used to show off. No one had ever learned it. How did this kid learn it? He was quite good at it. Xiao Heng stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. Under the sunlight, his girl was very eye-catching. His blood was boiling. Gu Jiao's ball was also very far away. It was very similar to Su Ping's curve. Mu Qingqian successfully got the ball and held it in. Tianxiong Academy got a flag. At the end of the first section, both sides got a piece each. This result was somewhat unexpected. Although Mu Qingqian was the first young master of Xing City, no one had heard that he had any extraordinary talent in archery. No one expected him to play so well. However, the one who left the deepest impression was probably the kid with the birthmark on his face. How could he be so brazen as to steal their skills? How could he be so shameless? Just when everyone thought that Gu Jiao was already very shameless, she did something even more shameless. In the following game, as long as Nangong Lin attacked, she would stop and not give a single ball to Nangong Lin. However, as long as Su Ping attacked, she would watch obediently. Not only did she not snatch the ball, but she also did not allow her companions to snatch it. She was very fierce. Su Ping was like a child that she was quietly protecting. Every time he scored a goal, the light of excitement could be seen in her eyes. Then, with a turn of her head, she used Su Ping's moves one by one. Su Ping's face turned green. Referee, he shouted. Can't I learn? Gu Jiao asked innocently. The referee choked. There was no such rule. You can learn from me, Gu Jiao looked at Su Ping and said shamelessly. Su Ping almost vomited blood. Learn from you? What is there to learn? You little noob. However, it was this thick-skinned noob who learned all of Su Ping's skills. The referee couldn't bear to watch. Dean Sun of Tianxiong Academy was strongly despised by the other deans. He raised his hand and weakly covered his head. Cough, I stole from you based on my ability. If you have the ability, you can steal from me too. Can we fucking steal from you? Do you think we haven't stolen from you before? We don't know how to steal from you. What kind of pervert is this kid? When it was Su Ping's turn to kick off, he suddenly sneezed due to his nose allergy. Then Gu Jiao also sneezed loudly with the cue stick before kicking off. Everyone, at the end of the sixth section, the score was 17-17. It was a tie. Gu Jiao did not score many goals. She usually passed the ball to Mu Qingqian, but she became the focus of the game with her ability. Why is he like this? In Xiao Heng's pavilion, a female student muttered. Another female student said, "But I'm so happy to see young Master Qingchen win." A third female student said with a smile, "That's right. They cooperate so well. They're so compatible." Xiao Heng's face darkened. Next door, Second Master Jing was also shocked by Gu Jiao's actions. He had watched bowls for many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone so brazenly steal from him. "Big brother, did you see that? This kid. Oh my god." Halfway through his sentence, Second Master Jing turned his head and saw that his big brother's eyes were open. His eyes were bright and clear. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. He was just complaining to his big brother. He didn't think that his big brother could really open his eyes. It was very scary, okay? No. He calmed himself down and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He sat back on the cushion with lingering fear. "Big brother, when did you open your eyes? You should at least make a sound. It seems like you don't know how to make a sound." "Forget it." His big brother was like a zombie. He couldn't hear him. Occasionally he would open his eyes, but it was just an unintentional movement. He couldn't see it all. He understood all of this. "Big brother, are you hot? Do you want me to fan you?" As he spoke, he picked up the folding fan on the table and stretched it in front of his big brother. The High Duke's vision was completely blocked by the fan. As Second Master Jing fanned himself, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. "Why does it feel like someone wants to kill me?" The 7th round of the competition began. Su Ping didn't know if it was because he didn't have any special skills to let Gu Jiao learn, or because he didn't dare to use his special skills. In short, he played relatively conservatively in this round. He thought that Gu Jiao would be as conservative as him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Gu Jiao only learned the good things. She didn't learn the bad things. Tianqiong Academy launched an attack and won 2 chess pieces in a row. Qingyue Academy stopped the competition. Change players. Nan Gonglin and the rest returned to the waiting area. Qingyue Academy's teacher said, "How did you guys play? Why didn't you attack?" Su Ping was speechless. The teacher said, "Su Ping, take a rest first. You can play in the last round." Su Ping sighed. Yes. Qingyue Academy's substitute was also a good archer. However, he was better at defense. Thus, Nan Gonglin took over Su Ping's position and became the main archer. He looked coldly at Gu Jiao on the field. He wouldn't let this kid have his way. He would definitely score and win this game. "I'm going to the toilet," he said to the teacher. "Go, hurry up. It's time to play," the teacher reminded. Yes. Nan Gonglin left the waiting area. Tianqiong Academy's people were waiting on the other side. He snapped his fingers. An accompanying secret guard came to him and cupped his hands. "Young master." Nan Gonglin looked at Gu Jiao and said coldly, "I want him to fall off the horse." The secret guard hesitated. "This," Nan Gonglin said coldly, "why? Can't you do it?" The secret guard cupped his hands. "I can do it." Nan Gonglin smiled proudly. "That's good. Remember, make it look like he accidentally fell off the horse. Don't let anyone see through it." The secret guard replied, "Yes, young master." After the break, they went on the field again. Nan Gonglin stood in the position of the main attacker. Mu Qingchen looked at him deeply and reminded Gu Jiao, "Be careful." Gu Jiao replied calmly, "Okay." The game started. Qingyue Academy kicked off. Nan Gonglin got the ball. Gu Jiao rode on the horse and chased after him. Nan Gonglin was not in a hurry to throw the ball. Instead, he dribbled the ball and led Gu Jiao to the secret guard's position. The spectators who could not get a seat stood at the edge of the field. The secret guard was hidden in this group of people. Everyone was so engrossed in the game that no one noticed that he was holding a small stone in his hand. At this moment, Second Master Jing had already stood up and leaned on the railing. He also pushed his eldest brother out. The secret guard was diagonally below them. If he glanced at him, he would definitely see him. However, the game on the field was so exciting. Who would pay attention to a group of spectators? The High Duke's hand began to twitch slightly. "Quick, quick, quick. Quickly chase after him. You're quite good at beating people up. Why are you so weak now?" Second Master Jing shouted at Gu Jiao. He did not notice his eldest brother's strange behavior. The High Duke's body also began to tremble violently. "Second Master." The High Duke. The servant noticed the High Duke's strange behavior. Second Master Jing hurriedly looked at his eldest brother. Seeing his eldest brother trembling like this, he was frightened. He squatted down and held his eldest brother's wheelchair. "Eldest brother, what's wrong?" Are you feeling unwell? The High Duke's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something. Second Master Jing scratched his head. Is the game too intense? You don't like it? Let's watch a little longer, okay? Just a little longer. Nan Gonglin ran to the inner circle and squeezed Gu Jiao out. The secret guard was about to make a move. The High Duke trembled like a sieve. His gaze was as cold as ice. Was eldest brother angry? Second Master Jing was confused. He did not know if his guess was right. But on second thought, other than this, could there be anything else? Second Master Jing stood up and pushed his eldest brother's wheelchair. He sighed, fine. If you don't want to watch, I'll bring you back now. The High Duke trembled even more. Second Master Jing suddenly had an illusion. Why did it seem like his eldest brother wanted to kill him? Nan Gonglin slowed down slightly so that the secret guard could hit the ball smoothly. Gu Jiao appeared in the perfect attacking range. The secret guard suddenly shot the small stone in his hand. The small stone went straight for Gu Jiao's major acupuncture point on her waist. It would not leave a scar or be fatal. It would only numb half of Gu Jiao's body. In the next second, something unbelievable happened. Gu Jiao suddenly bent down to snatch the ball. The secret guard's expression changed. It was too late to stop her. The small stone flashed past Gu Jiao's back and hit Nan Gonglin, who was at the side. Nan Gonglin did not even have time to scream. His body went numb and he fell off the horse in a panic. And because he had slowed down, the bowmen behind him had caught up. They were Mu Chuan and the Qingyue Academy students. Mu Chuan's horse was not as fast as the Qingyue Academy students. But because the Qingyue Academy students were too fast, it was too late to tighten the reins. The Qingyue Academy students watched helplessly as their horses stepped over Nan Gonglin's body. They heard a shocking scream. Nan Gonglin's chest and leg bones were broken on the spot. Chapter 650. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. After Nan Gonglin was trampled by the horse's hooves, Mu Chuan quickly tightened the reins in his hands. He didn't run at his maximum speed. With the tight reins, he managed to deviate his direction and galloped past Nan Gonglin. After galloping for more than 10 steps, his horse finally came to a stop. The situation between him and the Qingyue Academy student was like this. Gu Jiao went to snatch Nan Gonglin's ball, and he chased after her relentlessly. He wanted to attack Nan Gonglin from both sides with Gu Jiao. In order to prevent him from doing so, the Qingyue Academy student suddenly sped up and tried to use his horse to block his path. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? After Nan Gonglin's shrill scream, the entire venue fell silent. The referee hurried over. He squatted down and looked at Nan Gonglin, whose face was contorted in pain. He was shocked for a moment. Nan Gonglin, how are you? What else could Nan Gonglin do? He was in so much pain that he wanted to die, okay? He was a martial artist and had suffered a lot of physical pain since he was young. However, he had never been so ruthless. His entire chest seemed to have caved in, and the bones in his thighs were broken. Every breath he took felt like a knife was stabbing into his lungs. Nan Gonglin's secret guard was also stunned. He swore to the heavens that he was aiming at that guy from Tianqiong Academy. He had never thought of hurting his young master. Gu Jiao's horse also stopped. She rode over slowly and looked down at the seriously injured Nan Gonglin. Oh, you're injured. Can you still play in the competition? Listen. What kind of tone was this? Was she gloating? Nan Gonglin glared at Gu Jiao with bloodshot eyes as he suffered from the excruciating pain. He said to the referee, "It's him. He's the one who harmed me." The referee looked at Gu Jiao. When the audience heard this, they all looked at the new student from Tianqiong Academy. Mu Chuan refuted, "Hey, Nan Gonglin. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. How did the people of the Tianqiong Academy harm you? You were the one who fell down. Was it someone from your own academy who stepped on you? What does that have to do with us?" The student who stepped on Nan Gonglin was at a loss. I didn't do it on purpose. Of course Nan Gonglin knew that he didn't do it on purpose, but this Xiao Lulang must have. Nan Gonglin gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you suddenly bend over to grab the ball?" He didn't snatch it earlier or later. Instead he followed him all the way. Whenever he schemed against him, he would snatch it. Who would dare to say that there was nothing fishy going on? Gu Jiao said confidently, "You slowed down, so of course I have to snatch the ball." Everyone paused. That's right, Nan Gonglin did suddenly slow down just now. If they didn't snatch it when he slowed down, were they supposed to snatch it when Nan Gonglin accelerated? Was there something wrong with his head? There was no problem with the Tianqiong Academy's operation. You. Nan Gonglin vomited a mouthful of blood. It was unknown whether it was due to injury or anger. Why did Nan Gonglin slow down? Wasn't it to make it easier for the secret guards to sneak an attack on Gu Jiao? He couldn't explain it even if he still couldn't figure it out now. He was wondering why this kid took the bait so easily. Wherever he led he would follow. He didn't even snatch the ball all the way. This kid clearly snatched the ball quite quickly in front of him. He thought that it was because his skills were superb that this kid couldn't snatch it. Now it seemed that this kid did it on purpose. He saw that Nan Gonglin was going to scheme against him, so he pretended to fall into the trap and revealed a flaw. At the crucial moment he let Nan Gonglin fall into his trap. But Nan Gonglin couldn't say any of this. If he wanted to prove that this kid was scheming against him, he had to admit that he was scheming against this kid. Cheating would make him lose the right to participate in the competition forever. It would also make him the laughingstock of the whole city. He couldn't afford to lose this face. Therefore he could only swallow his pride. After Nan Gonglin vomited another mouthful of blood, his consciousness started to blur, and his breathing became difficult and rapid. Could Gu Jiao cure him? The answer was yes, but why would she cure him? Was she going to wait for him to come over and kill her? If she hadn't dodged just now, she would be the one with broken bones and a pneumothorax. Mu Qingchen rode his horse to Gu Jiao's side and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen glanced at Nan Gonglin who was being carried off and said to Gu Jiao, "Focus on the competition. Don't think too much." Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. After Nan Gonglin was carried off the field, his companion who stepped on him also had a mental breakdown. He couldn't continue the competition and was replaced by a teacher from Qingyue Academy. After such a big incident, it was reasonable to say that the mentality of the students from Tianqiong Academy should be somewhat affected. However, it wasn't. It was just that they were all quite thick-skinned. The 7th section ended with Tianqiong Academy winning another flag. The score was 20-17. Qingyue Academy was 17. In the last section, Su Ping went on the field. He had to score 3 goals to equalize the score. If there was only one Xiao Lulang or only one Mu Qingchen, he could give it a try. However, it was a bit difficult to deal with the two of them together. That guy called Xiao Lulang was too fucking annoying. If he used his unique skill, he was afraid that the guy would steal it. If he didn't use his unique skill, he was afraid that he would lose the competition. Su Ping had never played such a difficult game. In the end, Su Ping decided to go all out. Then a strange scene happened. Not only did the 4 players from Tianqiong Academy not fight for the ball, they even fed it to Su Ping. "Your shot wasn't good." Su Ping almost couldn't catch it, Mu Chuan said to the students from Qingyue Academy after feeding Su Ping a ball. The students from Qingyue Academy were confused. Wait, what kind of move was that? The students from Tianqiong Academy looked at Gu Jiao with this expression. Anyway, she was leading by 3 flags. There was no hurry. She could learn slowly. It didn't matter if she lost points. Su Ping was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. What kind of experience was it when the opponents were collectively shameless? Indeed, only Su Ping could defeat Su Ping. Gu Jiao performed superbly. Using the Su style and Mu Qingchen's strong combination, they finally won the competition with a score of 23-20. This might not be the most perfect battle strategy, nor was it the most difficult battle, but it was definitely the most talked about battle. Young Master Qingchen's appearance was killer. A freshman from Tianqiong Academy stole from the opponent and crushed the opponent. Was this the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality? Young Master Nangong fell off the horse and was seriously injured. His life was uncertain and his future was uncertain. Although there were many outstanding and famous scenes in the competition after that, the crowd didn't seem to be as excited as they had imagined. Was there something wrong with Tianqiong Academy? After seeing their shameless fighting style, looking at other people's fighting style, they felt a little too serious. Something was wrong with them. 4th brother, congratulations on entering the next round of the competition. In the attic for the players to rest, Su Hao came to Tianqiong Academy's room and congratulated Mu Qingchen with a smile. Mu Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, "What's there to congratulate? Come and congratulate us after we get first place." So 4th brother's goal is to get first place. Su Hao smiled and said to Mu Qingchen, "Then I'll congratulate 4th brother in advance for getting first place. If father knows, he will definitely be happy for 4th brother." Fourth brother once said that he would never bow again. Father has been sad for a long time because of this. Why won't he bow again? Gu Jiao asked. Su Hao turned to look at Gu Jiao and said pleasantly, my fourth brother once lost to someone, and then he swore never to bow again. I didn't ask you, Gu Jiao said to Su Hao. Su Hao was stunned. Mu Chuan said impatiently, Nangong Lin from your academy is already so injured, why do you still have the time to wander around here? Don't you have to show concern for your classmates? Yuan Shao didn't rebuke Su Hao. He just opened the door very politely. Su Hao was speechless. After the end of the first day of the competition, it was time to announce the list of qualified students. Every qualified student of the academy had to ride around the field. When the name of Tianqiong Academy was announced, Mu Qingchen, Yuan Shao, Mu Chuan, and Gu Jiao rode on their horses and slowly entered the field from the passage. Everyone's eyes fell on them. Admittedly, Mu Qingchen still received the most attention, but Gu Jiao was ranked above Yuan Shao and the legitimate son of the Mu family. She received the most attention, second only to Mu Qingchen. Xiao Heng's gaze fell on Gu Jiao, and Gu Jiao also looked at Xiao Heng. Their gazes met in midair, and in just an instant they gently moved away. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiao Heng was looking at the people of Tianqiong Academy, while Gu Jiao was looking at the audience in the stands. Gu Jiao quickly looked elsewhere while Xiao Heng lowered his eyes, picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. That freshman from Tianqiong Academy seemed to be looking over here just now. Was he looking at us? A female student in the pavilion asked. Was he? Another female student looked at Gu Jiao. He didn't look. Yes, he took a look. He was just curious, right? So, he didn't take a fancy to the prettiest girl in our academy? Finally, a guy doesn't like her. The three of them laughed in a low voice. Xiao Heng drank his tea silently. How would you know how much restraint and longing she had when she looked at him? On the other side, little Jing Kong bid farewell to Dean Sun of Tianqiong Academy, as well as his new friends, Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan. Little Jing Kong could wait for Gu Jiao to come over and get to know her, but even he knew that he couldn't have any interactions with Gu Jiao on the surface. Talking to Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan was already the limit of what he could do on the surface. Uncle Dean, I'm leaving. I'll come and play with you during the next competition. Dean Sun smiled and patted the kid's head. Okay, I'll definitely come next time. Little Jing Kong held the big empty bowl that used to be filled with melons and fruits. He held back his strong longing for Gu Jiao and left resolutely. Dean Sun left the spectator stand with Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan and went to the entrance of Lingbo Academy to meet up with Gu Jiao and the others. You won't always be so lucky. It was a fighter from Wuxia Academy. He was shouting at Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen and the others. Mu Chuan crossed his arms and sneered. I don't know if we're lucky or not, but Wuxia Academy doesn't seem to be lucky. You're eliminated in the first round. Yuan Xiaoshan added, Wuxia Academy didn't rely on luck. They relied on their strength. They lost because of their strength. What kind of heart-wrenching truth was this? The guy from Wuxia Academy was so angry that he walked away with smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Take care. I won't send you off. Mu Chuan smiled and waved his hand. So I can finally hold my head high. I was bullied by those bastards in the past. It's a pity that I didn't meet them today. Otherwise I would have beaten them to a pulp. Mu Qingchen looked at him speechlessly and said to Gu Jiao, shall we take the carriage or ride the horse? Ride the horse. It was very stuffy in the carriage. They got on the horses. After Gu Yan, Dean Sun, and the others got on the carriage, they left Lingbo Academy together. Is it okay? Gu Jiao asked Gu Yan. Gu Yan leaned against the window and nodded at Gu Jiao, who was riding the horse beside him. Yes, it's good. I'll come again next time. Gu Jiao twirled the reins in her hand. Okay. On the other side, Second Master Jing also got on the carriage and came out. He had a feast for his eyes today. He enjoyed watching the competition. It was even more enjoyable to watch the competition with the little beauties next door. Listening to the 3 girls talking and laughing, he felt that he was more than 10 years younger. This is what life is like. It's so hot. Second Master Jing opened the window and hung up the front curtain. He and his eldest brother were both men. There was no need to avoid being seen by others. It was too hot. He moved a small stool and sat at the door of the carriage. He fanned himself with his folding fan. At this moment, Dean Sun and the others came over. Dean Sun and Mu Qingchen recognized the House of Duke's carriage. Dean Sun stopped the carriage and bowed to the 2 people in the carriage. Duke, Second Master Jing. Mu Qingchen also greeted them. Second Master Jing was panicking from the heat. He waved his hand perfunctorily and exchanged a few words with the two. Behind him, the Duke's hand shook again. Unfortunately, he did not see it. Then if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Dinsen said. Goodbye. Second Master Jing smiled. Dinsen looked at Gu Jiao. Let's go. The group of people brushed past the House of Duke's carriage. No one expected that the Duke in the wheelchair would suddenly have blue veins on his forehead. No one knew where he got the strength, but he suddenly threw the wheelchair at Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing was caught off guard. He fell out of the carriage and rolled on the ground. Coincidentally, he rolled in front of Gu Jiao's horse. Second Master Jing, who fell flat on his face, was speechless. Eldest brother, do you have to trick your younger brother like this? Gu Jiao looked at Second Master Jing strangely. Then she looked at the Duke, who fell out of the wheelchair. She saw the Duke, who was unable to move in the carriage. Suddenly, his mouth twitched and his eyes slanted. It was as if he was saying, I fell so miserable. Chapter 651. Everyone was stunned by the Duke's miserable state. Whether he fell or was miserable, they didn't understand at the moment. Their minds were filled with one thought: wasn't the Duke unconscious? Did he get better? The news of the Duke falling and becoming a living dead wasn't a secret in the capital. All these years, in order to wake the Duke up, the Duke's residents had visited many famous doctors. It was said that not long ago, they even invited the disciple of divine Dr. Luo from Qin country to treat the Duke. Could it be that divine Dr. Luo's disciple was the reincarnation of Hua Tuo? Gu Xiaoshen didn't know anything about the Duke's residence and only thought that the Duke was an ordinary person. He stuck his head out of the carriage window to take a look and was speechless. Lu Lang, he fell so miserably. Do you want me to take a look at him? Ever since he found out that Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao had exchanged identities, in order to minimize the interaction with his original identity, Gu Xiaoshen no longer called Gu Jiao brother-in-law and directly addressed him by his name. Gu Yin also stuck his head out of the window. Both of their heads were pressed together and it was quite crowded. Gu Yin looked at the way the Duke looked at Gu Jiao and frowned in confusion. Gu Jiao got down from the horse. The others didn't know that Gu Jiao knew about medicine and were very surprised when they saw her walking towards the Duke. What was she doing? Second Master Jing regained his senses from the fall. He stood up like a carp and rushed up the horse carriage in front of Gu Jiao. Big brother. Why did you fall? Let me help you up. Second Master Jing showed his powerful Qilin arm strength to his big brother, and then he received a death stare from his big brother. He didn't know what was going on. The Duke was helped back to the wheelchair by Second Master Jing. Gu Jiao wanted to get on the carriage. Second Master Jing stretched out his hand to stop her and asked sternly, "What are you doing here?" This stinking brat who would attack people at the drop of a hat was obviously a dangerous person. He must not be allowed to get close to Big Brother. Gu Jiao said indifferently, "I'll take a look at him." Second Master Jing said angrily, "You quack. I won't let you treat my big brother." Second Master Jing received the second wave of death stares from his eldest brother. Second Master Jing resentfully rubbed his nose and whispered to his eldest brother, "Eldest brother, don't be afraid. I won't let him get on the carriage." Second Master Jing received the third wave of death stares from his eldest brother. Gu Jiao was not in a hurry to speak. She only glanced at Second Master Jing. It was this seemingly casual glance that caused Second Master Jing's heart to involuntarily rise with the fear of being dominated by his brother-in-law. He cowered in a second. "For young Master Qingchen's sake, I'll reluctantly let you take a look at my eldest brother." Gu Jiao got into the carriage. "Make way." Gu Jiao said to Second Master Jing, "You're blocking the light. This is my own carriage. Why should I? I'll make way. I won't bicker with you." Second Master Jing heroically jumped off the carriage. "You get off too." He pulled the coachman off the carriage. He made himself the scapegoat. "Xiaoshen, give me the first aid kit," Gu Jiao said. Gu Xiaoshen took out the first aid kit from her bag and agilely jumped off the carriage, handing it over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not bring her medicine box when she went out in case of emergencies. She brought a first aid kit with emergency medicine, a flashlight and silver needles inside. Gu Jiao first took the Duke's pulse, then turned on the flashlight and shone it into the Duke's eyes. She used her body to block the light, so the others did not see what she was using to diagnose the Duke's illness. but looking at her posture she really did look like a doctor. Mu Qingchen frowned slightly and turned to look at Gu Yan in the carriage beside him. Xiao Lulang really knows medicine? Gu Yan leaned against the window and snorted, he's really good. Then last time Mu Qingchen thought of the situation when Gu Jiao went to the Duke's residence to treat the Duke's illness. She said that Mu Ru Xian's silver needles were crooked. Could it be that she was right? If Mu Ru Xian's silver needles were crooked, how good could her medical skills be? If her medical skills were not good, how could she make the Duke's illness better? In a flash, Mu Qingchen's mind had already thought of many things. Mu Chuan and the others were also very surprised. Mu Chuan's eyes widened. I didn't know that Xiao Lu also knows medicine? Xiao Lu? Gu Xiaoshuan's face was full of confusion. When did his sister have such a nickname? The Duke's pupils were equally big and reacted to the light source. His cornea's reflection was also normal. This showed that his face was not twitching unconsciously. Even if he was not completely awake, at least he was out of a deep coma. Last time when she bandaged him, he seemed to be able to react to the outside world a little through his fingers. But it was not as big as today's progress. Gu Jiao was sure that the Duke was getting better. Although she was not sure if the reason for his improvement was Mu Ru Xian's treatment or something else. But his physical functions and nerve reflexes were still very poor. This was the aftereffect of his brain injury. Gu Jiao could not say for the time being whether he could speak or whether he could completely recover. Gu Jiao put the used cotton swabs and silver needles into a separate pouch. After packing up the first aid kit, she planned to get off the carriage. As soon as she moved, she felt a slight tug. She looked back and saw that the Duke's trembling fingers had unknowingly grabbed the corner of her clothes. Speaking of which, it was strange. She was someone who could push the door latch off, yet she was pulled by such a weak force. She frowned strangely. Then she looked at the Duke and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" The Duke could not speak, so he just held on and did not let go. Gu Jiao checked him again. He was almost out of strength. His fingers were trembling, but he still used the last of his strength to not let go. Gu Jiao did not understand this phenomenon. Was it just an irregular muscle reflex? Gu Jiao thought about it and took out a candy from the first aid kit. She opened the Duke's palm and let him hold the candy. After the archery competition ended, the contestants left one after another. The spectators also left one after another. Xiaoheng did not like to squeeze with others. When the 3 female classmates suggested that they go back to the academy, he let them go first. It's strange. You were so enthusiastic when you came. Why didn't you hurry to leave? Don't tell me, you're meeting someone behind our backs? A female student gossiped. Xiaoheng did not look at her. He picked up the teacup and drank the tea. The female student curled her lips. Humph, still ignoring us. Forget it. Let's go. I thought we had a special relationship after sitting with her for a day. She doesn't like us at all. The 3 of them muttered and rolled their eyes as they walked down the stands. Little Jing Kong held the railing of the stands with his hands. His little head was in the gap of the railing and he sighed. Jiao Jiao. He did not even talk to Jiao Jiao. He missed Jiao Jiao so much. But there were still 10 days before the holiday. Going to school was too cruel for children. When almost all the people left, Xiaoheng stood up. He held little Jing Kong's hand and walked down. Miss Gu, please wait. A maidservant caught up with him. This was the maidservant who had been accompanying Xiaoheng in the pavilion earlier. She didn't call out to Xiaoheng earlier, nor did she call out to Xiaoheng later. She only called out to Xiaoheng after everyone had left. Xiaoheng did not believe that she had no purpose. Xiaoheng looked at her and asked with his eyes, "What's the matter?" The maid smiled and respectfully said, "My young master is actually here today, but he didn't show up in the stands. It's dinner time now, so my young master wants to invite Miss Gu to the lake to enjoy the lake scenery of Xingdu." Xiaoheng signaled little Jing Kong with his eyes. Little Jing Kong bitterly took out a charcoal pencil and a small notebook from his pocket and handed them to Xiaoheng. They were the same as Gu Jiao Jiao's. Xiaoheng wrote, "Who is your master?" The maid replied with a smile, "Miss Gu, you'll know when you get there." "Is it fun to go to the lake?" Little Jing Kong asked. The maid said with a smile, "It's fun. You can fish, enjoy the lanterns and put lotus lanterns on the lake." Little Jing Kong's 2 little arms fluttered behind him. "I want to go. I want to go." Xiaoheng gave the little guy a look. "Oh, don't go. It's getting late. I should go back." He wrote. The maidservant was stunned. She didn't expect that even after her young master had revealed such extraordinary strength, this young Miss Gu would still be indifferent to him. She was a well-trained maid. She quickly came to her senses and said, "It's getting late. How about I arrange someone to send Miss Gu back to the academy?" It was only 2 steps to go back to the academy. Little Jing Kong hung on his thigh and said, "I can't walk anymore. Do you want to carry me?" Xiao Heng finally agreed to sit in the maid's carriage. He didn't know who that young master was to be able to reserve the best viewing platform and watch the entire competition without showing himself. He was even able to stealthily drive a seemingly inconspicuous but extremely luxurious carriage into the Lingbo Academy's field. Xiao Heng got down from the viewing platform. He was taken into the carriage before he could walk. The carriage was made of Phoebe, also known as dragon wood. It was said that Phoebe could last for thousands of years. Princess Xinyang liked to collect this kind of wood. The carriage was escorted by 4 guards. Xiao Heng could not tell the depth of their kung fu, but he felt that they were similar to the dragon shadow guards of the Zhao kingdom. So they were the men of sacrifice of the Yan kingdom, and they were very powerful. Little Jing Kong wasn't lying when he said that he couldn't walk. He had been playing all day and hadn't taken a nap. As soon as he got into the carriage, he fell asleep on Xiao Heng's body. The carriage went out of the academy. He had only taken a few steps when he heard the maid on the outside of the carriage call out exaggeratedly, "Young master?" This script was clumsy. Xiao Heng frowned and poked little Jing Kong's face. He was sleeping so soundly. "Master, why are you here?" The maid continued to act. Xiao Heng sat in the carriage and did not even lift his eyelids, let alone lift the curtain to greet the master. Ahem. The master cleared his throat. Maybe he gave the maid a look. The maid turned around and lifted the curtain slightly. She said to Xiao Heng, "Miss Gu, my master would like to see you." The gap between the curtain and the curtain was just enough for Xiao Heng to see the master in the brocade robe. It was also enough for the master to see the first beauty in the gauze dress. Xiao Heng was wearing a veil which covered a little of his face. He could vaguely see the outline of his face. Coupled with his pair of unparalleled eyes, it was obvious that he was devastatingly beautiful. Xiao Heng glanced at the other party indifferently and slammed the curtain down. The maid was so frightened that she knelt on the outside of the carriage. The master in the brocade robe did not get angry. He cupped his hands and smiled, "I was rude. Please forgive me, Miss Gu." Saying this, he stepped aside and gave the coachman a look, allowing the carriage to pass in front of him. The wheels of the carriage started to turn. A guard in brocade robe said, "My Royal Highness. She doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. You've already done so much for her. How dare she give you such a cold shoulder? I heard that she's just a citizen of the lower country." Royal Prince Ming smiled and looked at the departing carriage. He said confidently, "She's a beauty. It's inevitable that she's arrogant and willful. It's okay. I have plenty of patience." Their voices were not loud. An ordinary woman would not be able to hear them. However, Xiao Heng had excellent hearing since she was young. Xiao Heng's brows furrowed. This person was a royal prince? If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize him as the crown prince, Royal Prince Ming, who had appeared at Tianqiong Academy. "My royal prince." Another guard walked over. "You're back." Royal Prince Ming asked, "How's Nan Gonglin?" The guard reported in a low voice, "Nan Gonglin's condition is not good. After he returned, he kept saying that the boy from Tianqiong Academy was scheming against him. He asked for your help." Royal Prince Ming said thoughtfully, "Help me get rid of that boy? It's not a difficult task. However, he's Qingqin's classmate. Remember to keep your hands clean. Don't let Qingqin find out." The guard cupped his hands. "Yes, my royal prince." Xiao Heng suddenly knocked on the door. The maid asked, "Miss Gu, what can I do for you?" Xiao Heng took out a pen and paper and wrote, "I have something to say to your master." The maid's eyes lit up. She quickly asked the coachman to turn the carriage around. Royal Prince Ming was surprised to see the beauty's carriage return. Xiao Heng lifted the curtain of the carriage slightly and looked at Royal Prince Ming coldly. Being stared at by a beauty, even if it was just a cold gaze, was enough to make one's heart flutter. Royal Prince Ming smiled. "Miss Gu, are you looking for me?" Xiao Heng looked hesitant. Royal Prince Ming looked at the worry on the beauty's face and felt his heart clench. "Miss Gu, are you in trouble?" Xiao Heng hesitated for a moment and wrote, "It's indeed a little troublesome. However, I don't know if I should say it." Royal Prince Ming said, "Miss Gu, please say it." Xiao Heng looked conflicted and wrote, The young master of the Nangonglin family is always bothering me. Royal Prince Ming's face darkened. Nangonglin. Xiao Heng sighed while the space between his brows seemed to be frowning, and his eyes were filled with helplessness and the hardships of his life. He wrote, "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The Nangonglin family is extremely powerful. I shouldn't have put the young master in a difficult position. However, it's just my hard life." Chapter 652. Some words should not be said too much and should be left blank. This way the other party's imagination would be given space to continue to wander. After Xiao Heng finished writing the last sentence, he left in the carriage, leaving Commandery Prince Ming standing in place with a cold expression. "Commandery Prince." The guard beside him called out, "Are you all right? What can happen to me?" Commandery Prince Ming said coldly. When the guard heard this, he knew that he was angry. The guard hesitated for a moment and said what he thought. "Commandery Prince, what Miss Gu said may not be true. You can't believe everything." The guard did not dare to covet the #1 beauty of the Kanglin Women's Academy, so he could look at the problem from an objective point of view. Commandery Prince Ming did not think so. He glanced at the guard coldly and said, "Do you mean that she is lying to me?" The guard said, "I just think that it is better to be cautious." Commandery Prince Ming snorted and said, "She is just a weak woman from a lower country. She has no one to rely on in Chengdu. Would she dare to slander the Nangong family? Moreover, she is a girl. Would she speak without thinking to slander a man? Would she even disregard her reputation? A woman's reputation was greater than heaven." Commandery Prince Ming narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, "Nangong Lin knows that I am interested in her, but he still dares to steal my woman. Very good, very good." The guard opened his mouth and said, "Commandery Prince, why don't I go and check it out?" Commandery Prince Ming snorted and said, "Can you find out about Nangong Lin? He covets the woman this prince wants behind this prince's back. Does he have the guts to leave any traces behind? If Miss Gu had not told me today, I don't know how long I would have been kept in the dark." Commandery Prince Ming believed Xiao Heng's words for a reason. Apart from the 2 points he mentioned, the beauty had no enmity with Nangong Lin. Why would she frame him? This would not benefit her at all. In comparison, it was more likely that Nangong Lin would pester her. Even he, the dignified duke of the crown prince's residence, was smitten by a beauty. Was Nangong Lin's willpower better than him, or was his vision better than him? How could he not be moved by a beauty? Because of this, Commandery Prince Ming chose to believe in Xiao Heng. The guard had followed Commandery Prince Ming for a long time and naturally understood his personality. There were some things that Commandery Prince Ming was really clever, but there were also some things that he thought himself to be clever. He didn't waste his breath trying to persuade him any further. "Then, should I?" As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Commandery Prince Ming's eyes turned cold and he said with disgust, "What do you want?" He would take revenge for his own vengeance. "What does that have to do with me?" The guard cupped his hands. "Yes." The carriage stopped outside the gates of the Tsanglan Women's Academy. The maid gently lifted the curtain for Xiao Heng. "Miss Gu has arrived." Xiao Heng got out of the carriage with the sleeping little Jing Kong in his arms. There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He took out a written note and handed it to her. "Please tell your young master that thank you." Gu Jiao and the others left the inner city. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Chuan and Mu Qingchen strangely and asked, "Why are you two going back to the academy?" Mu Chuan shrugged. "I don't know. I followed fourth brother here." Mu Qingchen paused and said, "I'm moving to the academy." Mu Chuan rubbed his sore neck. When he came to his senses, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his fourth brother. "Fourth brother, what did you say? You're going to live in the academy?" Mu Qingchen said seriously, "The competition is coming. We'll waste too much time on the road every day. It's better to use it for training. The people of the Wuxia Academy are right. We can't win every match so easily. The reason why we were able to win today was largely because our opponent's skills were uneven. Su Ping's skill level was greatly lowered. As long as there were 2 members of the royal family in a team, our chances of winning would be reduced by half." Yes, Mu Qingchen is right. Wu Fuzi also urged his horse to walk beside the group of people. He said with great approval, "There are still many powerful academies. Even if they don't have the royal family's Ju Shou, Their power should not be underestimated if they cooperate well with each other. We have to step up our training. Will the next match be held at the Lingbo Academy? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. Other than the Grand Preceptor Hall and the palace, only the Lingbo Academy's field is perfect. It could be seen from the arrangement of the stands. How many more days? Gu Jiao asked again. 7 days. Wu Fuzi said, there will be other competitions in the next 2 days. If you have time you can go and watch. But you can't delay your training. Does that mean I can delay my studies? Wu Fuzi choked. You can't say that. You can just do it secretly. In the carriage, Dean Sun pretended to be deaf. At dusk, the group arrived at the academy. Wu Fuzi wanted to analyze today's competition with everyone. Gu Jiao asked Gu Shaoshan to bring Gu Yan back first. The bowler team gathered at the field. School had already ended, but there were still many students gathered around the field. Everyone had heard that Tianxiong Academy had advanced to the next round and they were all surprised. Tianxiong Academy had never won any bowler competition. It would be a lie to say that they were extremely disappointed, but it wouldn't be right to say that they didn't care either. When Gu Jiao and the others rode their horses and slowly walked into the field, they were greeted by everyone's gazes. Everyone was mainly shocked and there wasn't any formal ceremony. But that moment of attention made the bowlers feel a long-lost glory. Mu Chuan straightened his back. Cough cough. All right. You all go over there and wait for me. Wu Fuzi's old face was burning. The martial scholar had never had a chance to display his skills in the literary institute. This was also the first time he returned with glory. He was too excited. He only won the first match and he already felt this way. He didn't dare to think about the next few matches. Deep breaths. Calm down. Wu Fuzi rode his horse over valiantly. Did our academy really win? We won. We won against the royal family's bowler. If I knew we would win, I would have gone to watch the competition. Me too. Outside the field, the students were all talking at once. They all regretted missing today's competition. How could they have expected their academy to win? They thought that they would be defeated as soon as they went on the field like the previous few times. I heard that many people from Wuxia Academy went. Is our academy the most embarrassing? There isn't even a single person cheering for us? It seems like it. Everyone blushed with shame. Wu Fuzi finished analyzing everyone's performance today and asked them to go back and rest well. They would come back for training tomorrow morning. What's going on today? When Gu Jiao led the horse back to the stable, Mu Qingqian stopped her. Gu Jiao turned around and asked in astonishment, what happened? Nan Gonglin, Mu Qingqian said bluntly. Gu Jiao didn't deliberately hide it. He was hit in the waist and abdomen. Half of his body was paralyzed and he fell off the horse. Mu Qingqian frowned. He took a deep look at Gu Jiao and asked, are they here for you? At that time, Gu Jiao was relatively close to the crowd. Nan Gonglin was on the other side of Gu Jiao. Nan Gonglin questioned Gu Jiao on the spot why she bent over to grab the ball. It was too chaotic at that time. No one understood the strangeness of this sentence. Now that they thought about it, was there any direct relationship between Gu Jiao bending over to grab the ball and Nan Gonglin falling off the horse? He couldn't have been frightened by Gu Jiao's grab of the ball and fell off the horse, right? But if the other party wanted to make Gu Jiao fall off the horse, everything made sense. What happened to you? Gu Jiao asked. Huh. Mu Qingqian was stunned. Bowing, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingqian understood. It's not what Su Hao said. He didn't swear not to bow anymore because he had lost to anyone. Su Hao did see him lose to someone, but he was willing to admit defeat. Besides, he was happy to lose to that person. Seeing that he didn't intend to continue, Gu Jiao didn't force him. She led the horse back to the stable and handed it to the servant who took care of the stable. She turned and walked out. Mu Qingqian walked out with her. Just as they were about to say goodbye, Mu Qingqian suddenly spoke again. I once stayed in the manor for a period of time when I was young. That was when his mother left the Su family in a fit of anger after discovering Su Hao's existence. Su Hao was actually a mistress. His mother never knew that his father had a mistress outside. By the time she found out, Su Hao could already walk. It was a situation that even abortion medicine couldn't save. Su Hao was a day older than him. His mother had a difficult labor and only gave birth to him after 3 days. In the first 2 days of her life, his father was accompanying another woman to give birth. In order not to see his father, his mother kept moving. He went to Snow Cloud Villa when he was 9 years old. She was 6 years old when I first saw her, Mu Qingchen recalled. That childhood playmate? Gu Jiao thought of the ugly doll that fell out of Mu Qingchen's bag. She didn't see it clearly, but she could tell that it was quite ugly. Mu Qingchen nodded. I lived in the manor for 2 years. She lived in the villa next door. She liked to bow and always rode her date red pony to the foot of the mountain to look for people to bow. Later on she left and I never bowed again. This was the second time Gu Jiao heard him describe his childhood playmate as left. Is she no longer alive? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen paused, disappointment flashing across his eyes. Yes, she left when she was 8 years old. Before she left, she told me to take good care of her father. She also said that she would come back one day. Speaking of this, Mu Qingchen smiled bitterly. I really believed her at that time. I was so stupid. A dead person can't come back to life. I understood this later. But 9 years have passed and I still can't help but wait. I just wait for the day when she can appear in front of me alive. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.